Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are on a off day for court. So what we do on off days is we do The Ego Takes the Stand, which is a relatively new series that we've started. We are into episode 3, and we've done Robert Tellis, and I'm trying to remember who else we did. I forget who else we did. We did him last week. Who was it? Scott Nelson. Yes, we did Scott Nelson. So today we are going to do Ali Abulaban. So for those that don't know him, well, before we get started, let me see who is with us in the chat. Psychosaurus Rex, thank you for joining us. Let's see who else. Ellen Ripley, good to see you. And I thought you guys were joking about the ego. No, we are not joking at all. This is a new series, relatively new series. We've done Robert Tellis and we've done Scott Nelson. So this is all about when the defendant takes the stand. Generally, it's going to go bad, right? So far we've done, this will be our third male. We're going to bring in a female because there are females. We want to do Jodi Arias, but she's like a month long, so we probably won't do her, or we will. We'll pick and choose maybe what we do. But we have Sarah Boone on that. Shanda Van Ark is on that list. We definitely are going to do females as well. So anyway, yes, relatively new series. This is when courts are quiet, in between courts, so we have time to fill. In the past, we've done like rewatches or we'll do deep dives. But for now, we've started this new series called The Ego Takes the Stand. So that's a little backstory. P. Cooper, yep, this is the Al Pacino guy. Yep, he was a star on TikTok, and we'll get to that in a second. Shirley Roth, oh yeah, I heard you say, I heard and saw about this fool. Can't wait to watch it all with you. Awesome. Alice, good morning to you. Acey's Wildflower, hello to you. Katie Cat, good morning. Still reeling over the Ali verdict yesterday. Yeah. Let's see, Richard in the kitchen. Hello, I'm not finding the Zara interview. Yep. Mary Fitz, Red Snap, and Cynthia. I watched on Court TV as Zara was hugging Haneen. The reporter asked her questions about a release. Cannot find it again. We'll try and find it. We were working on this last night after the Ali verdict, so we haven't had a chance to look for any post verdict. But we'll if there are things, we'll definitely bring that to you. JMS, good to see you. And Gina, happy Friday. Let's see. Rajesh, good to see you. Cynthia. Katie Cat and Joni, good to see you. Kelly Graham, thank you for joining us. Mad Cat Lady and Stacy. Sharon, good to see you guys. All right. Thank you for joining us. Grab your popcorn, grab a seat, because this promises to be pretty crazy. All right. A little bit of background on Mr. Abulaban. First of all, he was born in Staten Island. He served in the Air Force. He was stationed in Okinawa, where he met his wife, or his to-be wife, Anna. They met in 2014. He states that he was a police officer, MP. That's what he states. Oh, Alice, well, thank you for that. Thank you so much for your support. We really, really appreciate that. Are we showing this case? We're going to, John, thank you for your support as well. We're just doing the stand, when he takes the stand. That's the whole point. The ego takes the stand. So it's just when the defendants take the stand. We're not showing the entire trial. We're just showing when they take the stand and a little bit of backstory, some news leading up to it, and so on and so forth. So that's what we're doing here. All right, so a little bit of background here. Let me get us started, because this is going to be a 9-hour day, so it's going to be a long day for us. So, date of the incident was October 21st of 2021. So as you can see there, Ali Abulaban, he was a star on TikTok, and he has his eyes blackened out because that was just for effect. That's not what he really looks like, but that was him during a TikTok video. Below is Anna and Ali together. So she was 28 at the time of her deletion, and her friend Rayburn Barron was 29. So Ali was charged with first degree M ×2 plus special enhancement use of a firearm because he shot them. So Now he's 31. He was known as Gin Kid on TikTok. He was a popular TikTok creator known for his comedic impressions and viral content. He did Scarface. He did Gin Kid. Let's see who else. Scarface. What was the other one? John Wick. Yeah, he did John Wick. So we'll show a few of those clips. All right. So on October 21st of 2021, Abulaban was charged with a double deletion of his estranged wife. They were still married at the time, but they had split up, and they had a child. They had a little girl. So let's keep that in mind too. Anna was 28 at the time, and her friend Rayburn Cardenas, Barron, he was 29, and this all happened in San Diego. So Anna had asked Ali to move out of their shared apartment just days before, and he had checked into a hotel. Despite this, he retained a copy of the apartment key and secretly returned to install a listening device on their daughter's iPad. So he was listening to Anna because he was just so obsessed with her and jealous and all of this, right? So when he overheard a man's voice, which was Rayburn, in that apartment, he returned, he broke in, and then he shot them. So there is Ring camera from a neighbor where we hear the shots, we hear all of that. So, all right, I'll be back in just 1 second. All right. Aaron reminded me that also on that Ring camera, not only do you hear the shots, but then he goes and he calls his mom afterwards, and he's on the phone with her, and that is picked up as well. So, all right. So that's kind of a little bit of background for you guys. Let's see. Psychosaurus Rex. Good morning to you. Amber Fox. Fancy Nancy. How are you? Joanne Jedi Platypus. Good to see you. Amber Fox. She was by all accounts, just an absolutely stunningly gorgeous person. Let's see. Camilla, brilliant idea. Good. I'm glad you like it. Tammy, Fur Baby's mom. MG, good to see you guys. Thank you for joining us. Gretchen, good morning to you. All right, let's get into it. Like I said, it's going to be a 9-hour day, so we'll be going 9 hours. So let's get to it. All right, so first up is going to be a news clip of what happened, and this is going to be introducing the crime. So let's listen in.
TikTok star with nearly 1 million followers is behind bars today, accused of killing his wife and her friend. Ali Abulaban is being held without bond. He is charged with 2 counts of murder. Police say it was the result of a domestic dispute. That man accused of even installing an app on his 5-year-old's iPad that allowed him to spy on his wife when he wasn't at home. NewsNation's Misha DeBono from our San Diego station KSWB was at his arraignment.
29-year-old Ali Abulaban is seen behind glass sobbing uncontrollably during his arraignment on 2 counts of murder. He's facing life without the possibility of parole for killing his estranged wife, 28-year-old Anna Abulaban, and her friend, 29-year-old Rayburn Barron, last Thursday. According to the prosecution, Abulaban, who is a social media influencer and has nearly 1 million followers on the app TikTok, moved out from the Spires apartment in the East Village on October 18th following a domestic violence incident. His wife had filed a restraining order against him and was seeking divorce. But he had secretly kept a key to the apartment and had been going inside without his wife's knowledge. That's how he was able to install an app on his 5-year-old daughter's iPad that allowed him to listen in on conversations in real time on his cell phone.
When he heard his wife with another man inside the apartment, he got a loaded gun. He put it on a holster on his left hip, and he drove from the hotel in Mission Bay to the downtown San Diego apartment complex. he went up the elevator to the 30th floor.
Nest cam video belonging to a neighbor shows him at the apartment. He also confessed to the killing to police.
He ran from the elevator to the apartment. He immediately fired 6 rounds from his firearm. First, he shot Rayburn Barron 3 times. Bullets entered his neck, his cheek, and the back of his head at close range. And then he fired at his wife, leaving 1 gunshot wound in her forehead.
When he left the apartment, he called his mother, telling her what he did. Then he left to pick up his 5-year-old daughter from school.
Still had the loaded gun in his car, told his daughter that he hurt mommy, and then he was soon apprehended by the police.
In San Diego, I'm Misha DeBono for News Nation. Now back to you.
All right, so that sort of gives you the background. This happened October 21st of 2021. Right, so he's installed this device on his daughter's iPad. He hears voices. He hears a male voice. He goes in. He shoots Rayburn 3 times, right in the neck, and then he shoots Anna once in the head. Then he goes and he picks up his daughter. Says, "I've hurt mommy." She's in the car. He kind of goes on this chase, right? He leads police on this chase, and he still has the firearm in his car with his daughter. And I think she's like 4 or 5 or something, right? She's 5 years old, right? So that poor child. And again, this was now 4 years ago, so she's like 9 years old, 8, 9 years old. So that gives you a little bit of a background on that. Next is going to be one of his pretrial hearings. Oops, didn't want to do that. Next is going to be a pretrial hearing, and this is when he kind of starts to show his true self. And again, he was born in the United States. He served in the Air Force, and he does talk about his upbringing, though. So it's going to be interesting. He's going to talk about his father when he's on the stand. He will talk about his father. And he'll talk about his father and how harsh an upbringing he had and all that. So you'll see what he has a temper. Let's just put it that way. All right. Hey Melissa, good morning to you. Short Life, good to see you. Thank you so much for joining us. What's wrong with this guy, MG? I know, right? I can't pull your chats up. Sorry, guys, because we had it sorted, but something happened. I maybe closed and opened up something. But anyway, I can't pull your chats up, but I do see you guys.
I wanted it, or I found your daughter. I wanted it.
The TikTok star accused of killing his wife and her friend loses control in court as a detective calls him a killer. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for joining us. I'm Maria Arcega-Dunn.
And I'm Phil Blauer. Ali Abulaban appeared in court today where evidence in the double murder case was laid out against him. Fox 5's Jamie Chambers live in downtown with what unfolded in the courtroom, and it looked pretty dramatic.
I feel it was very mercurial inside court, and it just finished. The preliminary hearing wrapped up today. Abulaban was held over on all counts, and in court, he seemed to not be able to have any sort of self-control.
He had just experienced a very traumatic event. Is that fair to say?
He created one, yes.
Is that a fair statement?
How did I create one? Elaborate on that.
Oh, hold on.
How did I create one?
Mr. Abulaban? Mr. Abulaban.
Don't inject your own.
Okay. We're going to take a break. Let's
You think I wanted that? Or I found your daughter? I wanted it! Who the are you?
Mr. Abulaban? Mr. Abulaban, I need you to stop.
TikTok star and accused murderer Ali Abulaban lashed out at detectives testifying against him. The judge cleared the court and threatened the defendant with removing him from the court proceedings, potentially forcing Abulaban to watch the case against him remotely. Detectives say Nest cameras captured Ali leaving his wife's apartment 12 seconds after shots were fired. Anna Abulaban and her friend Rayburn Barron were found shot to death. This all taking place at the Aspire apartment in the East Village in the area of downtown. Witnesses say after the shooting, the frantic aftermath had Ali running back and forth through the halls of the complex, shouting.
From the Nest camera, it captures the audio so you can hear your client screaming in his name when he goes back into the apartment the second time after the shooting.
So this case will move forward with Abulaban facing 2 counts of murder in the first degree with special circumstances. That's the very latest from downtown. Jamie Chambers, Fox 5 News.
Yeah, I mean, to say it's cultural is, I don't think that's necessarily fair because people have hot heads, all over the place. We could name any nationality or any race or any culture hot-headed. One person's action certainly doesn't mean the entire culture is. And again, we when we were watching Washington versus Ali. And Ali, it's unfair to say, that's everybody that is of that treats their kids like that. It'd be like saying Lori Daybell. If somebody was outside, even in the United States, but outside the United States, looks at Lori Daybell, they'll be like, "Holy crap! Is that the way Americans treat their kids?" So to say it's cultural is probably is not really accurate because again, I've known many people that have anger management issues that are across the whole spectrum. All different kinds of races, all different kinds of cultures, different ethnic backgrounds, country backgrounds, religious backgrounds. So, but I don't think it's cultural. So, just that being said, let's continue on. All right. So now this is him entering. This is another what do you call it? Pre-trial. So here we are. This is him entering a plea. So let's check this out. All right. And of course, we can guess what kind of plea he gives. Yes, Fancy Nancy, Lori Daybell. There you go. Now I get it. Yeah, no, it's true. It's like, because it's easy to fall into that. Oh, it must be, they're Italian, they're Muslim, they're Jewish, they're Japanese, they're Latin, they're Irish. It's so easy to fall into those tropes, to fall into the anyway, it's easy to fall into that, but we're not going to do that because it's everybody has their hangups. All right, here we go.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Doug Miller, Primary Public Defender's Office. On behalf of Ali Nasser Abulaban, his true name and date of birth do appear on the face of the complaint. He enters a not guilty plea, denial to all allegations. He's been advised of his constitutional rights, requesting the primary public defender be appointed, and we are willing to do a time waiver for the preliminary hearing, requesting a status for this Thursday.
Very good. Not guilty pleas to all counts and allegations as alleged in the People's Complaint ending 191 are entered on behalf of the defendant.
All right, hold on, guys. I want to do something real quick because that was hard to hear. Let me flip this around. Just give me a second. This should work. Let me rewind that and see if we have better luck with hearing that audio. Just give me a moment. Let's see if this works.
His true name and date of birth do appear on the face of the complaint. He enters a not guilty plea, denial to all allegations. He's been advised of his constitutional rights, requesting the primary public defender be appointed, and we are willing to do a time waiver for the preliminary hearing, requesting a status for this Thursday.
Very good. Not guilty pleas to all counts and allegations as alleged in the People's Complaint ending 191 are entered on behalf of the defendant through counsel. The Office of the Primary Public Defender is appointed for all purposes in this matter. People as to bail.
Your Honor, the people are requesting no bail in this case pursuant to California Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, and Penal Code Section 1275. The defendant was married to the victim, Anna Marie Abulaban, and they have a 5-year-old daughter named Amira, A-M-A-I-R-A. The victim, Ms. Abulaban, was leaving the defendant and ending their marriage. She had asked him to leave their apartment in downtown San Diego, the Spire San Diego apartment complex. She had asked him to leave on October 18th. Unbeknownst to Ms. Abulaban, the defendant made a copy of the apartment key and kept it to enter whenever he wished. The defendant then left and was staying at a hotel. Part of the reason that Ms. Abulaban left the defendant was due to prior domestic violence. There was a reported incident in September of 2021 where the defendant pushed down his wife, causing injuries to her. The child, Amira, has witnessed domestic violence in the home, has witnessed his father hurt her mother, and the defendant had been in possession of a black firearm, which he had showed to his daughter, Amira, and has asked her to hold it in the past. Amira has seen this gun as well as bullets in the home. The defendant was then stalking the victim, essentially, calling her and texting her repeatedly, and she was ignoring him, up until the point of October 21st, when the defendant entered the apartment without her knowledge, without anyone present, and he vandalized the apartment using the key that he had duplicated. He called Ms. Abulaban telling her that he had vandalized the apartment, and then he set up an application on their daughter's iPad where he could monitor live conversations in the apartment on his personal cell phone. The defendant hid the iPad in the apartment, in the bedroom, and then left. The defendant was monitoring this application, and when he heard his wife with another man inside the apartment, he got a loaded gun, he put it on a holster on his left hip, and he drove from the hotel in Mission Bay to the downtown San Diego apartment complex. He went up the elevator to the 30th floor. He ran from the elevator to the apartment. He immediately fired 6 rounds from his firearm. First, he shot Rayburn Barron 3 times. The bullets entered his neck, his cheek, and the back of his head at close range. And then he fired at his wife, leaving 1 gunshot wound in her forehead, again from close range. The defendant fled the apartment. Neighbors had heard the gunshots, witnessed the defendant leaving the apartment. Then he made a phone call to his mother, admitting that he shot and killed his wife. This was on video surveillance in the apartment complex. The defendant then fled the building, went to pick up his daughter from school, still had the loaded gun in his car, told his daughter that he hurt mommy, and then he was soon apprehended by the police. The defendant confessed to the detectives on the case that he shot his wife and her friend because he was accusing her of cheating on him. He admitted that he had made a copy of the key, that he had vandalized the apartment, that he was stalking his wife, and that he had entered and killed both of them. Based on all of these facts, I do not believe that any bail should be set. This should be a no bail case. The defendant is clearly a danger to the community. He is a flight risk. His parents live in Nevada and in Virginia, and he certainly could flee if he is released on bail. Certainly he's a danger to his daughter as well because of the prior history of violence and showing her a gun. So the people are requesting no bail and a full criminal protective order for Amira based on the facts that I have alleged, where I believe that not only is she a witness, but the defendant can influence any testimony by speaking with her even from jail.
Mr. Miller, as to bail and argument, sir.
At this time, Your Honor, we'll submit, asking that the court reserve the bail review issue for his retained or assigned attorney.
All right, very good. The court does take into consideration the totality of the facts and circumstances as stated by the Deputy District Attorney. I've also had an opportunity to review the people's motion to deny bail. At this time, pursuant to California Constitution, Article 1, Section 12, as well as Penal Code Section 1275, the people's request that this court set no bail. As the defendant is charged with a capital crime, there are two separate victims. It is potentially a special circumstance murder. At this time, bail is denied. I also find by clear and convincing evidence that the defendant stands before me having committed 2 violent felonies. There is a substantial likelihood that his release would result in great bodily harm to others. As such, the people's request that this court deny bail to protect public safety is granted. This is a no bail status at this time. Understanding that bail review is submitted on at this point, but not waived. So with that being said, Mr. Abulaban, at this time the court issues this criminal protective order, which is in full force and effect throughout the pendency of these criminal proceedings. The protected person is Amira A, A-M-A-R-A, last initial A, a female with the date of birth of 4/12/2016. You shall have no contact with her personally, electronically, telephonically, or written. You have no contact with her through a third party except an attorney of record. You must not come within 100 yards of that protected person. She may record any prohibited communication that you make with her. You're further ordered to stay away from that protected person's home, employment, school, and vehicle. I'm signing the criminal protective order, and the sheriff will serve you with a copy in just a moment. All right. Now, guilty pleas have been entered. The public defender has been appointed. Bail status is no bail. I've signed the criminal protective order. With that being said, it's my understanding that the parties seek first a status conference as well as a preliminary hearing with time waiver.
Yes.
Are you prepared to waive time on behalf of your client?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, all parties are on notice and ordered to return for the following dates. Status conference, October 28, 2021 at 1:30, Department 102. Preliminary hearing with time waiver, January 5, 2022 at 8:30, Department 102. And that is the order. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's also a body worn camera video. Do both sides stipulate to the body worn camera video protective order?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes.
I've signed the order. Thank you. That completes the matter.
All right, and yes, we have the body-worn camera video as well. So, so this picture of him in the yellow vest, that's one of his characters, the Jin Kid character. He's on TikTok, or he was on TikTok, and he's on YouTube as well. So, all right. So next up, he gave an interview to the local channel there in San Diego, and they're going to do a really nice overview. There's actually two parts. So they're going to do the first one is him in his interview, and they're going to talk about his videos and his Scarface and John Wick and all these characters that he played. And then Anna was in some of these videos too. So we're going to see a little bit of that. And then the next video after that is going to be friends and family of Anna. So that's what we have coming up. And then we're going to show him on the stand. So we're just getting started here, guys. Let's see. Psychosaurus Rex, you forgot cheese balls for the court snacks today. There you go. Rage is never an attractive look. I agree with that, Cynthia. No way. Skybell, what an SOB. Yeah, he's a piece of work for sure. Jackie is, you're late, but it'll catch up on 1.25 speed. We're really just kind of getting going. We're not too far. You haven't missed much. Maybe about 20 minutes or so. Not too bad. Not too bad. Let's see. Kazi, thank you for the explanation. I guess he just hoped for a charge lesser than murder, manslaughter or something. Well, apparently, as I posted, he was talking about and he talks about all of this in his trial. You know, emotional distress, mental health issues. He puts a lot, I think, at his dad's feet, his upbringing. He claims he snapped. Claims he was devastated by the breakdown of his marriage. He suspected infidelity. You're going to hear all of this when he takes the stand. He talks about trauma, substance abuse. And we're going to hear that in the next clip. He used a lot of the white powder, so you'll hear that as well. And it was not premeditated. That's another one of his defenses, is that it wasn't premeditated. So I guess he was hoping for like a rage of passion. Rage of passion. You know, rage of passion, is that? I think that's the term. So anyway, so as we develop the story, we move along in the story, you're going to hear more and more about what caused this. So we're just we're telling the story for you guys, and then we're going to hear in his own words, and from his friends and family too. So let's get to that. This next clip is really good. This is about 11 minutes, and this reporter does a good breakdown, a good overview of everything. So let's check this out.
First on Fox 5, a Jailhouse interview with a rising TikTok star accused of double murder. Now, we want to warn you, the emotionally charged interview may be inappropriate for younger viewers. Now, you'll recall in October, a man and woman were shot to death in an East Village high-rise. The suspect is the woman's estranged husband. And he sat down with our Kelsey Christensen while he waits for court proceedings behind bars.
Ali Abulaban, husband, father, TikTok star, and also accused of double murder.
Did you kill her?
Don't ask me that. Don't ask me that.
He's referring to the deaths of his estranged wife Anna Abulaban and her friend Rayburn Barron. They were shot dead October 21st in an East Village high-rise. Prosecutors say just days prior, Anna kicked Ali out of their home. So he installed a listening device on their daughter's iPad and used it to spy on his wife.
Yeah, I was listening on the house with the iPad through my phone.
So when you heard Rayburn's voice, you went to...
I didn't recognize him. I didn't know who it was.
But what were you thinking?
I was freaking out. Oh my God, I caught her. Oh my God. There's a man. And then guess what? I hear nightmare. R&B music.
As you're driving to the apartment. What happens when you get to the apartment?
I go up and I see them.
What did you think? What did you think?
They were... Nothing. I didn't see that. I don't know. It was a blur. And I felt like I was on the passenger seat of my own body. But when I opened the door and saw who it was, broke my heart. And to see her kissing Ray on my couch, with his feet on my table, with my holding him. I'm running my apartment, my life, in the house that my daughter sleeps in, on the furniture that I put together. How do you expect a man to feel? Happy? Well, I guess that's the end of my marriage. No! That's my family!
Prosecutors say Ali confessed to both police and his mother that he killed his wife and Rayburn and accused his wife of cheating. Though at this time, prosecutors say Rayburn was just a friend.
I never admitted anything. Police say they have evidence against me. I don't know what that is.
So the prosecution says that you admitted to your mother that you did this, and then you pled not guilty. Can you explain that?
No, I can't.
Shortly after the shooting, Ali was arrested driving on the 15. Police say he had a gun and his 5-year-old daughter in the car.
She was with me when I got arrested.
Did you have a gun in the car?
I picked her up from school so that I could drop her off at a safe location at my dad's wife's brother, who lived an hour away. But police surrounded me on the highway.
Why did you pick her up?
I picked her up.
From school? Why did you pick her up from school?
Why wouldn't I?
But you picked her up early, correct?
Yeah.
Why'd you pick her up early?
Why wouldn't I?
Did you know what had happened?
About what?
Your wife being shot.
I'm the one who called the police. Reported it.
I know.
I found them. When I found them, my first instinct was to get my daughter for her safety. To drop her off at a safe location. I wasn't running away. I wasn't doing anything. I have nothing to hide.
What happened when you found them?
Ali says he, Anna, and their daughter moved to San Diego in February 2021. He talks fondly about their old life in Virginia.
So we owned a home in Virginia. We had the American dream. We have 2 cars. Our life is great. So I said, let me pick up another hobby.
That hobby is his TikTok personality, Jin Kid. He made videos impersonating violent characters and built quite a following, nearly 1 million fans. He crafted his online persona after his favorite film, character, and actor, Al Pacino's Tony Montana from Scarface.
I miss making my videos. I miss all everything. It's my craft. It's my baby. I love what I do. I wanted to be an actor. And I was right there. I was right there. The weekend before all this happened, I was in LA at the Comedy Store. I was talking to producers. I was about to have a talent agent. It was right there.
He says he and Anna grew apart after they settled in San Diego. He blames the move and their lifestyle choices for ruining their marriage.
That was part of the downfall because my wife brought us. She wanted me to move her out here with all her friends to a life where there's Taco Tuesday, Women Wednesday, Party Saturday, Bar Sunday.
Ali says Anna partied too much, but when we spoke to Anna's childhood friend and Ali's cousin, they painted a different picture.
He's a bad guy. There's nothing good about him. He's selfish. That's all I can say is selfish.
Pulls out like a full bag of cocaine, not like a little bag, a big bag. And we're like, what the hell? You know, are you trying to get us all in trouble? He goes, I'm Jin Kid. I can do whatever I want. Nobody can touch me. I'm Jin Kid, you know?
And Ali, your family says that your social media fame changed you. They say that you were doing cocaine, didn't really care about the consequences.
Nope.
Are they right?
That's false. My family doesn't know anything because they never cared.
I asked again about his cocaine use.
Do you think that made you snap? Do you think it changed you?
Yeah, it messed with my brain. It made me violent, made me like aggressive, you know? When I'm on it, yeah.
Prosecutors say Anna was planning to file a restraining order and that Ali has a history of domestic violence, something Anna's best friend confirms, even though Ali denies ever hitting Anna.
Were you feeling any remorse about this situation?
I'm broken, I'm devastated, I lost my wife. My goal was to just try to get a hold of my family. It was slipping through my fingers. I'm the loser here. I lost the love of my life. I lost the love of my life. Everybody I reached out to when I was going through this problem, when I couldn't get a hold of Anna. Dude, you gotta leave her. I know I gotta leave her, but I don't want to leave her. Dude, you're so handsome, you're famous on the internet, you can get any model. I know I can. I don't want to. I want my wife.
Could anyone else have Anna?
Huh?
Could anyone else have Anna?
Not while she's married to me.
And Ali is charged with 2 counts of first degree murder and faces life in prison. If convicted, the death penalty is also on the table. His next court date is set for next month. And his best friend Casey, who you just heard from briefly, was also friends with Rayburn Barron. That's the other victim. She's speaking publicly for the very first time since the shooting, and she paints a much different picture about Ali and Anna's relationship. We'll bring you her story tomorrow night right here on Fox 5.
A lot of different perspectives here that you're hearing, playing out throughout this case, Kelsey. Any indication why he spoke to us and what his lawyers had to say about him doing just that? Because it's not very often, especially somebody who's accused and about to, face a trial, hasn't even gotten to that point, would open up in this way.
Exactly, and we don't hear from folks, awaiting trial often. I asked myself the same question. I wrote him and I said, hey, we're doing a story about what happened. If you'd like to talk to us, we'd love to hear from you. He called back, and we were really surprised. And I asked him at the end of this interview. It was a very long interview, 45 minutes. And I said, does your lawyer know that you're speaking with us? And he said, yes. I said, what'd she say about that? He said, she told me not to talk to you. And I said, okay, all right, that's interesting. I said, so then why did you choose to talk to us if that's against the legal advice? And he said, I wanted to get my side out, as you heard. Very emotional there.
Yeah, certainly. And we heard some contrasting perspectives of exactly what happened, which is kind of the challenge when you run into this sort of thing. Did he try to straighten out his story a little bit? Did you find that throughout the interview, that he was, at first he talked about finding them and they were together in his house, and then later said that he found them, they had been shot when he got there.
Exactly, and I'm glad that you caught that, because as the interview progressed, the story starts to change. As you said, he said, I found them, I'm the one that called 911, and then he switches his story about 10 minutes later and says, I saw them on my couch, they're kissing on my couch, my house.
And now the whole thing, you hear the story and it's very intriguing, listening to the whole thing. I wonder, though, about his daughter. Did he tell you whether or not he's spoken to his daughter? Where is she now?
Yeah, so we did speak a lot about his daughter. She is actually with his family right now. There is a protective order, so he's not allowed to contact her. I asked him, what he thinks about at night when he goes to bed. His daughter and Anna. That was his answer. Okay,
so we heard from his cousin a couple of weeks ago, who gave one perspective of him. We now hear from Ali here, and then we're going to hear from a friend. That's tomorrow night, the next part of this story.
Yeah, and she was absolutely fabulous. They've been best friends for 15 years. They met in Japan. We'll hear all about that. Okay. So she has a great insight into who Anna was, and sounds like she was quite a beautiful person inside and out.
All right, much more on this story to come, different perspectives at that as well. Kelsey, thank you very much. Very insightful and interesting to hear all sides of the story. Thank you.
All right, so that was, as he said, all sides of the story. So that was obviously Ali's side of it. Ellen, you don't know anything about this case. Well, Ellen, grab some popcorn and settle in, because it's going to get even more and more crazy. So he was a TikTok star. You saw some of the videos that he did. He really did sound like Al Pacino in Scarface. He does this Pacino character from Scarface, and it's amazing. He if you close your eyes, it sounds just like him, and he even kind of looks like him too. So he created quite a following. He had a name for himself. It was like 1 million followers or something on TikTok. I mean, he was doing really well for himself, and I think the fame just got to him. He just wasn't able to handle it. One of those stories where he got too famous too quickly, too soon. It happens a lot in music, because, well, at least I know about it, because that was my choice of art and following. But actors, you hear about child actors, they're in their early, pre-teens, teens, all of a sudden they're like stars of movies, and everybody's screaming their names, and some people can handle it and some people can't. So I think he was one of those people that could not handle it. So all right, Stacy, instead of the ego takes the stand, it should be the psycho. Yeah, I know. In this case, well, we came up with this idea. We're just kind of sitting around thinking about, when trials are dead, they have their dead days, which is terrible to say, but that's what they say. Or dark days. That's what it is. When a trial is dark, right? And so we're just like, well, what can we do on these dark days when there is no trial, we're like, oh, what about a defendant? Like when these crazy defendants take the stand, like Jodi Arias and Sarah Boone and Robert Tellis and Ali Abulaban. What do we and I think originally it was just like the defendant takes the stand, and we were just kind of kicking ideas around, and then we're like, the ego. I mean, what makes somebody think that they can take the stand and actually win? Hey MG, I am here now watching what you and Chris are showing and feel more relaxed and happy to be here. Fantastic. All right, Snowcat Tish, Anna's sister's victim impact statement is the worst thing I've ever heard. Her pain still echoes in my head. Oh, we're gonna play that. I think we have sentencing, so we'll play that. We'll hear that. All right, let's continue on. Now this is the second part of that interview, as they just said. They just teased it, and this is going to be, I believe, her sister. I think this might be her sister.
Tonight we have part 2 of our.
All right, so this is actually going to be her friend. They were all in Okinawa. All right, so Anna and her friends, they were all there. Ali was stationed there. He was in the Air Force. He was an MP, military police. So he was in the Air Force in Okinawa. That's how he met. They met in 2014. So that's how those two met. And the gentleman in the middle with the white hat on with the Nike swoop, he is that's Rayburn. That's unfortunately he's the guy that was over, and that's the male voice that Ali heard on his daughter's iPad, who he had bugged. He put a listening device on his daughter's iPad. 5 years old. She was 5 years old. All right, so now we're going to get to a second interview.
Tonight we have part 2 of our reporting into a TikTok star accused of double murder. Ali Abulaban has been charged in the shooting deaths of his estranged wife and her friend in an East Village high-rise in October. We brought you Abulaban's emotional jailhouse interview yesterday, and you can watch that story on our website, fox5sandiego.com. Tonight you'll hear from the best friend of one of the victims, speaking publicly for the first time since the shootings and painting a different picture of Abulaban. Here's Fox 5's Kelsey Christensen.
It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
The pain of losing her best friend of 15 years is still so very raw for Casey Conroy. She still recalls getting the phone call that changed everything back in October.
I didn't believe it for a good hour. I didn't believe it. There was a shooting over in East Village, and I said, wait, you don't know? You don't know. I texted Anna immediately. This is 4 days before my birthday. Me and Anna were just talking. She just texted me, what are we going to do for your birthday in 4 days?
Casey didn't know yet her best friend Anna Abulaban and another mutual friend Rayburn Barrett were already dead. The suspect is Anna's estranged husband, Ali Abulaban, well known on TikTok for his impersonations of violent characters.
Antonio Montana.
Casey grew up with Anna. They both went to school on a U.S. military base in Japan. That's where they later met Ali 7 years ago.
Anna's such a genuine person. I went to high school with her, Did everything you did as a kid, homecoming, all that. Graduating, meet a couple people, I've been there when she's dated other people, met this guy.
Casey says Ali was in the military, but was later kicked out, something Ali confirmed when we spoke. She says she tolerated Ali for Anna's sake, but describes him as being obsessed with Anna.
I was calling her phone, calling it, and this is when she just started, dating Ali. He answers her phone. It was just really weird for me, because I was like, he's like, do you mind, Casey? And I was like, I'm sorry. I was calling Anna's phone. I didn't expect to talk to you, Ali.
You didn't like the guy.
I didn't really like him, and I told her, I'm here for you,
Casey speaking publicly for the first time since Anna and Rayburn's deaths, with Anna's family's blessing. She calls Anna a genuine and outgoing person who Casey considered family.
We're family. You could tell me anything. You're going through something. Whenever we need something outside of day life is crazy, like, we always go back to each other and say, hey man, you know, a little piece of home, like, relax, I got you.
She wants to tell Anna's story, particularly after watching Ali's Jailhouse interview, in which he blamed Anna's partying for their marriage falling apart.
This is completely false. This is completely false. He's all about the high life. He wants to be on his high horse. He talks over people. He interrupts people when he walks into groups. Talks about, do you have me on Instagram? I have a blue check on mine. Do you know who I am? Type of person.
Casey says Ali is aggressive and self-obsessed and recalls seeing him with a gun.
When we would be hanging out as a group of friends, Ali would get caught up, like I said, talking about himself. He would talk about, you know, like, oh, check out my blue check mark, this and that. And he would joke around because he carries his gun on him. He carries his gun on him wherever he goes.
Takashi, turn off the game.
Our friends are kind of like, you know, spiritual, hippie, we're, you know, save the earth. And he's over here, let's shoot up, you want to drive around here? Let's shoot up the place, yeah. And we're all like, what? No. And he's like, no, I'm just joking. We're like, Ali, that's not a joke, dude. Like, we don't joke like that.
Prosecutors say Ali was arrested with a gun in the car, along with their 5-year-old daughter, shortly after Anna and Rayburn were found dead. Now Ali waits behind bars to see how this all plays out in court, as both families grieve their loss. Casey remembers her best friend simply as a beautiful person inside and out. Kelsey Christensen, Fox 5 News.
All right. She, Anna, or he pronounces her name Anna. Her friends pronounce it Anna, so we're going to go with Anna. We'll honor her friends versus him. All right, so that's the backstory. Social media has ruined society, Snowcat says. I always say it's like a tool, right? The internet, TV, anything is like a tool. It's all how you use it, right? You can build a house with a hammer, or you could kill somebody with a hammer. Just like the internet, just like social media, just like anything. You know, you can make society better. Look at what we're doing right now. We're interacting with people all over the world. I would have never dreamt this, you know. Growing up, you know, I watched Star Trek and Star Wars and all that. So I'm like, ooh, you know, it could happen. But here we are literally talking to people all over the world. So it could be a very positive thing. But in his case, it turned into a very negative thing. So I think it's just all how you use it. And ultimately, it goes back to who you are as a person. You know, if you're solid inside, you can handle a lot of things. Most, 99.99% of the time, you can handle it. But if you're not solid inside, things are gonna get to you. Your ego will get the better of you. So, all right, here we go. Let's get to ego on the stand. Ali takes the stand. All right, so this is an hour long. So if you need to use the restroom, now's the time. If you need to go grab a snack, now's the time. Gretchen, I completely agree with the tool analogy. Yeah, Joanne. Yeah, I've been thinking about that. Kathy, I miss our more innocent world. Yeah. I would have those talks with my mom. I forget what it was about, what we were talking about. But I'm like, well, Mom, it's just like anything else. It's a tool. I forget. Maybe it was the internet. I think it was the internet. Because she'd always ask me, we're on the phone, and she's like, well, she'd ask me a question. I'd be like, hold on a second. Within like 5 seconds, I'd have the answer. She's like, oh, you're so smart. I'm like, no, Mom, I just know how to Google. So it's you literally have the Library of Alexandria sitting in your hand. It's all how you use it. Okay, enough of that. Let's get to him on the stand. So here he is on the stand, part 1, and it's only going to get more crazy from here. All right, so this is direct examination, and let's go.
Ali Abulaban.
Please spell both of those names.
ALIABULABAN.
Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. Abulaban.
Good morning.
I want to start off by asking you just some basic background information. How old are you, sir?
I just turned 32.
On October 21st of 2021, how old were you?
29.
And on October 21st of 2021, were you married?
I was.
Who were you married to?
Anna Marie Abulaban.
Did you and Anna have a child together?
We do.
And what is her name?
Amira Aliana Abulaban.
On October 21st of 2021, how long had you and Anna been married?
About 5 years, but we had been together in total for just short of 7.
So married 5 years, but together for almost 7.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to talk to you now. We're going to go sort of chronologically, okay? I want to talk to you about growing up in your household. We heard from your mom yesterday, and I want to hear from you about what it was like for you, okay? Who are your parents?
My father is Nasser Abulaban. My mother is Dalal Wara.
And that who, the law is who testified yesterday, is that right?
Yes,
Do you have siblings?
I do. I have an older half sister from a different mother. Her name is Amina. But from my parents, I'm the oldest. And then I have my sister Zainab, Sammy, Shireen.
Sammy is your brother.
Yes.
And you said that you are the oldest. In your household, growing up, Mr. Abulaban, as being the oldest son, does that have any particular significance?
In our culture, yes. However, in my household, I did not feel that I was held to that.
Okay, so let's back up just a minute. You said in your culture. What culture are you speaking of?
Middle Eastern, Arab culture.
Okay, so in that culture, what is the significance of being the firstborn son?
You're supposed to take place of your father. You're supposed to be the father when he's not there or at work or things of that nature. However, I was a lot more like my mother. And that posed a lot of problems.
So with that cultural aspect and then your own sort of experience, why did that pose problems that you were more like your mother?
As my mother had mentioned, very early on, we had this fear instilled in us that if we did something wrong, our father would find out. Or don't tell dad, things of that nature. So I wasn't sure why, but I was already scared of my father before I fully understood why. But part of having that fear was also part of what made me repulsed by wanting to be like him or not wanting to be like him. And I think it just kind of naturally bred into, we're just two different people.
When you talk about the fear of being, either your dad finding out, what are you talking about?
Could you bring your mic closer to you?
Oh, sure.
Please.
Can you hear me? Sorry. When you're talking about the fear that you had with your father finding out, what are you talking about?
Almost always, everything was an overreaction, in my opinion. Nothing was ever just a simple talking to. I mean, everything was just explosion, anger, chasing around the house, things of that nature.
Were you a victim of violence by your dad to you?
Yes.
Starting from about what age do you remember this happening?
I want to say like 10.
And in terms of the physical violence that began when you were about 10?
Maybe a little older, maybe about 11, 12.
And what sort of form would that take? What did that look like to you?
Most of the time, I wouldn't know why he's mad at me or what exactly but he would just grab whatever's nearby, throw it at me, strike me, vacuum cables, shoes, things like that.
Was there a time with the vacuum cable that you were left with significant injuries?
Yeah. Yeah. You want me to explain that?
Yes.
Okay. I had wanted my mother to purchase something for me, something that I really wanted. It was Star Wars related. I'm big into Star Wars, but he didn't like the fact that it was kind of childish in his mind. I think I was about 14, 15. And his response to me pestering my mother to purchase this for me, I think it was a Darth Vader helmet that changes your voice, was to grab the vacuum cable and whip me repeatedly. And when I say whip, you could hear you can hear it. And that was the worst pain I've ever felt physically. I literally would beg him to stop, and he's asking me, why are you fucking crying? Why are you crying? As he's whipping me, you know? But with my dad, he gets in these rages, he gets in these anger, but then he calms down, and then... I was just trying to get context. I don't think he knew how much he was hurting me, is what I'm trying to say. But then I went to school the next day, and I guess I was drawing on one of the papers, and the teacher had pulled the back of my collar. I guess I didn't know I had brown welts all over my back, and she asked me, who did this to you? And I said, in our culture, we don't rat on our families. We don't. So I had made some stupid excuse like, oh, I was running through the forest and a bunch of tree branches were hitting me, just something I could make up on the spot.
Okay. And that was when you were about 14 years old?
Middle school or freshman year of high school. So whatever old it was.
In addition to those sort of examples of physical violence, was there emotional abuse in your household?
To me?
To you?
Yes.
For instance, would you be yelled at a lot by your father?
Yes.
About what type of things would end up with you being yelled at?
Wanting to go out, hang out with my friends, being out too long, or if my friends were all spending the night at somebody's house, I was never allowed to. So I would always, vent my frustration of, how come they can do it? I can't, And he would constantly say things like, oh, I'm not going to raise my kids American. We're Muslim. Like we would say in Arabic, إحنا مسلمين, like we're Muslims. Sorry, that's Arabic. Well, it's Arabic, but it was IHNA MUSLIMEEN, which means we're Muslim. We don't do these things. We don't do these things. And that was very troubling for me because I'm first generation American. I wanted to be American. I wanted to be how my friends were.
So the type of emotional abuse then seems to be stemmed from kind of a push and pull in the household about you wanting to be American and him wanting you to remain traditionally Muslim?
Yes, and Arab.
And Arab. Okay.
They kind of go hand in hand a little bit.
What about verbal abuse?
The name calling. I mean, it's really just the name calling. It doesn't matter who's around. I don't think it would have been half as bad if he did it in private. But it's just no matter who's there, it's just like the way he would call me would startle me. I mean, he wouldn't say, "Hey, Ali, can we talk?" It's Ali. So I'd jump every day. Every time he called me, I would jump, and I naturally just have this reaction to just jump. And it always feels like I'm in trouble. And he would do it in front of my friends. He would talk shit about my friends. Look at your friends; they're so stupid, just like you. You're stupid. I mean, I don't know what he wanted from me. I don't know what it was he was looking for me, and that was very hard for me.
Did it feel, as you were growing up, that this was directed more towards you than maybe other children?
They had their own fair share of abuse for various other reasons, but in regards to me being the oldest, he would throw... See, my younger brother, Sammy, he's younger than me by a couple years, maybe 3. He would throw it in my face that because Sammy's more like him, that Sammy's what I should have been.
So Sammy was more like your dad.
100%.
And so you should be more like Sammy.
More so, he would brag about his relationship with Sammy to make it seem like, oh, look at me and Sammy versus me and you, kind of thing.
And when we're talking about witnessing violence, the whole spectrum of violence, emotional, physical, verbal, between your mother and your father, did you witness any of that?
Yes.
Can you kind of just paraphrase, tell us what it was that you remember seeing your father do to your mother?
Well, my father was the sole provider. He sometimes, my earliest memories, he had always worked 2 jobs. So when he came home, he was obviously stressed out. But my mom would do this thing where she would go, Dad's home, Baba's home, Baba's home. Baba means like dad in our, Baba's home, everybody. It's like, well, what the fuck do you want us to do about that? Like, we'd freak out. We'd run to our room. I don't know. But we later realized he would want things to be a certain way when he comes home. He would say the kids are too loud or dinner's not cooked properly, and next thing you know, he's chasing my mom around the house or insulting her, and yeah.
And this was witnessed by you?
Yeah, I used to sit on the couch and have my sister in my right arm and my little brother, and we would just like kind of cry, seeing them throw things around the house.
Do you remember a time where, as your mom testified yesterday, that she would run from him and try to hide in the house somewhere?
Yeah, one time she hid in our bedroom with us and locked the door, and he was just beating on it, like threatening to break it down. Just stuff like that.
And this, witnessing this happening to your mom, in your memory, how old were you when you first can recall this happening in your household towards your mom?
Less than 10.
And as far as you remember, how long did that go on towards your mom?
The physical stopped around, like she had said, around like the age of 40-ish. But the verbal never changed. So yes, in his defense, he has calmed down. He has become more religious, but I'm not sure that he realizes that the things he says are still.
I would just ask for the last portion to be stricken if I'm not sure he understands the things.
Basically, what's stricken is his father's belief.
So in your memory and what you have seen for yourself, the physical violence continued until she was in her 40s. Is that right? Or about 40?
No, yeah.
But sort of the verbal and emotional continued even up till now.
Yeah, even with us. I mean, in our adulthood.
Do you think that anything that you witnessed with this, the way your father would sort of say your name and you would jump, and the physical violence towards you, the physical violence towards your mother that you witnessed, do you think that that had any impact on you in the way that you conducted yourself in relationships with other men?
Yeah, I mean, because of the belittling, like, God forbid if I ever said I was a man in front of my dad. I mean, he's the man, he's the provider. Nobody can compete with him, and you know what I mean? I wasn't allowed to call myself a man. He would always degrade, oh, you don't work as hard as me. You just joke around and you want to do stupid things, and you're not my son, you're your mother's son. I mean, when you hear stuff like that, how do you expect yourself to be comfortable in your own skin as a man going out into the world? So I had a very big problem with anybody who's in a position of authority. Not police. I'm not talking about police. I'm talking about like teachers, professors, or even like my supervisors. If anybody was a manager of me, like, you know, we met Cliff the other day or yesterday. The guy is such a sweet guy, but I was so scared to even say hi to him. Good morning, sir. Like, I would think of ways to run past his, oh, look busy, you know, so I can just get past his office so I don't have to say hi. Just that level of anxiety just freaked me out, and it controlled me. It ruled me.
What about your relationships, not just with men, but in romantic relationships?
Well, another thing in our culture, we're not really allowed to date. So that wasn't really a thing. I consider Anna to be my first real relationship.
You talked about that your dad would get upset about you kind of joking around. Was joking and making people laugh, was that a big part of who you were as an adolescent?
Yeah, that's how. So like I lacked a lot of social skills. I didn't know how to, the process of meeting somebody and opening up slowly. I'm kind of just like I would regurgitate everything about me all up front. You know what I mean? But I had noticed that through, doing voices or imitating things, cartoons or things that people like, they would like me in turn. And so I kind of just stuck with it, and it helped me feel like of some value.
This sort of approach to your life of trying to make people laugh and trying to fit in that way, did it also cause you problems?
Yeah, I kept getting in trouble in school. Just the outbursts or being the class clown. But also, I at the time, I didn't know when enough is enough or when somebody's not laughing. So I have gotten, beat up a couple times.
In school?
Yeah.
Okay. Was that something that led to, you said beat up, a physical fight in school?
Yeah.
And that was something where was an example of you not knowing when to stop when people aren't laughing?
Yeah, because to me, it's like, I don't see how somebody could be offended by what I'm trying to do or how I'm presenting myself. But again, that goes with like experience of looking at things from other people's perspectives, which I didn't have at the time. So
you talked just a moment ago about being in school and having outbursts and things like that. Do you recall a time when you were in high school that you went to see a doctor?
yeah, for ADHD.
Right, for ADHD.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And can you describe for us sort of the symptoms that you were experiencing during this adolescent time period that later was diagnosed as ADHD?
Well, I mean, the common theme was, when you get your like report cards, there's like a little comment on the side by the teacher, like failure to pay attention, failure to complete assignments, things like that. So we noticed a pattern, and I think we had heard something about ADHD on TV or something like that, and it kind of resonated a little bit that maybe I might have that. So.
And did you get medication from the doctor?
Yeah. So they made my family fill out like a questionnaire about how their evaluation of me, and then I did one of myself, and then they prescribed me, I believe it was called Vyvanse, 75 milligrams, I think.
And did you take that medication as prescribed for some period of time?
I did.
And if you can recall, what sort of impact did that medication have on you?
In the beginning, it was like a miracle. I mean, I was full of energy. I'm like fully in the moment. I started doing chores around the house just purely because I had extra energy, and I felt more in the moment. Yeah.
When you were having those feelings of, what was described as ADHD, describe for us what that felt like in you.
Somebody would tell me something, and I'd be like, yeah, I get it, totally get it. I go to sleep, wake up the next day, it's like I never had that conversation. Wouldn't be able, I'd get bored easily, just like I would start doodling instead of doing the assignment, I was very heavily into video games because it allowed me to kind of just zone out, not focus on the world around me, just zone out into the game, I guess just like my situational awareness was not there.
In this sort of time period, you said you took the medication, but then at first it made you feel very focused and sort of on track, but then did something else happen with the medication after you continued to take it?
Yeah, I started to form a dependency on it. At the time, I was working as a cashier at Best Buy, and I had forgotten to take the pill in the morning. And I don't know why, but it was like this devastation, this feeling like, oh my God, I cannot operate. I remember a family came up to the register. They had a cart full of stuff. I couldn't even type my password I was just bugging out. I looked crazy. I'm just like, my manager had to come in and be like, hey, move aside. Even the family's like, what's wrong with this guy? You know, just because I couldn't take that pill, I no longer was able to like function properly.
So you stopped taking the medication?
Not yet. I had continued just a little bit longer, and then it wasn't until my family noticed I had stopped talking. I would just sit down like a statue, not do anything, not moving. And yeah, my dad was like, he took the whole pill, and just, the whole bottle, and just dumped it. He's like, you're not taking that shit anymore. So.
In addition to the ADHD symptoms that you were feeling, do you recall feeling during this time period of early adolescence into early adulthood, any other things that now you believe were related to your mental health?
Yes. So I think at every stage, whether it's middle school, high school, I experienced to some extent, whether I knew it or not at the time, I experienced a disassociation with the rest of. I kind of felt like people were able to do things that I wasn't allowed to do, kind of like just the way they would describe their relationships with their parents. Like they would joke like, I could curse at my dad and it's cool, you know, it's like, oh, I could do whatever the fuck I want. My dad's not going to say shit to me. And I'm like, my dad will kill me. So I was like, I can't do that stuff, you know? So I always felt like, well, how come it seems like everybody else's parents are so much cooler, you know? But it also, mental health wise, it felt like I wasn't able to interact the same way they were. I felt like I was behind.
Behind, like socially, or behind in the way you were able to, you said interact, so.
Both. Well, it's like I noticed that certain friends that I had known for a while, they'd start dating, and I would ask questions like, well, wait a minute, when was I supposed to start doing that? Like, did I miss that mark? Or they would do sports, and I'm not into sports. So I would always be hard on myself. Like I would have this like, kind of like my dad's voice in my head for when he's not there. I would hear like, oh, Ali, you're stupid. You're not like them, you know, things like that.
During this time period, you described playing video games a lot, but were you also doing creative things, making videos yourself during this time period?
I think before the whole social media craze, we had a video camera, so I would do stuff like that with like my sisters and brothers. We would reenact things. So.
Do you remember as you were doing that, feeling particularly euphoric or high during those moments?
I literally felt like that was the only thing I'm good at. Like, and especially because of the responses I would receive from people. Oh, you're so good at that. You're funny. You know, that's what I was craving. It's like a little bit of a. I don't need like recognition. I don't need praise. I just wanted to feel like I have something. I feel valuable. You know.
Did you suffer, as you look back now, were there times when you were growing up and into adolescence and early adulthood that you remember feeling symptoms of depression?
Yeah, I mean, I constantly struggled with the idea, like, what is it that I'm doing wrong in regards to, you know, being with, like, my relationship with my father. He always had something to say about everything that I did. Oh, you don't work hard enough. Okay, well, now I'm working. Okay, well, you don't pay me enough. You don't help me with the bills enough. Oh, okay, well, how much do you want? These are... Sorry. I mean, these are real conversations. So,
And so when you're looking back and thinking about sort of these symptoms that you associate with your father saying these things to you, sort of these belittling and name calling things, do you think that this led to feelings of insecurity within yourself?
100%.
And insecurity in where you stood in the world? Do you understand what I mean by that?
Yeah, especially after I graduated high school, a lot of my friends were taking a break, you know, like maybe a year period to not jump into college. I wanted to do that. I wasn't allowed to. I mean, I was dragged to the nearest community college and forced to sign up. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I didn't know what I was good at. I never researched into it. I mean, I didn't know what to do with my life, to be honest.
Did you notice insecurities within your relationships with friends and family members?
Yes. I would try to be like them. Like, let's say if they wanted to smoke weed, for example. I necessarily never really liked doing it, but when I did do it, I noticed it wouldn't affect me the same way that it would affect them. They'd laugh, they'd get the munchies, they're joking, they're playing guitar. Me, I'm just berating myself in my mind, completely disassociated. I can't even focus on a conversation. I'm saying mean things about myself. I'm judging myself. It's like it increases the anxiety. It increases all those social insecurity.
At some point, Ali, you just mentioned that you were dragged to the nearest community college, but you did not stay long in community college. Is that right?
No, I couldn't focus.
And you ended up joining the military. Is that correct?
Yes.
Do you have a binder that's got like a pink cover? Okay. If you could go ahead and open that up for me, please.
Okay.
The very first photo that you see in there, do you recognize that photo?
Yeah.
And is it marked D1?
Yes.
What do you recognize that photo to be?
That is me on the flight line of Kadena Air Base in uniform.
That's not the photo you saw. Hold on 1 second, sorry. I'm not sure why this is not. There we go. Sorry about that, everyone. You can show you my swimsuit photo. Okay. So here we are. Is this the photo you have in front of you?
Yes.
And you mentioned that this is you on the Kadena Air Force Base on the runway. Is that what you said?
Yeah, where the planes land. We had a festival.
How old were you, Ali, when you joined the military?
21, but I think I was 22 in this picture.
Was there some sort of how is it that you ended up joining the military?
So I was obviously in my early 20s, still living with my dad. The same routine of me not having any motivation, not knowing what to do with my life, going from job to job. I mean, my father and I, we had started getting physical, and he would get into the habit of kicking me out and then pulling me back in, kicking me out. You know, I'd go to one of my aunts, and he'd yell at my aunt, "Don't let him stay at your house." I have no choice but to come back. You know, so it's just this. Can I give you a quick rundown how I joined the military?
So we were talking about during this time period before joining the military, you were living with your father, and it sounds like things were getting worse in that relationship.
Yeah, I realized I have to remove myself from that home.
And so ultimately you decided to join the military, is that right?
Yes.
Did you have to do some sort of basic training for it?
Yes. So after I took the ASVAB, went through MEPS, which is Military Entrance Processing Station. I was stationed to San Antonio, Lackland Air Force Base for basic military training.
Part of your military training, did that involve the use of firearms?
So during basic training, no matter what your job is, there is a week where you do live fire training. It covers everything from weapons handling, proper handling, weapon safety, and basic military strategy.
Was this for all sorts of different firearms, like handguns and then like larger guns?
Yes, anything from Beretta M9 pistol to M4A1, which is a semi-automatic rifle, to the M245 Bravo or 249 Bravo. It's a machine gun. It's huge. Yeah.
After that sort of military training, the boot camp sort of experience, what happened from there? Where did you go with the military?
So once we all graduated and became airmen, everybody would be stationed to a base that is respective to where they would learn their job that they specifically were there for. So basic training is not about your job. It's about just being an airman, being in the military, breaking you down and building you back up. So everybody else got to go to all these cool bases, but me, I had to take 2 left turns on a bus, and I was right there at the police academy.
Was that something that you chose, or was that chosen for you to go to the police academy?
I initially wanted to go into Intel because I knew, like my father, I'm good at IT, information systems, computers. But he had told me that the waiting period would be over a year. But because of the circumstances at home, I didn't have that time. So I had asked him, I said, what's going to get me in right now? And he looked at me and he went, you want to be a cop? I said, sign me up.
So that's how you ended up at the police academy for the Air Force.
Yes.
How was there special training associated with being a military police officer?
Yes.
Was that more firearms training?
Not exclusively. I mean, most of it follows, it goes through different phases. Initially, you learn law enforcement procedures, basic traffic stops, canine handling, what to look for, to see if somebody's armed or things of that nature. Just, it puts you into the mindset of what police officers look for on a day-to-day basis. Weapons training is a part of it, but it's not the sole purpose of being a police officer.
At some point, you ended up going from the police academy to Japan. Is that right?
So once I completed tech school, that's what we call it, tech school. Once I completed that and I got my badge, I was stationed to Kadena Air Base, Okinawa, Japan.
In Okinawa, you were at a time, was this a good time for you? Did you feel like you were fitting in the military?
Initially, it was beautiful. It was amazing. I mean, the culture, the people, all that, everything was beautiful. I was proud to be in the military. I'm still proud of my service. Things started to go, I started to fall behind.
Fall behind in what sense?
When you join basic training, right? When you're in basic training, everything is done together. Everybody is at the same place at the same time. You eat at this time. Everything's scheduled. So nobody can fall behind. But once you get to your career path, once you're on the job, well, now you're standing with people who are like 3-4 degrees rank higher than you. And I don't know if I should stand at attention, or I don't know if I'm allowed to talk to this person because of his rank. So the social anxiety started to kick in, and I just shut down because I didn't know who I could talk to or who I wouldn't, because in basic, you're not supposed to talk to staff sergeants. They're the ones yelling at you like, move, 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 you know? But now people are just shooting the shit with them. And so I didn't process that I too could do that.
So when you started to fall behind, was that in sort of socially within the military ranks falling behind?
Yeah, I noticed some of the guys that I went through basic training with, they eased in so easily, and they're best friends, and I kind of beat myself up about that. I'm like, why can't I do that, you know?
At some point, did you begin to drink heavily in the military?
Yes. I'm not a fan of drinking, but I had picked it up because it helped me sleep better. It helped me we worked very long hours in the military, 12 hours a day, sometimes overtime. But I picked up drinking because I didn't have anything else to do. I was alone.
At some point, did you meet a man named Sean Torres?
Yeah.
How did you know Mr. Torres?
I knew of him because he was at the same job in the same squadron we were at, but on a different shift. We didn't work on the same shift. We didn't see each other every day. So, but anybody who's not married or is below a certain rank, we all have to live at the barracks, which are like dorms. So, I mean, I would see him go from the parking lot to the dorms here and there.
Did the two of you, at this time, where you're just sort of seeing him, did you ever socialize together?
He approached me the first time. I was at this section right next to the dorms called the smoke pit, where, I used to smoke. And I was smoking, and Sean gets out of a car with two women, which I later learned to be Anna and Julia. And that was the first time I'd ever seen Anna, and it affected me.
Did you know from seeing them together or from a later interaction that they were together in a relationship, Anna and Sean?
I kind of put two and two together because I had seen her with him quite frequently go from the parking lot to his dorm, But also I had a friend named Henderson who he prided himself in knowing the scoop of what's going on with everybody. So he had told me that was Sean's girlfriend.
At some point, after this sort of initial recognition of Sean and Anna and Julia, were there times when you would go out socially with this group of people?
No. So that's I was not part of their group. So the first, can I elaborate more on when Sean approached me, the first time I interacted with him?
Well, let me stop you there for just a second. Okay. So it sounds like you described for us seeing Sean and Anna while you were at the smoke pit.
Right.
And did you and Sean talk at that moment?
So the first time I saw them, they just walked. But again, when that happened another day, he saw me, did like an about face, turned and followed me with Anna. And he came to smoke a cigarette with me just to chat with me. Yeah. He shared some advice.
And so back to whether there was a time where socially you went to bars or parties or things like that with Sean or Sean and Anna.
No, I was doing that on my own with my buddy Henderson. I only had one friend. I had two friends, but I hadn't met him yet. So it was me and Henderson. We were both single guys. We wanted to go dress up nice and go to the club, During that conversation with Sean, I had told him, I said, hey man, I see you with a lot of friends. I'd like to hang out with you guys because I'm new to this island. He's like, yeah, don't worry, we'll get you in. But he never invited. So it never happened.
So they had sort of their own group. You were not a part of that. No. You did not go out with them.
No, I didn't.
You went out to bars and clubs with your friend Henderson.
Correct.
Were there times that you were out with Henderson that you saw Sean and Anna together?
Yes, so we were at this club called Psycholo. We were there first. We had our own table and everything. And then next thing you know, Sean's entourage comes in. Julia was there, Anna was there, a couple other women, a couple other guys. And that was when I had, told Henderson, I'm like, oh, hey, that's her. Like, I had told him that I had seen her and that I thought she was very beautiful. And he's like, that's Anna, bro. That's everybody wants to get with her. Don't even try it,
And so
I wanted to say hi to them. So we eventually walked up to the group.
So this night, you remember you were at the bar first, they came later, and you walked up to Anna. Did you introduce yourself?
I didn't walk up to Anna, I walked up to Sean.
Did you at some point end up dancing with Anna this night?
Yeah, so when I spoke to Sean, I was hanging out with them, just trying to be cool with them. I saw it as an opportunity to be friends, and he had recommended that I go talk to Julia, saying that she's single, and I tried. It didn't go well. So I came back and was talking to Sean again. He's like, hey, do you like dancing? And I'm like, yeah. He's like, Anna loves to dance. Go dance with her. My red alarms was going off. I'm like, this sounds like a setup, But Anna had already grabbed me and pulled me to the dance floor. So,
were there times after this night that you would hang out with this group socially?
No. Oh, well, with Sean?
Yes, with Sean.
No.
At some point, you learned that Sean had left the military. Is that right?
I didn't learn it when it happened because, like I said, he's on a different shift. He wasn't that involved in my life. I actually learned that once I started talking to him. But yes, I learned he was discharged for DUI and getting arrested off base.
So when at some point you saw Anna alone on base?
Yeah, I was. So part of the duties is security forces. So that's the official title of what we are, security forces, which is military police. When you're a low ranking, as I was only an E2, we start off as gate guards. We check IDs on the military installations, make sure, we salute officers. We make sure whoever's entering the base is allowed to enter the base. Well, one day, Casey, who you've seen here, she pulls up to the gate with Anna. And this is the first time I had seen Anna since that dance, and that was quite some time. And I had gotten excited. I was like, "Hi, Anna." And she looked at me kind of like, "Do I know you?" So I thought that was weird. But yeah, I saw her. I asked for their IDs. I noticed hers was expired by 2 years, which is pretty extensive.
Hers being Anna's?
Anna's military, it was like a dependent card, meaning one of her relatives has to be in the military. It was expired. And at that point, we have to pull them over, confiscate the ID, and it issued them a citation. But yeah, I wasn't going to do that to her. But I saw it as an opportunity. So I said, "Hey, can you please pull over for me?" And they're like, "Are you fucking serious?" Like, they didn't expect me to do that. I went back, I grabbed my ticket book, and I wrote my phone number, and I gave it to her.
At some point, did you and Anna begin communicating?
Yeah, after some time, I received a friend request on Facebook. And it didn't click at the time, because I didn't know her whole name. That it was her. It says Anna, her last name was Macedonio at the time. You want me to spell that? Okay. Anna Macedonio would like to add you as a friend. And I was working, I was in the truck next to the plane, and I'm ecstatic. I'm like, "Oh my God, it's Anna, she's adding me." So, yeah.
After that ad, did the two of you begin communicating over Facebook or Skype?
Well, it started off on Facebook. At the time, for some reason, I thought it would be better if we started talking through video chat on Skype. So we started doing that daily.
This was before the two of you were sort of in any sort of official defined relationship. Is that right?
No, we were just talking. We were just enjoying every moment of it. It was just, I didn't really care to think of what it was at the time because I was in such a dark place. I was very lonely. I had even called my dad one time and played with the idea of doing the traditional Arab marriage. I figured I really needed a partner. And it was around that time, and she popped up at like the perfect time.
You described for us just now feeling really lonely and you were in a bad place this time in the military. Was there something that was going on with you besides being lonely? Did something happen?
Well, first of all, the squadron, our shift is supposed to be like a family. Well, I had learned that there was a house party that I was not invited to. But one of the guys who told me, he's like, just come, dude. You work with us. Just come, you know? And I show up, and I see one of my staff sergeants sitting down. You know, everybody's in normal civilian clothes. This is just a party. And a couple buddies of mine that I went to work with every day. And I sat with them. I had a beer in my hand. And it had been really troubling me as to like, why am I not fitting in? What's wrong with me? So I said, hey, Staff Sergeant, can I ask you a question? He goes, sure. I was like, why does it seem like nobody likes me? And he goes, you want the truth? And I'm like, fuck, what did I get myself into? I'm like, yeah. It's because you're a terrorist. You're a terrorist, Abulaban. And then my buddies are just like, fucking party. I felt like it was like a disc jockey. Like, the whole party just stopped. They all heard that shit. I was ice cold, man. I didn't have any words. I just got up and walked out. It was humiliating.
Do you think, is that something that you'd experienced in the military given that you were Arab?
Yes. I was one of the only Arab Americans in the military. So I guess in that culture, you know, the military culture, it's people from all over the country. Some from the south, to the north, west, whatever. I noticed that in order for me to feel like I'm bonding with them, I had to allow them to make fun of my race. They had to call me Arab or Bin Laden, or I had to allow those things in order to it also had an impact on the support of my family joining the military. Would you like me to go into that?
Just leave that there.
Okay.
You mentioned at this time in the military there was a lot of sort of poking fun at being Arab and being calling related to that. Did that extend to other races within the military?
Yeah. I mean, but not as bad, I don't think, because they're very big on community. None of that is, so it's called hazing. If you harass or joke or you play pranks that are too extreme, it's called hazing. It used to be very prevalent in the military, but they put an end to that. So anything that's considered making somebody feel less than equal is considered hazing. But I felt like I was the only race that they didn't really care, like, to enforce that.
You and Anna continued to talk over Skype and message over Facebook for about how long before you had like a first date?
2 months.
And during this time, was this a time where you and Anna would talk and just kind of get to know each other?
Yeah, we would. Well, I would work days, so we would work after we would talk after I'm done with work, and we would talk into the middle of the night until we'd fall asleep together on the Skype.
I'm going to show you. Do you see Defense 2 in the book in front of you?
Yes.
Okay, do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Is this the same photo that is that you're looking at as defense, marked as Defense 2?
It also says B on it. Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
In here it says B, but
But is that the same photo?
it's the same photo. Yes, D2.
And this is you and Anna?
Yeah, we were at a country bar.
Is this in Japan?
Yes, we were playing pool.
Was this photo, if you know, was this photo taken after the two of you kind of officially were dating?
Yes.
How would you describe, in these sort of early days when you look back at this photo, how would you describe your relationship with Anna initially when you two first got together? Like together and like you were officially boyfriend, girlfriend?
It was perfect when it was her and I talking, or we would spend time together alone, or we would talk on Skype or on the phone. We really resonated with each other. Very early on, she wanted to introduce me into her friend group, which is a lot of the people we've seen. And I was very early on met with a lot of resistance. Casey, for example, she's like, "What are you doing? That's not Sean, Anna. You're still with Sean. Like, you're Sean's girl." But these are the types of things that I'd have to deal with just to spend time with this person in my life that I'm so enthralled with, that I wanted to spend every moment with her. And she seems like she wanted to, but she also had a life that was somewhat that I wasn't accustomed to, this social partying drugs thing.
So let me back up just a little.
Sure.
During this time, when you and Anna first began dating, were you aware that she was married to Sean?
No.
And so when her friends would say things like, "You're still Sean's girl," did you understand what they meant by that?
I took it as girlfriend, like.
But you were aware that Sean was not around anymore. He'd gone back to the United States.
No, she had told me, these are her exact words. He abandoned me. He got kicked out of the military. He was supposed to get her a visa, but he ended up going back with his ex-girlfriend in Pasadena. So she felt abandoned, she said.
And so it was clear to you that at least Cassie and maybe some of the other girlfriends really liked Sean and wanted Anna to be with Sean and not you.
Yeah, because that was their entourage at first. And then now it's kind of seemed like Anna was replacing Sean with me, in a sense.
Did that stop you and Anna from dating?
No.
Did that stop you and Anna from spending more time together and getting to know each other more?
No.
You mentioned that Anna had a different lifestyle that you weren't accustomed to, and then you said partying and social stuff and drugs. Is that right?
Yes.
Was Anna at this time a very social, outgoing person?
She had this grace about her, just energy, she was very comfortable in her own skin. And I really admired that because I was never comfortable in my own skin.
In conjunction with sort of this idea of who she was and how she presented herself, were there a lot of drugs associated with Anna and her lifestyle at this time?
Wasn't as bad. At the time, well, they were smoking weed, which is fine. But I later learned that they were popping this cough and cold medicine called Triple C, Corsetin. They were abusing it, taking 8 to 16 pills a day, and it just puts you in this trance-like state. And so there was things that I was cautious of, things that I.
So there were things that you were starting to learn about Anna and her group that you just described as feeling you were cautious about.
Yeah, I felt like, well, her friends, first of all. I didn't choose to look at them as obstacles. That's just how they present themselves. It's like there would be days where me and Anna would have this great day. But then next day I'm at work and she's texting me, she's like, how do I know you're not just like other military guys and just going to leave me as soon as they station you somewhere else? I'm like, Anna, who's putting this in your head? Well, I was talking to Casey. These are the things that they would fill her head, and it just makes my job harder because I'm not the one giving her those vibes. I'm the one we're talking about, like, the future. And I think the types of conversations Anna and I would talk about was like, what do we see for the future beyond what are we going to do this weekend? What club are we going to go to? What bar are we going to do? What do we want to do? Like, and those were very beautiful, intimate moments.
When Anna's friends came into this trial and they testified, they talked about what they described as very controlling behavior that they witnessed from you towards Anna, and for some of them, you towards them. Do you recall those witnesses that testified?
I do.
When you look back, Ali, in that relationship at the time, do you see in yourself things that could be interpreted as controlling behaviors?
Yes.
Things like the things that they testified, like where are you going? What are you doing? Who are you talking to? Do you remember hearing them say things like that?
I do.
And so when you heard that, and thinking back to what was happening in your relationship with Anna at the time, explain to us what that was.
Keep in mind, I work 5 days a week, 12 hours, if I'm lucky. So I had no control over what Anna's doing during the day or who she's hanging out with. So I was never telling her what she can and can't do. The controlling part that I think that they are referring to is when we would go out to these clubs. I was just trying to answer.
It's okay. Next question. You heard them testify about things that you said and things that you did, that they say that they observed. Is that right?
Yes.
And in your memory of going back, don't speculate about what you think they thought.
No.
Talk about what the things were that you were doing with Anna or saying to Anna that they may have witnessed.
That's what I was just going to do. I was just going to say, there would be times when we're at a bar or at a club and it's 3 or 4 in the morning and I would verbally say things like, you know, hey Anna, do you think maybe we can call it a night, you know, because I'd like to hang out with you before I have to go back to work. You know, I'd like to hang out one-on-one, you know, maybe talk in bed or something, you know, something like that, something intimate. They would get mad at me. Wow, let her, you know, why are you such a party pooper? It's like, it's 3 in the morning, you know? I have to go back to work at 8 in the morning, you know, it's like.
And in the way you're describing it right now, you're using a voice that sounds kind of calm and easygoing, but when you look back, do you recall using like a level of voice or a tone of voice that was maybe a little bit more authoritative, commanding?
Yes. To Anna, yes. I would be like, hey, because in the beginning I would suggest it, but then it got to the point where I was like, all right, Anna, come on, it's time to go.
Were you getting frustrated?
Yeah.
We heard, in addition to witnesses testifying about those controlling behaviors, we heard from several witnesses who described seeing physical control and violence from you to Anna in the military. There were some general conversations about, seeing pushes and slaps and things like that, and there was a very specific incident that led to your discharge. Do you recall hearing testimony about that?
So those are two different things, but yes, for the first thing about like me pushing her friends. Is everything okay?
I'm sorry.
Everything okay?
Yeah, it was just some distracting noise. Go ahead.
So as far as the friend saying I pushed him, I don't recall these things.
Slapping.
Her friends?
Slapping Anna.
I would never do that in public. I never did that.
If there were times later in your relationships where you put your...
I have, yes, but I never did that in public.
Let me finish my question.
Sorry.
There were times later in your relationship where you put your hands on Anna. Is that right?
Yes.
There were times that you punched her?
Yes.
There were times that you pushed her?
Yes.
Yes?
Yes.
There were times that you maybe shoved her?
Yes.
And that was focused in San Diego. Is that right?
Yes.
So when you were talking just now about things that you did in distinguish between public and private, those things happened. Is that right?
In San Diego?
In San Diego.
Yes.
In your home. Is that right?
Yes.
Apartment.
Yes. Yes.
We are talking right now. We'll get to all of that.
Okay.
But right now we are talking about in Japan.
Yeah.
And at that time in Japan, you just told us that's not something you would do in public. What do you mean by that?
I didn't mean that it's something I condone. I'm just saying that they did not witness anything like that.
Because it didn't happen?
In public.
Did you put your hands on Anna?
Oh, no, not in Japan, no.
So you denied the things that you heard them say, pushing, slapping, leaving handprints on Anna in Japan. Is that right?
Correct.
Now, we know that there was an incident that led to, or I guess a couple of different incidents that led to you being discharged from the military. Is that right?
Yes.
And it stems from a single evening. Is that right?
Yes.
And that was, that occurred in August of 2015. Does that sound right?
Yes.
So I want to walk through what happened on that night. Can you explain to us how the evening started?
Anna had gotten a part-time job at this local bar right outside of the base called Chaos. She was a bartender. So in order to hang out with her, I would hang out there frequently. But we're talking about this night specifically?
Yes.
So they had a special party. It was called a foam party, where they had machines blowing suds and water. The floor is soaking wet. I wasn't prepared for this. I was wearing my sneakers and they were soaking wet. Emerald also was helping out that day for the party. So I had been drinking. There were lots of shots of different kinds, tequila. Yeah, I wasn't very drinking savvy to know like what you don't mix. There was also this Japanese beverage called the Chuhai, which is like a Alka-Seltzer alcohol beverage. I was drinking that while taking shots, and next thing you know, I am spinning. I can't even see straight without the feeling of wanting to throw up. So I just naturally lay my head down on a table.
Were you alone at this point at the table, or was somebody else with you at the table?
I believe there was somebody sitting to the left of me, but I don't know. But Anna was working, Emerald was working. Those are who I was hanging out with. My buddy Kalen was there too, but he was talking to this girl. So it was just me. And next thing you know, the boss of the owner of the bar is freaking out. Get him out of here, this is embarrassing. He's yelling at Anna, get him out of here, this is embarrassing, blah, 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 blah. So Anna assists me to get up and leave the place. Emerald, also assists me. So I can barely walk, because if I lift my head, I feel like I'm going to throw up. So Anna had my right arm, Emerald had my left arm. We had to go down a flight of steps that were no grip, just pure tiles. And even the sidewalks in Japan is like maroon, brick-colored tiles, very smooth, no grip. And I slipped forward. And I pulled Anna with me, and she hurt her knees.
Did you take Emerald down?
No, I fell off of Emerald. So I kind of just fell like this.
Did you push Anna down the stairs?
No, we were past the stairs. This is just on the sidewalk. I slipped, and I brought down Anna with me.
So you denied pushing her down or dragging her down to the ground that night?
No. I mean, I deny it, yes.
You did you ever hit Emerald or swing at her at any point at this point?
No, so when that happened, I apologized. I'm like, I'm sorry, Anna, I'm sorry. She's like, what the hell? That hurt, blah, 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 blah. Emerald started screaming, you pushed her. And Anna's like, stop, Emma, shut up, stop. Keep in mind, there's a group of military people coming in and out of this bar. I mean, this is a busy street. And next thing you know, it goes from you pushed her to you hit her. And next thing you know, there's this group of guys walking up to me like, hey, what's going on? I'm like, no, she's my girlfriend. She slipped. They didn't want to hear it. Next thing you know, I'm getting my ass beat by 5 or 6 dudes. I'm talking just left, right. I don't know, left, right, up, down. Every time I get up, they were slamming me on the ground. I mean, I was swinging back to the best of my abilities. But I was so disoriented. I didn't know what was going on. So now there's this whole scene. And I'm talking about 5 or 6 guys. And it's not an exaggeration. Next thing you know, I guess at some point, there was a couple, an African-American couple. And the woman pulls out her phone with the flash, and she starts filming. She goes, World Star, which is like basically what people scream to instigate a fight. And Anna goes, stop, you're going to get them in trouble. And she grabs, Anna's a sweetheart. She doesn't think like, don't do that, But she covered her phone camera. And the girl goes, bitch, get the fuck off me, and punches her right in her fucking face. And I saw this. And I look at her, I'm like, don't you fucking touch her, bitch. And that's when her boyfriend was like, hey, that's my girl, homie, blah, 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 blah. And boom, now guy number 7 is beating the shit out of me. So it was a whole fucking thing. I don't know.
Sustain. Next point. The answer will stand in this question.
So this has now occurred where there was a fight. You have been being beaten up by 5 or 6 men. There is an incident with Anna and a woman recording it, where Anna gets hit by this woman after Anna touched her phone or tried to cover her phone. And the next thing you know, that girl's boyfriend is now in the melee. Is that right?
That's correct.
What happened next?
At this point, it's too chaotic. My shirt was completely torn off. I mean, I was a mess. I managed to run to my car, which was literally right there. I opened the door, and I'm trying to get the key in the ignition, and these guys opened all 4 doors. I'm literally getting punched from all seats of the car, all 4 doors of the car, and my blood is splattering on the steering wheel. At this point, they backed off a little bit. And I'm looking at Anna, I'm like, come on, get in the car, let's get the fuck out of here, come on. And Emma's like, don't you fucking get in that car. And Anna's just like, what should I do? So Anna hops in the passenger seat. Next thing you know, Emerald hops in the back seat. And this guy that I had never seen the whole night, I knew who he was. His name's Jackie. He's also in the Air Force.
Let me stop you there. Is that Jacoria Sims who came in and testified at the trial?
Yeah, he identified me. He introduced himself as Jackie. That's what we call him.
So then what happened after now the car has you in the driver's seat?
I'm in the driver's seat. I'm trying to leave.
Anna's in the front passenger seat?
Yes.
And in the back now is Emerald and
Jacoris. I'll call him Jacoris.
What happened next?
So I notice Emma's there. And keep in mind, in my mind, I'm thinking she started this. Like, you have the audacity to hop in my car and say, take me home? And then who the fuck's this guy? Where the fuck did he go? I'm like, get the fuck out of my car. I'm screaming. I'm raging. I'm blacked out drunk. Get the fuck out of my car. He gets out of the car. She gets out of the car. He slams the car. It almost felt like it wanted to shatter the window, right? In my anger, I hopped out of the car. I was like, don't fucking slam my door. I walk up to him with my fist raised. I go to take a swing. I slip again. I slip in front of everybody. Everybody's laughing. I never touched it. I never even got close enough to make contact with them. I slipped and fell. It was embarrassing. At that point, Anna got out of the car. I hopped in the car. Police were arriving. Security forces were arriving. I drove off by myself.
Did you punch Chikori? Did you ever land a punch on him?
No.
Did he land a punch on you?
No.
Did you call him a racially charged name?
No, I did not.
Eventually, you were interviewed or gave a statement to military forces related to this, or security forces related to this incident. Is that right?
Yeah, so my phone got a call from BDOC, which is Base Defense Operations Center. It's kind of like, you know where they do dispatch, 911, what's your emergency? It's like that center. They called me because obviously I work with them. They have my direct number. They said, Abulaban, you need to report yourself to BDOC. There was a report of an assault off base. We need you to come in for questioning. At the time, I was denying it. What do you mean? I'm playing Xbox, blah, blah.
Overruled at this point, but I am going to stop you. We are going to take a 10-minute recess.
Oh, yes, sir. Do I scan?
That Gary Busey thumbnail. Poor Gary. I got to look at that again. Gary Busey. Oh my God, he's looking pretty haggard. Oof. All right, so that's direct. I for some reason I thought that was the prosecutor, but no, that's his public defender. That's his public defender, and so yeah. What was her name? Jody Green, I think. I think that was her name, Jody Green. I looked it up. What was it? Jody Green. Should have it at handy. Anyway, yeah. So that's his public defender. All right. So what do you guys think so far? That's phase. That's the first one. Now we get to cross. Then we get to cross. What do you guys think so far? Selena K, how are you? Susie Q, I thought he blacked out. How is he remembering all this stuff? Yeah. Yeah, Gary Busey pled guilty. So he was at some monster conference and he was grabbing women's you-know-what's behinds, and 3 of them. Apparently there was a photo shoot. They were playing that yesterday while we were in Verdict Watch. Court TV was playing all these random clips, and he had a Zoom call, Zoom meeting, Zoom hearing, whatever. So yeah, he pled guilty. So 3 women came forward and said that he was grabbing them inappropriately. So he pled guilty. So yeah, yeah. So he's blackout drunk, yet he remembers all this stuff. This guy's a trip. Red Snap Aussie. He is an egomaniac. Absolutely. This is a bad actor. Ellen Calligram says he's a liar. Yep. Public defender. Yep. I think her name is Jody Green. I think I looked it up, and hold on a sec. I should have it on my speed dial. Jody Green, public defender with the San Diego County Public Defender's Office. She represented him throughout the trial and sentencing, arguing he suffered from emotional distress, had a history of mental illness and childhood trauma, and the deletions were not premeditated, but rather a result of him snapping in a moment of intense emotional pain. So, Jody Green, Jodi. If you guys want to go look her up, Jody Green. Birdie B, you watched the original trial? Yeah, it was just last year, right? It was like 2024, right? It was just last year, I think, right? Is that what I have? Yeah, May of 20 it was last year. Hey, Afton, it is Jody Green. Yep. Thank you, Afton. Good to see you, and thank you for that. JMS, he is a big-time narcissist, this guy. Well, that's why we have the title, The Ego Takes the Stand. This is episode 3. We did Robert Tellis and Scott Nelson, and now we're doing Abulaban. So, all right, let's get to the next. Now, the next one is he's gonna get crossed. So this is an hour and 24 minutes of Ali getting crossed. So we always love cross, right? You always, direct is like la la la. Now cross is going to come, and you're going to see him. You think he was losing his what during direct. Just wait. He had you think he had anger issues with direct? Just wait. So what else? Sorry, I'm completely screwing up your name. I'm missing something. Gary Busey did something wrong. Yes, he he pled guilty he was at some conference in Jersey. I don't know when, maybe last year, earlier this year, I'm not even sure. And he was getting photographs. He was at a photo shoot with fans, I guess, and he was grabbing women's behinds. That's pretty much that. Cross always requires popcorn. Absolutely Sinbad, for sure. Rich Roth, sick of hearing childhood trauma as an excuse for bad behavior. Psychosaurus Rex, oh, this is an absolute gem. A name here, next level, absolutely. All right, cross-examination. Gretchen rubs hands together maniacally. It's like, oh, yes, excellent. All right, let's get to it. A name here. We're about to get a glimpse of the true person that he is. Absolutely. Okay. All right. Hey, William. Good to see you. We are having a Good Friday. It was a Comic Con. Yeah, I thought it was Monster Con. Anyway, yeah. Gary Busey. Go look it up on your own time. Here, we got to get back to Ali on cross. Ali Abulaban on cross.
I did.
Where's that audio recording?
Hit up Prince William County Police Department. Don't ask me. But they told me it's just the internet. Relax.
Yeah, there's no such recording, right?
There's a body-worn camera. She was a female officer.
All right, you told us yesterday you wanted a gun that was accurate, right?
I wanted a reliable gun.
Reliable for shooting, right?
No, for for dancing. I don't know.
You need to answer the question. You wanted a gun that was reliable for shooting, right?
Yes.
Okay, you talked about meeting Ray for the first time at a party in San Diego in 2020, right?
Sure.
And when you first met Ray, he didn't say to you, "Is that your bitch?" Right?
Yes, he did.
When he saw you and he saw Anna, the first thing he said was, "You're lucky to have her," right?
No.
That's what you told Julia, he said.
When was this? Okay, I can't answer your question.
Okay. You told Julia that when you met Ray, you were mad because he said, "Oh, you're lucky to have her." Right?
This is what Julia said, right?
I'm asking you that you told Julia that, right?
No, I did not tell Julia that.
Right? You didn't tell Julia anything about your conversation with Ray.
No, I did actually, because she had been seeing him, and I had let her know that I would not be comfortable if she had brought him into the house.
But what you told her, you didn't tell her that Ray said, "Is that your bitch?" All you told her, he said, was, "You're lucky to have her." Right? That's what you told Julia.
I don't recall the exact words I told Julia, but she knew of what had happened between me and Ray.
The comment by Ray, "You're lucky to have her," translated to you that he wanted to sleep with her, right?
Or that he had his eyes on her.
Right. But he never actually told you that, right?
No, but body language plays a big part too.
You're not answering the question. Ray never told you he wanted to sleep with Anna, right?
No.
Right? That's just something that you're now telling us, "Oh, Ray said, is this your bitch?" because you're trying to paint him as a bad guy, right?
No. I actually tried to be his friend. Even after.
And he actually was nice to you, right? He made a comment on your Instagram about someone in your life passing away, and he said sorry for that, right?
I believe so. I also DM'd him one time when he was in Mexico, and he...
Objection, non-responsive.
sustained. All right. There's a question, answer, question, answer. Okay.
But what happens when the question is like forcing me to say something specific?
Well, that's part of the question. She's asking specific questions, so just answer the specific questions. Next question.
Ray was nice to you in making a comment about someone in your life that had passed away, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you told us yesterday there was no hope with being friends with him, that wasn't true, right? Because
No.
he was nice to you.
That was only at one time on social media. I'm talking about in-person interactions. It's a different experience.
You hated Ray from the first night you met him, right?
I did not hate Ray.
Ray disrespected you, right?
Of course.
You don't like being disrespected, right?
No.
After your second trip to San Diego, you hated Ray even more, right?
I did not hate Ray.
You talked about another time where you hung out with him and, he didn't want to be your friend, right?
No, I spoke about the second time I saw him at the party. I got him a beer and sat down with him and attempted to have a civil conversation.
And you didn't like him, though, after that, right?
No, I had decided that he's not interested in a friendship with me. He's interested in Anna.
All right, so you talked about your move to San Diego, and you're basically telling everyone that it was solely Anna that wanted to move, right?
Initially, but I was open to the idea as well.
Because you wanted to come to the West Coast and promote your Gin Kid brand, right?
I saw that it was it would open a door for me to go to LA easier.
You were interested in the limelight, right?
Sure.
Right, and media attention
Sure.
and fame,
Sure.
okay? And you're an actor, right? That's what you did,
Content creator.
Right.
I wanted to be an actor.
right? But you did a lot of impressions, right?
Yes.
You're a good actor, right?
To a certain degree, but not good enough to be in a movie. Well, I don't think.
Right. And so you also were interested in being here because that would help your career, right?
Being where?
Being on the West Coast.
Oh, I thought it'd be easier to collaborate with LA content creators, yes.
But you're blaming Anna as like the sole reason, as the person who dragged you here, but you wanted to be here, right?
No, I did want to be here. What I said was that Anna, she put pressure on me to make the move exactly when we did. I had suggested not that we cancel the idea, but that we just put it on hold so I could be there for my brother and my family.
But again, you wanted to be here, right?
Sure.
You're happy to be here.
Yes, I like San Diego.
And once you moved to San Diego, you continued being violent with Anna, right?
No,
No?
no.
Well, you testified multiple times yesterday that you were violent with her on many occasions.
Down the road, I mean, once things started to get bad, yes.
In July of 2021, your sister Shireen was visiting you, right?
Yes,
Right? She was staying at the apartment with you and Anna.
Yes.
And Amira, right?
yes,
And you punched Anna in the face, right?
yes,
Multiple times, right?
yes.
You continued attacking Anna until Shireen came in, right?
No.
Probably, are we switched over? All right, thank you. Okay, so July 21st, 2021, you caused those injuries to Anna's face, right?
I did.
Okay. You gave her a huge bump on her face, right?
Yes,
Gave her cuts near her eye,
yes.
and then days later, her whole face turned black, right?
No,
You saw her a day or two later, right?
it didn't turn black, but it looked like that.
Yeah, so she still had injuries, right?
Yes,
Her face was swollen.
yes,
Your sister Shireen wanted to call 911, right?
I believe so.
And you told her not to, right?
I offered to leave instead.
You told your sister Shireen not to call 911 after you punched Anna in the face, right?
I did.
Okay? And you told Anna not to call the police too, right?
I believe so.
Because you didn't want to be arrested. right?
Right.
You deserve to be arrested for what you did, right?
Sure.
But you didn't want it to affect your life. That's what you testified to yesterday, right?
It was a sudden thing, and
Mr. Abulaban, answer the question, please. You didn't want this conduct to affect your life, right?
I didn't want it to have permanent implications, yes.
Right. So Anna did not call the police based on your prodding, right?
I can't confirm that.
Right. She should have called the police.
Sure.
And 911.
Yes.
But you convinced her not to,
I don't know if I convinced her, but I certainly asked her not to.
right? And you often did that. You would convince her not to call 911 or the police to report your violence, right?
Yes.
Because you did not want to take responsibility for any of your conduct, right?
I just didn't think it needed to go there with legal. I took responsibility in the sense that I immediately apologized and I was willing to work away, get past it, but
Oh, so an apology by you makes everything okay, right?
no, but it's a start.
Okay. And in fact, after you did this to Anna, she took photographs on her phone, as well as your sister, right?
Yes.
And in July, this is now the next day, you sent Anna some messages on Instagram discussing your violence with her, right? Remember I showed you those messages? Okay. No, I'm sorry, not showed you. Show them in court.
Oh, yes, I've seen what you've shown in court.
Okay. And you remember what you messaged Anna, right? You told her, she told you that you were violent with her and you punched her and Shushu had to intervene, right?
Right.
She told you you could have killed her if Shushu didn't intervene, right?
She said I could have killed her, but Shireen did not stop it.
But
She said that. She
said
said
that,
that.
right? And you told her that you lost control, right?
I did, yes.
And you apologized for putting hands on her, right?
Yes.
You apologized over Instagram, right?
Yes, because I wasn't present with her.
And you apologized over email, right? You saw that email in court?
I did.
So you were violent with Anna and then you were later apologetic, right?
I'd say almost immediately.
Because you were hoping that you wouldn't get in trouble with the police for what you did.
It was just because I'm sorry.
But you didn't want to get in trouble with the police, right?
Who would?
And you told Anna in that email that you were an abusive piece of shit, right?
Yes.
Because you were abusive with her, right? Not on just that occasion, but a number of occasions, right?
Sure, yes.
Now, you wrote a note as well in your phone. Remember that note? It was dated the end of June, but then you made some changes to it July 23rd of 2021.
Yes.
Okay? That was a 3-page note you wrote in your phone,
Yes.
right? So what did you do to abuse her starting in June?
So the original date of that, if I can give some context.
No, I'm asking you a question.
Yeah.
What did you do in June to abuse Anna?
So I did nothing on June. The reason why it has a creation date of June is because it was let's say a grocery list or something that I later used to replace it with the new updated message.
So you deleted a grocery message and wrote instead a big, lengthy message about stop abusing your wife?
Yeah, sometimes I use the notes to make reminders for myself, and if it's not important anymore, I'll just replace the contents with whatever I'm thinking in that moment.
Right. So you acknowledged on July 23rd, 2021 as well that you had been abusing your wife, right?
I was referring to this event.
You wrote over and over, stop abusing your wife, why do you beat her up, things like that, right?
Yes.
You wrote in that message that she was wonderful to you, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because she was. She was a wonderful wife to you, right?
She was.
And you hurt her badly, right?
I have.
You knew what you did was wrong,
Yes.
right? But you did not take any domestic violence or any anger management classes to address what you did to her, right?
Actually, that's incorrect. After this incident, that's when I called my father and told him what happened, and he had suggested to take a break and come to Virginia, and then he encouraged me to take the neurofeedback.
Neurofeedback is not domestic violence or anger management counseling, right?
No, but it is for chemical balancing And for impulsiveness, it does correct emotional impulsivity, which is something that I was diagnosed with.
You were diagnosed with emotional impulsivity?
In the neurofeedback results, we never showed it, but it says
There are no neurofeedback records for you, right?
there are.
You had a packet of information on what neurofeedback was, right?
I have results.
Okay, you had a packet of information about what it was in general, right?
Yes.
And in fact, the doctor at the neurofeedback center is a chiropractor, right?
I don't know what his background is, but he's the head of the
Right.
neurofeedback.
He's a chiropractor, not a psychologist or a counselor, right?
I don't know what his background is. I didn't ask him.
So you never looked up the website of where you were going?
No, it was recommended. My whole family had done it.
You described neurofeedback as, attached, like watching a video and having something attached to your head, right?
Yes.
And then you ended up getting like a kit or a machine to bring home with you, right?
Yes.
Right. But what I asked you was, you didn't get any actual counseling for domestic violence, right?
Specifically, no. I thought it was a bigger issue. That there was a bigger underlying issue with me.
But you continued being violent with Anna after that incident, right?
Yes.
And when you came home with that machine, you didn't continue to use it, right?
I did in the beginning, but I was distracted with the conflicts that were happening at the house.
But you did not continue to use it to help you stay nonviolent, right?
I was using cocaine and
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, you did not continue to use the neurofeedback supplies that you got to prevent you from being violent with Anna, right?
I did not complete it.
Right. So you could have done that, right? You could have said to yourself, oh, I've been really abusive with her. I need to continue getting myself help so that I'm not violent, right?
That's what I wanted to do, but there was more conflicts happening, so I was distracted.
But you didn't. You didn't address your violence, right?
To someone specifically about domestic violence?
Yes, you didn't continue to use the neurofeedback machine or any other counseling to address your violence, right?
Actually, I sought behavioral counseling by Dr. Stephen Band.
You liked being violent with Anna, right? That's why you didn't get yourself help.
Why would I like that? No, I do not like that.
So you would be violent with Anna and then you would apologize and she would take you back, right?
Not immediately, but yes.
Right. And she took you back every time until the end of September, right?
Yes.
Right? You were violent with her multiple times between July and September, and she went back to you every time, right?
Yes.
Anna told you in July that she did not feel safe with you, right?
Right.
And she told you to stay away from her, right?
Right.
Right? Because of your violence, right?
Because of the violent events, yeah.
And because you were controlling with her, right?
Yes.
You saw those messages where she would write to you that you were controlling, and that's part of the reason why she wanted to leave you, right?
That she didn't feel safe around me in that moment.
But you wouldn't stay away from her, right?
No.
Then you took your disability leave on July 23rd, 2021, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you claimed one of the reasons that you took leave was that your mom had left your dad, right? That was like something going on in your life,
One of the reasons, yes.
right? Your mom had left your dad long before then, right?
It was not confirmed until they had their intervention or meeting in my house, my apartment.
That was in July?
Well, whenever it took place, I'm not sure exactly
When was it?
Well, she had ran away from home, and that was a very big troubling thing for the family. Nobody really knew what was going on, except my mother had confided in me.
Right.
that she-
What I'm asking you though is, when did she come to San Diego? When were you all in San Diego on this occasion that you're talking about?
I think it was like May, June-ish. I'm not sure exactly.
Right, and so your mom had already left your father before May or June of 2021, right?
She had left the house, but we didn't know the status of what's going on.
So that was not a recent issue in July causing you to take disability leave, right?
That was an ongoing issue, and that was just one of the issues that was impacting my mental health.
And you took leave because you had just been violent with your wife, right?
No.
You learned that your mom had been dating a man named Napko Sharma, right? A man she met online?
Right.
And your mom left your dad while she was talking to this man, right?
At some point she did.
And you had learned that your mom had essentially had an affair with this man or was talking to this man, Mr. Sharma, online, right?
Yes.
Okay. That made you mad, right?
It hurt the family, yes, including me.
You slapped your mom when you found that out, right?
No, I didn't.
Anna saw you slap your mom.
No, I didn't.
Anna saw you slap your mom, right?
She did not see that.
You had and I can't ask her, right?
That's not fair.
Because you killed her.
That's not fair.
I'm asking.
That's so inappropriate. That's so inappropriate.
All right, all right. First of all, I'll sustain the objections. I'll sustain that as argumentative. And everybody, question, answer. All right, that's how we proceed.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Next question.
You and Anna had a conversation about the fact that you slapped your mom because she was having an affair, right?
I shoved her.
Well, you shoved your mom.
I did.
So you didn't slap her, you shoved her.
No, I shoved her.
Because you were mad at her for cheating on your dad, essentially, right?
She admitted in a very vulgar way in front of my dad that she, yes, so yes.
You were mad at her, right? Because you don't like when someone is cheated on, right?
That's correct.
That's disrespectful, right?
Yes.
And you didn't talk to your mom for a while after that, right?
Maybe a week or two.
She didn't talk to you, right?
She would have if
Because you were physical with her?
No. She didn't even think much of that.
You heard your mom testify yesterday. There was a time where she wasn't speaking to you, right?
She meant she wasn't in our lives. She wasn't purposely ignoring us.
Right. But she wasn't speaking to you because you had hit her, right?
No, that's not why.
And you sided with your dad in this scenario, right? You were mad at your mom and you sided with your dad about your mom being with another man, right?
Not quite. I understood why my mom wanted to leave him, and she confided in me alone. But it was the part about her already having been with another man that upsetted me, and I was tormented. I was torn between the two. I wanted to be there for my dad and wanted to be there for my mom. So it was hard to decide where I stood.
And you were, in fact, very close to your dad, Nasser, right?
No, not really.
No, not really? You talked to him on a regular basis, right?
We say hi.
When you were living in Virginia, you would leave a mirror with him, and he would watch her, right?
With my mother.
During your time in San Diego, your father was very supportive of you, right?
For the most part, yes.
And actually, during your whole relationship with Anna and marriage, he was very supportive of you, right?
Correct.
He helped you with her visa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
He helped you fly her here from the Philippines with Amira, right?
Yes.
He paid for a lot of things for both of you and Anna. Right?
Correct.
He was emotionally supportive of you, right?
He was more financially supportive, not emotionally.
But you would call him and talk to him about Anna.
I confided in him, yes.
Okay? So you were close with him, right?
He's my father, yes.
Okay, and so after Anna gave you another chance in July of 2021, you continued to be violent with her, right?
There were moments that popped up, yes, occurred.
In August, there was a time where Julia picked Anna up from your apartment, right?
She did that quite regularly.
Right. Julia picked her up one night because Anna was scared of you, right?
So she says.
Okay, but Anna was scared of you and she left with Julia, right?
That's what she says.
That was unacceptable to you, right? Anna leaving the apartment.
It frustrated me because Julia became her to-go, like on call. Hey, we're arguing, come pick me up. So things were not getting resolved. It wasn't physical violence. It was just me trying to address something or trying to fix something, and Anna would be like, nope, I'm calling Julia. Julia, come get me. And she's just there.
And then you followed Julia and Anna in your Jeep that night,
I did.
right?
I was very upset that this was happening.
Okay. And did you follow them immediately after, or were you tracking Anna's phone to see where she was?
I can't track Anna's phone, but I followed them visually.
Okay, and you swerved near Julia's car to scare them, right?
No, I pulled up to the adjacent lane and side by side, and I told them to pull over.
Okay. You're moving your hands indicating you're in the lane next to Julia's car?
Yeah, we were just, I was behind her the whole time, and then at some point I moved to the left lane to be window to window.
But you were swerving near them, right? Trying to make them scared?
I swerved in front of them just to try to stop them, yes.
And then you brake checked them, right?
I did.
That's scary to someone on the road, right?
It is scary.
And you did that because you were trying to intimidate them, right?
I was trying to get Anna to come back with me.
Okay. And Anna did not want to come back to the apartment with you that night, right?
Initially.
Okay. She made that clear to you, right?
I don't know if she made it clear to me, but I knew that she was trying to leave for the whole night, and I wasn't happy about it.
Now, you testified that Anna's friend's behavior created like a weird energy between you and Anna, right? I'm just asking, that's what you testified about, right?
At some point, it became weird, but in the beginning, it was very fun and beautiful, and I liked it.
And so you're blaming her friends for Anna losing love and affection for you, right?
No, what I said was that she now had a moral support group. Whenever something would happen between her and I, or if I'm complaining about something, or I'm upset about something, she could confide in them. I didn't have anybody. Anna was the person I confided in, but I no longer had that. So it naturally felt like I was losing Anna.
But you blamed her friends as the reason why Anna lost love and affection for you, right?
Not entirely, no.
But somewhat, correct?
Sure.
You didn't like her friends, right?
I actually really liked them.
Told us yesterday that there was issues with her friends that you had.
Yes, down the road, yes.
All right, let's talk about September. Multiple instances of violence that month, right?
Yeah.
On September 8th of 2021, you made that audio recording of Anna, right? Before you had pushed her down?
Was it a video first?
I'm sorry, video recording.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay, you would constantly video and audio record people without their consent, right?
I mean, it's in my home.
But that's something you would do on a regular basis, right?
In this time frame, I started doing it.
No one gave you consent to record them, right?
Anna did not give me consent because
And
she's the only person I've recorded.
In fact, during that, well, we'll get there, but you recorded other people too, right?
Have I?
I'll get to that.
I don't remember.
It wasn't only Anna, right?
Okay, sure.
Okay, so you, that video recording that we saw, Anna knew that you were recording her, right?
Yeah, most of the time, yes.
Yeah, she made a comment on that recording that she knew that you were recording her.
Yes.
And she saw the phone out. And she was making comments about not wanting her kid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, she wasn't being serious about that, right?
Overall, based on your opinion of observing her,
I found that to be extremely shocking for her to say those things, so I took it very seriously.
But she was joking, right?
No, that was not a joking matter.
Anna was a great mom to Amira, right?
She was.
She always took her to school,
Mm-hmm.
right? You didn't.
No, actually, I drove her to school before this whole stuff began.
Anna always picked her up from school, right?
Sure, because I would be at work.
You actually didn't even know what time Amira ended school, right?
Yes, I do.
You actually had to text Anna and ask her that, right?
To confirm it, yeah.
Sometime in October of 2021?
Oh, yeah, she's been out of school for a while, so I forgot.
Oh, but it's because you never picked her up, right?
No, because I would be at work. I would drop her off in the morning.
But you weren't working July through September, right?
At that time, yes. But initially, when she first went to school, that was the agreement. I would take her to school, and I would pick her up.
But during this time frame where you're being violent with Anna, she is the one taking care of Amira, taking her to school and picking her up, right?
No, she pulled her out of school.
Every time Anna left the house because you were violent with her, she would take Amira with her, right?
Not all the time.
She never left Amira at the house to stay with you, right?
She did a few times, actually.
When you were violent. Mr. Abulaban, you keep looking at your attorney. I just need you to look at me and answer the questions. Anna never left Amira with you after you were violent with her, right?
I'm going to overrule that at this point, but I tell you, we're going to need to take our 10-minute recess in the afternoon, so everybody 10 minutes, all right? Next question.
Thank you. All right, looking at People's 14 that's up on the screen, on September 8th, you pushed Anna down, causing these injuries to her elbows, right?
Yes.
She had injuries on both her elbows, right?
I wasn't sure if it's both, but one of them at least.
Okay, scrapes on her elbows, right? Correct?
Correct.
And looking at People's 16, when you pushed Anna down, you caused all those scrapes on her knee, right?
Correct.
And then you made her feel badly about calling the police, right?
I can't comment on how I made her feel, but I was upset, and I let it be known that I was upset that she called the police.
She had every right to call 911 based on the fact that you were violent with her, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, well, in that instance, I don't agree. No.
You caused these injuries to her by pushing her down, right?
Yes.
Yes. And she had every right to call 911 to report that you were violent with her, right?
Well, I was trying to leave the apartment, so I don't think that she had the right to call the police on me on that instance.
She didn't have the right to call the police because you were physically violent with her?
Okay, she has the right to call the police.
Okay. But you taunted her about the fact that she was calling 911 on you, right?
I was upset that she was already midway through the call, yes.
But you were taunting her on your social media feed, right?
Yes.
Okay, we watched that video where for multiple minutes you were cursing her out, right?
I was.
And you were still yelling at her while she was on the phone with the 911 operator, right?
I was yelling on the live video, not directly to her.
But you were yelling and you were calling her a fucking bitch multiple times, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you made that recording on your own, right?
Yes.
You decided to click play or however it is that you made that recording, right?
I went live.
Okay. Right? And you hurt Anna and then you were posting about it, right?
That's not why I was doing that.
You didn't have any remorse for what you did to her, right?
That's not true.
Well, you saw the post you made. Do you have any remorse for what you did to her on that post?
In the moment, I felt that I needed to, okay.
On the post, did you have any remorse?
No.
Right? And you are blaming that post on your cocaine use, right?
I'm blaming how it went down.
Right.
Oh, and the post, yes, because I normally wouldn't do something like that.
Right. But you're again placing blame on something besides yourself, right?
The situation plus the state of mind I was in.
Right. Again, but you're placing blame elsewhere, not on you, on something else, right?
Oh, no, I'm to blame, too. Yeah, I'm to blame.
But you testified the reason you made that post is because you were high, right?
I would not normally post like that. I would not go to social media for stuff like that, normally.
So on that date, you were not taking any responsibility for your violence on Anna, right?
In that moment, no.
Or even in the following days, right?
I can't.
Correct?
I can't confirm that.
You actually fled the apartment that night because you knew police would be coming, right?
Yes.
Because you didn't want to get in trouble, right?
Right.
And then the next day, you wrote a note in your phone, right? September 9th, 2021, this is People's 176, page 10. You wrote this note in your phone, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And you were writing this note basically telling Anna what to tell police, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay. You were telling her to say it was the heat of the moment,
Mhm.
right? Correct?
That's what it says, yes.
You were telling Anna to say he didn't actually hit me.
Right, because I pushed her.
But you're telling Anna what to say.
Because she had asked me, what should I say to the police now that I've already called them?
You are telling her what to say.
She asked me what to say.
Because you were telling her not to get you in trouble, right?
She was concerned that she already went through with the call.
You were telling her not to get you in trouble, right?
Perhaps I did.
Right? Okay, and then you're telling her to say, we were trying to block each other from leaving, right? And we played tug of war with the luggages? That's what you told her to say, right?
I was just suggesting.
But that's what you were writing down in your notes to tell Anna what to say, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you're testifying to here in court, right? That it was just a tug of war over the luggage?
She was trying to prevent me from leaving the house.
But that's how you're testifying today, right?
That's what happened.
And you knew that if you told Anna various things to say about it being the heat of the moment and he didn't actually hit me, that would help you not get in trouble with the police, right?
She asked me for what to say to the police now that she had already gone through with the call.
You knew that that would help you not have a case against you, right?
Right, I wouldn't tell her to say anything.
Oh, you didn't tell her what to say?
No, I'm saying I wouldn't tell her contrary to that. I mean, the goal is to diffuse the situation.
Correct. And you not getting in trouble, right?
Correct.
All right, and then on September 10th of 2021, you made another audio recording on your phone of Anna, right? Of a conversation you and Anna were having, right?
Perhaps.
Right? You heard part of that in court, right?
I'm bad with dates, but
Right. But you heard what I played in court.
okay,
right?
I've heard everything you played in court.
And that was a longer conversation, right? A longer recording, right? Correct?
I don't know exactly which recording, but I'm not denying it.
All right. You had an argument with Anna on September 10th of 2021 about the fact that you were no longer welcome at Julia's party, right?
Oh, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That was what that argument was about, right?
Yes, it started it.
Okay. And you were mad at Anna because she wouldn't convince Julia to let you come to the party, right?
No, I was mad because she wouldn't stick up for me at the fact that they uninvited me at the last minute. I was already invited.
But you were mad at Anna because you wanted her to stand up to her friends,
Yeah,
right?
yes,
Because you felt disrespected, right?
correct.
And you wanted Anna to respect you and talk to her friends.
Well, it was more so I hope she would have done that.
You wanted her to respect you,
I
right?
mean, I would love to be respected, yes.
On that recording, you called Anna fucking stupid, right?
Sure.
You said fuck you, right?
hmm
You said a respectful woman would not go if her husband couldn't go, right?
Yes.
So again, you were telling Anna that she wasn't being a respectful wife, right?
Yes, because of how it played out.
And you called her a fucking asshole on that recording,
I called her many things.
right? A fucking liar, right?
Sure.
You called her a two-faced bitch.
Yes.
You called her a manipulative bitch,
Yes.
right? You said fuck you, bitch, right?
Yes.
And then, what you heard in court, you told her, this is why you get your ass beat, bitch.
I did say
That's
that.
what you told her.
I did.
Because she would get her ass beat when she was disrespectful to you, right?
It had happened in the
Right?
past. Yeah.
And then you told her, fuck you, cunt, right?
I don't remember verbatim, but yes.
Right, you continued cursing at her throughout that entire recording, right?
Sure.
And you treated Anna like that in front of a mirror, right?
No, she had been there sometimes, like during these specific incidents. If Amira was there, yes, she would hear this stuff. But this is not how I would regularly treat Anna ever in front of her.
Was how you treated her because constantly throughout your calls and texts you are cursing at her and berating her, right?
Amira's not always present with those.
Well, she was this date, right?
This day, yes.
Yep, because right in the middle of that recording, you say, Amira, let's go to bed. Or like you were trying to put her back to bed, right?
Sure.
Right? And you actually told Amira that mommy upset you and has no respect for you, right?
To her?
You told Amira that, right?
Okay.
Right? That's what you said.
I don't remember verbatim.
Because, again, you were telling a child that her mom wasn't respecting you.
Sure.
It took you 4 days after that September 8th incident to apologize to Anna, right?
I don't know.
That recording that we heard, there was a recording we heard where, again, you were talking about like going to Julia's party that was at the Marriott, right?
Mhm.
The Marriott Marquis?
Yes.
Okay. And the party that Julia had was on September 12th, right?
Or whenever her birthday is.
That sounds like the date, right?
Yes.
September 12th?
Yes.
Right, and so on September 12th, you sent an email, again, to Anna, People's 176, page 6, that you're sorry, babe, don't put me in jail, right?
Yes.
You said, I'll stay away from home, get therapy and everything else, right?
Yes.
Okay, but you didn't go get therapy after that, like domestic violence classes, right?
Not domestic violence specifically, but I did find a neurofeedback center in San Diego that I attended.
But you didn't get domestic violence treatment, right?
Again, I wasn't looking at it as specifically that being my problem. I thought that the domestic violence was coming from a deeper place, which was be the drug addiction and the mental instability.
So, again, you knew that your conduct was wrong on
Yes.
September 8th, right?
Yeah, yes,
And then again, you were apologizing to Anna to try to get her to forgive you, right?
of course.
And you were trying to prevent her from putting you in jail, right? That's what you told her?
Of course. Yes.
Now, this 9/12 email, was that apologizing for 9/8, or was there another domestic violence incident that you were apologizing for?
No, this would have to be the same.
Okay. Or maybe not?
No, it is. Because you said I haven't apologized until 4 days later, so
Well, I'm asking you, what are you apologizing for? Are you apologizing for the 9/8 conduct or more conduct that happened?
no, I think it's just in general because she had gotten into the habit of saying I'm going to call the police and tell them you hit me. So she would frequently threaten me with that. So I think that's just me generally saying, please don't put me in jail.
But, Mr. Abulaban, you were violent with her on a number of occasions, and she should have called the police.
Absolutely,
right?
I agree with you.
So when she would threaten you about calling the police, she was valid in those statements, right?
100%.
So you're telling everyone that she's making these threats towards you, but it's really what she should have done, right?
In the moment, if like as it happened, sure. But if you're going to give me the idea that you are not going to call the cops, but then you threaten me that you're going to call the cops when it's convenient, that's very frustrating.
But she can call the cops at any time to report you being violent with her, right?
If you're going to do that, in my mind, it should be when it happened.
Okay, but she's still entitled to call the cops a month later and say, my husband abused me.
I think that's really
Right?
shitty, but sure.
Oh, so you think it's shitty for a woman who's abused to call the police to report?
If there's an incident that where abuse happens, if you want to report it. But don't hang it over someone's head if they're trying to actively apologize. That's just how I look at it.
On September 12th, you were violent with Anna again, right?
No, I don't recall this.
But that was the night of Julia's party, right?
I never made contact with Anna when she left for the party.
But you told us about an incident where you pushed Anna into the refrigerator, and then Jean and Jennifer
Yeah,
came
that
over.
happened. Sorry. That happened.
And Jean and...
So something did happen on September 12th. You're right. I wasn't thinking about Julia's birthday.
All right, so this apology email, is that for your conduct on September 12th or September 8th?
No, that's for September 12th. So I'm sorry. I couldn't remember it.
So you didn't apologize to Anna about September 8th then?
I'm sure I have in a phone call, but this email specifically is in regards to Julia's birthday party.
You were violent with Anna, and then you fled the apartment, right?
When she ran
September 12th.
When she ran to the neighbor's door topless, yeah.
But she had to go get help because you were violent with her, right?
She wanted to go to the party.
She had to go get help because you were violent, right?
No, because I didn't want her to go to the party.
Oh, so she got help because you didn't want her to go to the party?
Because I was trying to barricade the door, and then it got physical, and she left.
Got physical because you caused it, right?
Sure.
And you actually caused her to be bruised from that incident, right?
Sure. Yeah.
That's true, right?
Yes.
Because you told your neighbor, Daniel Lacerda, that you pushed Anna into the refrigerator, right?
Yes.
Yes. And you told Daniel that caused Anna to bruise, right?
Yes.
You pushed her so hard she was physically bruised, right?
Yes.
Black and blue?
Yeah. Well, not black and blue. But
On her face?
she went to a party immediately after. It wasn't that bad of damage.
it wasn't that bad, but.
of damage.
But you bruised her, right?
I didn't see the damage.
So you, again, were violent and fled because you didn't want to get in trouble, right?
Sure.
Correct?
Yes.
And you didn't want 911 to be called and you to be there and get arrested, right?
Correct.
But that night, you actually followed Anna to the Marriott Marquis Hotel, right?
I didn't follow her. I went there myself.
You started a recording there, right? An audio recording on your phone?
I don't recall.
Okay. You went to the front desk when you got to the hotel, and you told the front desk that you needed to be let up to room 818, right?
I didn't know the room number.
You said that on the recording on your phone.
Did I?
Okay. So you knew the room number, right?
I don't recall.
Right. And you were telling the front desk person that someone had gotten you into that room another time, right?
Yeah, that's not true, though. I did say that, but it's not true.
Okay. So you lied to the front desk person.
Yes.
You told the front desk person, my wife left at 5 a.m. to go party, right?
Sure.
But that wasn't true. It wasn't 5 a.m., right?
No.
And you were trying so badly to get up to the room, and security was concerned, right?
No, I told them that I was concerned for the safety of my daughter.
But security was concerned and didn't let you up to the room.
It's their policy not to allow me, and they said that this matter would have to involve police, and I asked them to call police.
Right. And you actually told the front desk person that you almost went to jail today, right?
I don't remember saying that.
Well, you said that on the recording. So you said that because Anna could have called the police because of your violence, right?
Is there a transcript I can refer to, please?
You can't ask me a question. I'm asking you, this is a recording on your phone from September 12th. These are the things that you said to the front desk person, right?
I can't confirm.
And again, you had been violent with your wife, and then you're trying to follow her, even though she doesn't want to be with you, right?
That's not how it went down.
But that's what you were doing, right?
No, I was going, because I did not want her to take my daughter at that point. I was trying to retrieve my daughter.
All right. At some point in September, Anna left you because of all the violence, right?
No.
She would often leave the house in September after you're violent and stay with Claire, right?
She would go to friends' houses for periods of time.
And she would take Amira with her, right?
Yes.
Because she didn't want to leave Amira with you, right?
That's not true.
Calls for speculation as to why.
Overruled based on his interaction with her. He can answer. Go ahead.
That's not true.
Right. Anna would tell you that she doesn't want to leave Amira with you, right?
Sure.
And Anna told you various times in September that she didn't want to be with you anymore, right?
She did.
Right? And she was living with Claire, and you were still living at the Spire apartment, right?
Yes.
Because you wouldn't leave your apartment and give it to Anna and Amira, right?
I had tried to leave a few times.
But you didn't want to leave your apartment, so Anna had to leave with Amira, right?
Yeah, she had told me she wanted me to be out.
Right. But you wouldn't move and let your wife and your child stay at the apartment instead of you, right?
That's not what I wanted to happen, sure.
Right. So but instead of giving your wife and daughter the apartment and you staying somewhere else, you let Anna take Amira and stay with friends while you stayed in the apartment by yourself, right?
I asked her to come back many times, and I eventually did remove myself from the apartment.
That was over a month later, right?
Sure.
Now, you testify that you were frustrated that Anna blocked you for periods of time, right?
Yes.
She had every right to block you because you were violent with her, right?
She can do whatever she wants.
Right? But that made you mad, right? Because, right?
Yes.
Because she wasn't respecting you, right?
It wasn't about respect, it's because I felt like I was being shut out.
Okay. And you, in fact, in September, had a sexual encounter with another woman, right?
It was an attempt.
You met Ashley Sanchez on the elevator September 15th, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes?
Yes.
Yep, she was crying, right? She was 19, right?
Sure.
Yep.
I didn't know her age at the time.
But she told you she was 19.
She did not.
You heard her testify to that, right?
Yeah, I did. She did not. We did not ever talk about age.
All right, and you brought, as a 28-year-old at the time, right? You brought a 19-year-old to your apartment and gave her wine and cocaine, right?
I offered, and she willingly and consentingly did it herself. I didn't bring her anywhere.
I'm not saying you forced her, I'm saying you gave her wine and cocaine, right?
Hey, hold on. Did you get, where did you get that?
No, I need the answer.
All right. Guys, again, one at a time, so next question.
You gave Ashley Sanchez wine and cocaine, right?
I offered it, and she took it herself.
And you told her that you wanted to have sex, right?
No, I did not.
You kissed her in your apartment, right?
After she had asked me if we wanted to have sex.
You kissed her though, right?
At some point, yes.
Yes. Okay, you touched her body, right?
We became intimate.
You touched her body, right?
Sure.
Yes. Okay, you took off her pants and her underwear,
No,
right?
I did not.
And you had sex with her, meaning for some period of time you put your penis in her vagina, right?
No.
You heard her testify to that, right?
I heard a lot of things.
Right? You saw how uncomfortable she was testifying, right?
Objection, Your Honor, false or speculation?
Sustained it based on these observations.
You also used a vibrator on her vagina, right?
I did.
Okay. So you did multiple types of sexual acts with her that night, right?
But I didn't have penetration sex.
I'm asking you, you did multiple types of sexual acts with her, right?
One.
Okay. You were kissing her, touching her, using a vibrator, right?
Sure.
You're only claiming you didn't have intercourse with her, right?
That's correct.
And you told her at some point to take a shower, right?
In the beginning, before any of that happened.
You told her to
I didn't tell her. I offered it.
Okay. You told her to use Anna's body wash, right?
I gave her the only female body wash we had.
So,
Not exclusively.
But you told her, oh, use that one, right?
No, I just gave her body wash because she's taking a shower.
And you lied to Miss Sanchez about your wife running out on you months prior, right? That's what you told her?
No, I told her that she had left the house.
Right, but you told Miss Sanchez that it was months prior, right?
I don't remember
Made it
exactly.
seem like it was a while ago, right?
No, I'm pretty sure I made her clear that it was going on now.
You started contacting her multiple times after that night, right?
The only time I contacted her is to alert her that I had given her number to Anna.
You heard her testify to multiple times where you reached out to her and called her to try to hang out and get dinner, right?
I don't recall ever doing that.
Okay. It was okay for you to be with another woman, but not okay for Anna to be with another man, right?
It was not okay, which is why I confessed it to Anna.
Well, you did it, right? You were sexual with another woman during the time that you were married, albeit separated, right?
This was something that just popped up.
Yes or no? You were with another woman sexually while you were still married, albeit separated from Anna, right?
We,
Overruled. Do you understand the question?
no, sir.
Okay. I'll
So-
go ahead and rephrase it.
Sure. On September 15, 2021, it was okay for you to be sexual with Miss Sanchez, right? You did it.
So that's two questions. You said, is it okay? And did I do it?
Right.
Whether or not it's okay, it's not okay. But to my understanding, Anna kept telling me to go see other people that were not together, and I argued against it. She continuously confused me about the situation of our marriage, and I was alone.
Unresponsive.
I'm responding.
Let him finish.
I'm responding.
Are you done?
No, sir. I just lost my train of thought. I have verbally let her know that I miss her and I feel lonely. And Ashley Sanchez and I, when we talked, we both made it clear we were both experiencing struggles within our own relationships. We both equally desperately needed some kind of companionship or some kind of, you know what I mean? So.
But you were with another woman, but Anna couldn't be with another man, right?
Neither of us were supposed to be doing that.
Okay. You were with another woman, but it was not okay for Anna to be with another man, right?
It's not okay.
And Miss Sanchez actually wanted nothing to do with you, right?
Objection as to age of time.
Do you understand the question?
I understand the question, but it just doesn't.
Well, go ahead and answer if you understand.
I can't speak for someone else, and obviously her actions showed she did want to be with me. So
I'm not talking about that night. After September 15th, Ms. Sanchez made it clear to you that she wanted nothing to do with you, right?
yeah, based on how the night went, it was obvious that it didn't go well. So.
But again, she told you on multiple occasions that she wanted nothing to do with you and not to contact her, right?
No, that's not true. I never contacted her more than once.
You told Ms. Sanchez to lie for you if Anna called her, right?
This was the same time I informed her that I gave Anna her number.
But you did, yes or no? Yes, you did lie, right? You told her to lie.
Yeah, I was trying to prevent damage.
Okay, so yes, you told her to lie.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and you told Ms. Sanchez to lie to Anna because you didn't want to be caught, right? Or get in trouble?
I had already fessed it up to Anna. What I was trying to say is, before I gave Anna her number, before I fessed it myself, I had believed that Anna found her Instagram. So I was already concerned that she would reach out on her own. So yes, I did at one point tell her to lie and deny any kind of contact whatsoever, but then eventually I fessed it up to Anna myself. At that point, her responses between Anna, it was completely her real responses. It has nothing to do with what I said.
But you blatantly told somebody else to lie for you, right?
Initially,
And you actually didn't tell Anna the truth right away, right?
no.
And we went over already, there were multiple times where you lied to Anna and didn't tell her the full truth about Ms. Sanchez, right?
Yeah, in the audio recording.
Actually, in multiple texts too, right? Yes?
Yes, I did.
Because you told Anna multiple times, I lied.
Right.
I lied about some stuff, right?
Right.
And on that recording that we listened to from September 21st, you were taunting Anna about your interaction with Ms. Sanchez, right?
I was.
Okay. And you told Anna during that recording that you fucked Ms. Sanchez, right? You used those words.
I didn't mention her by name, but yes.
Well, but that's
I
who you
told her
were-
that there's somebody who lives in the building that I fucked, yes.
And you said that you fucked a stripper, right?
I did.
So of course Anna was upset with you during that recording, right?
Which is what my goal was, to upset her. Because I had brought her from Claire's so that we could hang out for the first time in a while and to be good. But then she went crazy over this bike that a guy who I was hanging out with left.
You said...
And so I got mad that she had left again, and now it failed. And so I was taunting her. I was saying very mean things.
You said in that recording that I don't need to lie, but then you did lie, right?
That's what I'm trying to get at. The things that I'm saying was purposely with the intention of trying to get a reaction out of her.
Now, you testified yesterday that 9/21 was the first time that Anna had told you that you hurt her, right? That's how you testified?
It was the first time that she genuinely told me how much of an impact it had on her. Prior to that, she would say, yes, you hurt me, but I wasn't seeing that in her behavior.
But she's told you multiple times before September 21st that you've hurt her, right?
Right, and I know I've hurt her.
Right.
It's no surprise to me.
But so your testimony is not truthful, that wasn't the first time that she told you.
That was the first time she cried and told me, you fucking hurt me, and I felt the real emotions.
You texted her after that conversation on 9/21. You sent her multiple texts, including, I did not cheat on you. I've never touched another woman. That's the God's honest truth, right?
I said that to Anna
You said that to Anna, right?
the same day?
No, after 9/21, right?
Okay, yes.
So you were continuing to lie to her.
Yes. This is before I actually fully fessed up to her.
Right. I'm just going to go through these briefly. But you were shown a lot of text messages earlier. and basically read a lot of different messages about conversations you had with Anna, right? Yes?
Yes.
I just need you to answer out loud.
Okay.
On 9/22, you were asked questions about, or you talked about meeting up with Anna that night, right?
Yes.
Right. But in fact, she was out and you kept texting her, show me respect, respect me please, right?
Mm-hmm.
So she ended up meeting up with you because you were demanding that, right?
Calls for speculation as to why Anna did something.
I'm asking him what he did.
Yeah, overruled. Do you understand the question?
That she asked me why Anna met up with me. I can't answer that.
No, I said, you demanded that she meet up with you, right?
And you said that's why she did it.
And that she should respect you, right?
I don't believe that that's why she met up with me.
Actually, we can't have a conversation.
All right, I'm sorry?
I think is something going on in the break.
There's somebody in the audience taunting me. It's really distracting.
Your Honor, there have been several times throughout testimony that there have been people talking in the audience. I think
All right, well, let me address that right now. All right. If there's any instances of anybody in the audience that is distracting to anybody participating in this trial, I will have you removed. And if it becomes a bigger problem, you will be arrested. So let's just understand that right now, all right? Next question.
Thank you,
Okay, thank you. And in September, also on September 20th, you texted Anna that she was a homeless piece of shit, right?
Yes.
And a cunt and a bitch, right?
Sure.
So there were multiple times throughout your text messages with her where you would treat her horribly, right?
Yes.
Now, that video recording that was played, the one about you having a conversation in the room and Anna was saying you were hurt her finger, right?
Yeah.
That was actually from September 22nd, right?
The video recording?
Yes.
What do you mean actually? What was said about it before?
So you testified that that was from the same night as the party, but it wasn't because you were referring to the party that had already happened in that recording, right?
No, that was the night of the party because I was saying Luke's going to be there. Oh, Julia's going to. It's not an all-girls party. That was the night.
At the beginning of the recording, you had Anna's phone, right? Because you had taken it from her,
Yes.
and she was just trying to get it back, right?
This is the 22nd?
Yes.
Yes.
You closed the door and you kept her phone and you kept looking through it, right?
I was looking at text messages between her and Julia.
Okay. And you said Marriott Marquis, that's the fucking place you had the birthday, right? So that birthday party had already happened. Right?
I'm not sure what I meant by that because I've only been to the Marriott Marquis once, and that was for the night of Julia's birthday party.
So there was another occasion where you hurt Anna's finger.
No.
Right.
That hurting my finger was when I closed the bathroom door. She pretended that her finger was in between the door. This is not some other
Closed the
occasion.
door on her finger, right? And then it closed, right?
I closed the bathroom door. Her finger was not there. It was fully sealed.
All right. On 9/23, you sent Instagram messages to your friend. This is People's 79, page 5. And you told your friend, she's mad now because I fucked some Latino chick from upstairs. That's what you said to your friend, right?
Yes.
Right? So you were telling your friend that you did in fact sleep with Miss Sanchez.
I was exaggerating, yes.
Oh, you were exaggerating? Why would you need to exaggerate to your friend?
Well, this is not really a friend. It's just somebody I talked to on the internet, but I was trying to sound like more happened than what it did.
Because in fact, you did have sex with Miss Sanchez and you're telling your friend that, right?
No, I did not have sex with her.
And you're telling your friend that Anna left you because of this, right?
Sure.
Because she did, right?
She left the house.
And you're referring to Ms. Sanchez as some Latino chick, right?
Yeah.
Again, because that's how you treated women, right?
No.
That's not how you treated women?
What do you mean by treating women by calling her a Latino chick?
You're derogatory towards women, right?
No.
On 9/26, you sent Anna a picture of a broken leg, right?
Mm-hmm.
You tried to pretend your leg was broken,
I did.
but it wasn't,
It wasn't.
because you were hoping that she would come comfort you.
No, actually, I was trying to get her to unblock me so that I could communicate with her while I was in Miami.
So you're lying and sending a fake photo to try to get in touch with her, right?
I've had to do many extremely weird things to just try to get Anna's attention. Yes.
Yeah, and you would often say that you wanted to hurt or kill yourself to get her attention, right?
That actually was something I considered.
But you would do that to get her attention, right?
I would do that because I'm not getting a response, and I felt like I wasn't being heard.
And you asked your cousin, Anthony Elias, to say that, right? That you wanted to hurt yourself, and you wanted him to reach out to Anna and say that to her, right?
Yes.
Okay. So you would often lie and have ask your friends to lie, right?
Well, that's just my cousin, one guy.
Okay, your cousin. You asked your cousin to lie, right?
In that moment, sure. Yes.
Right. Anna sent you multiple text messages at the end of September that she was done with you, right?
She had done that a lot.
But at the end of September, after finding out about Ms. Sanchez and after all the violence, she told you many times that she was done with you, right?
After I told her about the Ashley Sanchez thing, there was many moments where it seemed we were okay.
But my question is, she told you many times that she was done with you, right?
Right, but I took it.
That's what she told you, right?
Yes.
Okay, and on October 1st, People's 176, page 2, I know it's hard to read, but this was the message exchange with your cousin Anthony Elias where you said, I'll kill him, right?
Right.
And you said, I'll beat his fucking ass, right?
I wasn't talking about anybody specifically.
Right, but when you said, I'll kill him, you meant that, right?
No.
Because 3 weeks later, you did that, right?
Sustained.
Any man that Anna was with, you wanted to kill, right?
Jesus Christ. No.
You started questioning her constantly after this date, right? Like all of October, you were...
Yes, because I
questioning
was,
her?
Yes, I did, because I was concerned that she would do it out of revenge, or I had given her more of a reason to do that.
And again, you were with another woman, but you did not want Anna to be with another man.
I felt terrible about what I did, and I didn't want to do that. I wanted to be with my wife. She was not home for long periods of time, and she was telling me mixed messages.
So you being sexually with Miss Sanchez is Anna's fault?
No, but it's why I was vulnerable in that moment for that to happen.
Right, Anna was not coming back to you in October, right? She never once came back to you.
We met up very frequently.
Right? Physically, sexually, in a marriage, right?
She showed up a few times to the house.
In fact, so there was a lot of text messages you were asked about. And on 10/4/21, Anna told you, we are not coming home, right?
What day is this?
10/4/2021.
Mm-hmm.
She told you, so we are not coming home, right? She told you that, right?
Sure.
Okay, and she made statements that you're still Amira's dad, but that's as far as I go,
Mhm.
right?
Sure.
Okay. On October 5th of 2021, you asked Anna, does that mean I'm your man? And she said, and no, Ali, right?
Okay.
Right, you know about all these text messages, right?
I'm seeing him here. Yes.
Okay. But this is what Anna was telling you in October, right?
Your Honor, can I have her removed in the audience, please?
I don't know who you are.
Her name is Alicia Juco. She's from the friend group. She's been taunting me every single time.
All right, first of all, I'm not going to, I have not seen anything. But again, I'm going to reiterate this. If anybody does anything to interfere with this trial, I will have you put in jail. I'm being very serious about this. All right, next question.
Okay, thank you. Anna told you on October 6th of 2021, I want you to have your own life, right?
Yeah, she's told me that multiple times.
She told you on October 6th, I'm literally telling you to move on,
Yeah, she's told me this before many times.
right?
Even before the Ashley Sanchez thing, she told me things like that. Move on, go see other people.
Not once in October are there any messages where she told you that she was in love with you, right?
I don't think she said those words, no.
Right?
But she said she had love for me.
Okay, but she told you specifically, I'll always have love for you, but we're not going to be together, right?
She would say stuff and then flip-flop between.
What she told you was, you're Amira's dad, you know, we grew up together, we have a connection that way, but I am not in love with you, right?
Right, but
But that's what she told you,
that's
right?
what she said. She says things like that, yes.
Okay.
Just like I say, oh, she's a shitty wife or whatever. But we say things to get under each other's skin.
But
then our actions show differently.
Okay. There was not one time where Anna went to your apartment in October to have sex with you, right?
There was a wedding that I got uninvited to. She showed up after the wedding while I was sleeping and made love to me.
What date was that?
I'm not exactly sure.
Where in the text messages, all of these text messages that you've been shown, that are on your phone, these packets of text messages, can you show me one place where you and Anna talk about having sex in October?
It's not something we would probably talk about specifically, but
On text? You talked all the time on text, right?
we don't talk about every single thing.
Right. So you're telling us that Anna would come over in October and there's zero mention of it anywhere in any of the texts, right?
I don't know if there's zero mention of it, but in this time frame, maybe? I don't know.
You know there's no mention of that in any of these messages from October of 2021, right?
I don't know if she mentioned it, but I don't see why we would talk about it. It happened.
You talked about
She
the
mentioned that I
sex-
kicked her out. That was in response to that.
You talked about the sex on September 21st, right?
Mhm.
You talked about it over text, right? After it happened,
Yes,
right? That was the last time you ever talked on text about having sex, right?
if that's what the records show.
Okay. And you left her many, many audio messages in October, right?
Hmm.
Mean ones,
Yeah,
right? I played a few of those in court.
yes,
You constantly called her a bitch, a whore, a dumbass.
yes.
You did that on multiple different dates, right?
In this month?
In October,
Yeah,
correct?
yeah, this was a very volatile month.
Right. You didn't make all those recordings on October 15th, right? There were many different dates,
Well, a lot of the ones you played were actually on the same day.
but you made a lot more recordings than that, right?
Sure.
Correct.
For different instances, yes.
And you specifically said on one of those recordings that Anna has not had sex with you in a month, right?
Okay,
So you had not had sex with her in a month, right?
okay,
September 21st was the last time you had sex, right?
okay.
Right?
I could be. I remember, I don't remember when the wedding was, but she did have sex with me that night.
But you're telling us that Anna would come to your house in the middle of the night in October to have sex with you, and that is a lie, right?
No, that was,
Overruled. You can answer the question. Go ahead.
I had mentioned that as one time that happened, but I wasn't exactly sure when in October, but she did frequently show up to the house to do various things.
But you're testifying to that, but there's no evidence of it, right?
It was just like you asked me questions that there's no evidence to, like me using racial slurs. And
So if Anna was having sex with you in October, why would you leave her messages that she wasn't having sex with you for a month?
well, in that time frame, I had a habit of exaggerating time frames. I wasn't keeping track of time frames. Like I would say this, like persist. I haven't seen my wife in 3 weeks. It could have just been a couple days. It could have just been a week. But the impact was the same.
You were telling her multiple times in those audio messages that you're not having sex with me. Why the fuck do I need you, right?
Right.
So she wasn't having sex with you, right?
Right.
Okay. So when you're trying to tell everyone that she's coming back to you to have sex in the middle of the night, that's not true, is it?
I was referring to one night, and that is true.
You mentioned that you made a couple of notes in your phone about not hitting Anna, right? Like about not wanting to hit her and to respect her and love her, things like that, right?
Yes,
Why would you need to make notes to remind yourself not to hit your wife?
because I was very impulsive in that time frame. I was very not like myself, and I was unpredictable. And my thinking patterns would change on a daily basis, maybe even in an hour basis.
So you didn't know just to not hit your wife, you had to make a note about it?
It's more so me admonishing myself. It's not that I didn't know. It's more like in that moment, it's like, you did that. You should feel ashamed. I'm berating myself.
You treated her horribly in October of 2021, right?
Because I felt horrible.
You were demeaning and nasty to her on all those texts and voicemails, right?
Yes.
That's why she didn't want to be with you, right?
I mean, there's a million reasons she says she doesn't want to be with me. 1 minute it's for the cheating. 1 minute it's for the physical violence. 1 minute it's for because I'm a cokehead. So it wasn't extremely clear to me what was really happening with our relationship.
But it was clear to you in October of 2021, based on all of her text messages, that she did not want to be with you, right?
No, the only thing that was clear to me is that I'm confused about my relationship with her.
She told you several times in October that she's scared of you, right?
Yes.
She told you several times in October that she was not safe with you, right?
Yes.
And in fact, you were sending messages back and forth because she had a talk with you about the fact that you were not going to be together anymore, right?
Say it again.
She had a conversation with you over the phone in October about the fact that you two weren't going to be together anymore, right?
I don't recall this one.
Well, then you had text messages about that, and you said, we talked about it being a good talk, right?
I said thank you for helping me to understand things a little more clearly, right?
Because she said she didn't want to be with you anymore, right?
No, she told me what it is that I'm slacking on and why I'm not the man that she married and what I need to work on. And I took that as an indication that there's things I need to work on in order to get our relationship back to where it was.
She blatantly told you in October, you asked her if you said you're stringing me along, and she said, I'm not stringing you along.
Right. But she was.
You talked about,
When she says things like, you can't move away from San Diego.
I'm going to
Because
sustain that.
when she says, like,
No, there's no question pending. Next question.
you testified earlier about meeting up with Anna on October 16th of 2021, right?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the question.
You testified that on October 16th of 2021, you met up with Anna that day, right?
Sure, yes.
Okay. And in fact, the only reason she met up with you is because you texted her, hi, Anna, are you sleeping still? I was hoping to take Amira to Westfield UTC, right?
Yeah.
So this was you reaching out to her to hang out, not the other way around, right?
Yes. It usually is me that has to.
Right, because she did not want to willingly see you, right?
Sustained.
Anna did not want to hang out with you, right, in October?
There's occasions where she says, we're going to the dentist. Do you want to come with us? There's little family things that she would include me to. I was supposed to go pumpkin patch with her in October. I mean, when you look at certain things from a specific angle, you're going to get a specific side. But it's not just black and white. There's multiple layers to this. And 1 minute she tells me she doesn't want me, but 1 minute she'll tell me she cannot, that I have to be within distance of her because I'm Amira's father still. So she's not giving me leeway to leave. And I would say, tell me what you want. Are you seeing somebody else so I can move on? I was giving her cues. Tell me what I need to want to know so that I can do this.
Non-responsive narrative.
I was begging her to give me.
Overruled. Answer will stand. Next question.
In none of those texts do you see anywhere where she, again, is telling you, I want to be with you, right?
She wouldn't say that because we're already together.
She would meet up with you so that you could see Amira, right?
But she wouldn't have to stay, would she?
but she would meet up with you so you could see a mirror, right?
On that date specifically, October, what is it, 16th?
Right, but
She didn't have to stay with me
there were times where she would bring Amira to see you, right?
and drop her off.
On October 18th, again, you were asked a lot of questions about what Anna said to you that day, but she specifically told you nothing's changed, Ali.
She was referring to my behavior.
She was telling you that nothing has changed, that she doesn't want to be with you, right?
Maybe she said that, but maybe she meant that, but she says a lot of those things. It's common for her to say those things.
On October 17th, you were the one that asked Anna to meet you for dinner, right?
Yes.
Okay. You wanted to see Amira and you asked them to go meet you at that sushi place, right?
I wanted to see Anna and Amira.
Again, Anna did not initiate that dinner, right? It was you.
Which is normal.
Okay. And she told you multiple times that night that she did not want to be married to you, right?
Was it in the audio?
Yes, it was.
Yeah, I think I remember, yes.
So she told you on October 17th multiple times, I don't want to be married to you.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
She was making it crystal clear to you that she did not want to be with you, right?
She was saying those things.
She was telling you that, right? Yes?
She was saying those things.
Okay. And she told you multiple times to get out of her car that night, right?
Right.
You wouldn't get out of the car, right?
Right, because I wanted to talk.
Again, you were trying to control the situation, right?
I was trying to, the whole point of the dinner was so that we can try to communicate some of these things that have been lingering, so we can move forward. But I wasn't getting that. So yes, sometimes I had to be a little more assertive in trying to get her attention. So yes, I wouldn't leave the car.
You realized that she wanted to essentially divorce you, right? She didn't want to be married. Right? She didn't want to be married.
She did not want to divorce me because I gave her many opportunities to work with me on that, and she refused it.
That night, that's what she was telling you.
She also said she's been saying a divorce since July.
Mr. Abulaban, I just need you to answer the question. She told you that night that she did not want to be married to you.
Yes.
Okay? And that made you mad, right?
I got mad when she threatened to call the cops.
Okay? Because you weren't leaving her vehicle, so she wanted to have you removed, right?
Like I said, she got into the habit of calling the cops as a means to push me away.
She wanted you removed, and she was telling you that she would call the police, right?
Yes.
Okay? And you opened the door to the driver's side, and you struck her in the face, right?
No, I didn't. I was in the passenger seat. She hopped out of the driver's seat to make that phone call. At the same time, I said, all right, I'm leaving. I hopped out of the passenger seat. She hopped back into the driver's seat, and I hopped back into the passenger seat.
But you struck her in the face in the car, right?
My intention was to grab her phone initially, and we were tugging it, and then ultimately I did.
Okay, you struck her in the face, correct?
Yes.
And
I mean, I'm familiar with the picture. You don't have to show it.
right, People's 167, page 14, you caused that injury to her eye, correct?
Yes,
And you hit Anna in the face in front of a mirror, right?
I did.
And that's not the first time Amira has seen you be violent with Anna, right?
No.
She has seen you hurt Anna many times, right?
A few times.
Now, you could have stopped being violent with Anna in front of Amira the first time it happened, right?
Not necessarily. My cocaine usage was increasing. My behavior was getting worse and worse. I was becoming more erratic, more impulsive. My condition overall was not improving at any point.
But you could have physically stopped yourself from hurting your wife, right?
I don't think I could.
No? You couldn't have gotten any treatment for domestic violence?
I could have, of course.
You could have stayed away from Anna so that you weren't violent with her?
I could have. But I wanted
You
to.
didn't do any of those things, right?
I wanted to try to work through it. I wanted to. I'm not saying I wanted her to forgive me overnight, but I'm the type of guy that doesn't like to leave problems lingering. I like to just address it and try to fix it as soon as possible.
What asking you, though, is you did not get any help to stop your violence on Anna.
I tried to get help for my overall condition
But you kept being violent with her up until October 17th, right?
because my condition wasn't getting any better.
Right, on October 18th, you had dinner with your cousin Louie,
Yeah.
right? And you were flirting with his friend Danielle during that dinner, right?
No, I wasn't.
You took out a big bag of cocaine during that dinner?
No, it was in the car.
Right, you took out a bag of cocaine and you said, "I'm Gin Kid, I can do whatever I want."
That was a joking response to Louis said, "Put that away. The cops are going to see it." And I said, "I'm Gin Kid. I can do whatever I want." I mean, I'm just,
Because you thought you could do whatever you wanted, right?
I was just, I was a little over my head, you know.
And that night, October 18th, you tried to convince your cousin Louie to bring Danielle back to your hotel room, right?
So that did not happen. What did happen was we all went out to Ocean Beach, but it was a very dry night. There was nobody out. There was nothing much to do. So they went to go drop me off. I offered that they can come and hang out at the hotel, and I said I had wine if they want. Her brother was there.
But you texted your cousin Louie and you wrote to him, "Bring Danielle."
Was that before we actually met up? Because the whole point was he wanted me to meet Danielle.
But you wanted another woman to come back to your hotel room,
Not
right?
my hotel. I said, you can pick me up. They picked me up. So I was saying, bring Danielle so I can meet her. Sorry. This was, the whole point was for him to meet me. He wanted me to meet his friend.
You were allowed to flirt with other women, but Anna couldn't flirt with other men.
I was not
With other
flirting
men,
with
right?
her. I was not flirting with her. I hardly spoke to her that night.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to go ahead and break for a recess. As I indicated, there's some other events going on today. Just to kind of give you an idea of scheduling, the attorneys and I talked yesterday. We do anticipate this case will be wrapped up this week. All right, so we're getting there. You'll be deliberating at some point. Of course, we don't know when, but just again, thank you for your attention. No media, no news. Don't form or express any opinion about this case. Henry, I want the audience to stay. I'm going to go ahead and dismiss the jury at this point. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
We just had this huge buzzard just come swooping down, and he landed in the field next door. Luckily, he's on the other side of the fence. That's why I just got up. I'm like, what was that? That thing was like, Nazgul. It's like the size of a frickin' plane. Just came swooping down. I'm like, are the kitties inside? Is everybody inside? Paulie, are you inside? Oh, and Paulie just brought in a lizard, which I had to rescue. Yikes. Yikes. So yeah, he's next door. Something must have died in the field next door, which again, there's a big fence, so we don't have to worry about that. Whew. All right. Anyway, so hope you guys are enjoying this presentation of episode 3, The Ego Takes the Stand. Yeah, I felt like I was in Lord of the Rings scene there. This thing was huge, you guys. Well, you know what buzzards are. This thing was had a wingspan of like 7 feet or more. Animal Farm, right? Well, I don't think a buzzard would because they're they go after dead things. But we have taken the little kittens out. I've taken them out. I'm starting to get them used to going outside, like just in the morning, and then we're also doing it after our stream, so like from 7:30 to 8. And it's still light, it's definitely light. But as soon as it starts to get dark, we put it back in. But we take them. Oh, you see him? Where is he? Oh, he's on the fence. Oh man, yep, he's on the fence. Yeah. He's big. He's a biggin. He's like a big turkey buzzard. Thing's like the size, literally a turkey. That thing's like huge. Aaron's gonna try and take a picture of him, and then I'll show you guys. So no, I don't. I'm very aware that they're small and they're like, they could be picked up very quickly by a hawk or an owl. But we don't let them out at night, first and foremost. And whenever they're out, Mom's always there, Rafa's always there. We have a porch. When they venture outside the porch, I'm right there with them. So, but they're getting used to the outside. But they're indoors right now. They're not out. Nobody's outside right now. Anyway, crazy. All right. So for those that are just coming in new to this trial, let's just do a quick little recap. We have more to watch. Okay, that was his cross, right? We still have, so we have 3 hours and 43 minutes of the next clip, which is going to be him on the stand still, right? So, you getting pictures? All right, so this happened October 21st of 2021. He's charged with 2 counts, first-degree deletion of his wife, Anna there, and her male friend, Rayburn. The judge is Jeffrey Frazier. The prosecution is Deputy District Attorney Taryn Brast, who's absolutely, I love her as well. Afton, I know you say that she's fantastic. Defense is Public Defender Jody Green. So Ali he's now 31. He was known online as Gin Kid. He was popular on TikTok. He had like over 1 million followers. He was charged with, well, first of all, they were going through this nasty breakup, as we're hearing, right? And they had a 5-year-old daughter at the time. He put a listening device on her iPad, and then he heard a male voice. So he goes into their apartment and he shoots Rayburn in the neck, I think 3 times, and Anna once in the head. And this all happened in San Diego. Can I turn up my volume? How's my volume, you guys? Am I too low? Let me see here. How's the volume out there, guys? I'm where I normally am. I'm at the volume I'm normally at. Yeah, I think I'm good. I'll turn up a little bit, but I'm pretty good right now. Volume seems fine. Volume is fine. Yeah. Let's see. Afton, you have turkey vultures all over, and they're massive. Yeah, agreed. All right. So maybe I'll just speak a little louder. How about that? Volume's okay. Sound is good. Okay. I'll just talk a little bit louder. So Anna had asked Ali to move out just days before. He checked into a hotel, but despite that, he had a copy of her apartment key and secretly installed a listening device on their daughter's iPad. And then he breaks in and he shoots them both. So, all right, here's let me show you. We'll just show you a quick picture. Let me show you a quick picture of this buzzard. Hold on. All right, this doesn't really show this. Here, check that out. So there's the buzzard. He's big. And that fence, you guys, that fence is probably 10 feet. It's probably a 10-foot fence, right? That's a 10-foot fence. And his wingspan is probably like 7 feet. So that's a good 10-foot fence. So there he is. Oh, that's why I'm like, let's go. All right. All right, so let's get back to it. So now we're on to more. This is his last day on the stand, so I'm guessing more cross, and then they probably try to rehabilitate him. But all right, I thought they only eat dead animals. They do. Yep, they do. It's the eagles and the hawks. Well, we don't have eagles. We have hawks. And we have owls. We have a big owl, but they don't come out until like midnight or 10 or 11 midnight. Kitties are not out at that point. They usually, vultures only eat dead. They only eat dead things. So, all right. Now let's get back to it. I hope you guys are enjoying the...
I am overruling the objection. Ms. Stone, you may.
All right, that'll teach me to not pay attention. I was on the wrong screen. All these ollies. All right, sorry. All right, let's get back to it. Sorry for that little distraction.
October, but it may.
All right, here we go. This is his last day on the stand. Last day on the stand.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Yesterday, we talked about you going, or Anna coming back to the apartment to have sex with you in the middle of the night, right? You said that happened in October?
It was my belief that it happened in October, but it may not have had.
That was your testimony yesterday, though, right? That it
Correct,
happened
but
in October.
correct. But upon reflection, I'm not exactly sure if it happened in October.
You testified that Anna came over after a wedding,
Yes.
a friend's wedding?
Yes.
Okay. And showing you People's Exhibit 212. Did you take a look at this exhibit? Who's shown there?
Julia, Anna, and Alicia.
And this was Anna going to her friend Christina's wedding on September 18th, 2021, correct?
Yeah, that's what it says.
Okay. So if she came over to have sex with you in the middle of the night, it was on that date, not October, right?
Correct. It's a misunderstanding.
And you said upon reflection, you mean upon seeing this exhibit?
No, prior to me even entering the courtroom today.
Okay, looking at People's 79, page 16, this was a conversation that you had with another woman named Julia on October 14th, correct? It's not in that packet in front of you. You can just look on the screen.
Okay.
But do you remember me showing these exhibits to the detective?
I do, yes.
Okay. There was a picture of a woman, Julia, that she sent to you.
Correct.
Correct. And you had a full-on conversation with her on October 14th, ending with calling her a goddess.
Yeah.
Your goddess.
Not my goddess. Well,
You said, "Night, my energy healing goddess of Venus."
yeah, I was being a little, I was joking around, but the primary reason that I was contacting her was she was offering me, she said she was a spiritist, some kind of medium. She had told me, she had reached out to me on Instagram with a voice message. And she says, and I thought this was weird because I don't normally believe in like mediums and spiritists, but she said, "I'm being told to tell you that in order for you to get to the next stage of your life, you have to let go of what you're holding on to." And I thought that was so strange that I immediately gave her my phone number and said, "Let's talk about this." And so she told me that she does that for a living, where she does energy healing through like FaceTime or any kind of video communications.
Right. You were flirting with this woman on Instagram, correct?
I was, yes.
Okay. And that's okay for you to do, but not Anna, right?
Anna's free to do what she wants to do.
Oh, she is. So she was free to see Ray.
No, she wasn't.
You just said she was free to do what she wants because you were separated, right?
You asked me if Anna was free to speak to other people.
But she was not free to speak to other people in your mind, right?
She has plenty of friends. She has plenty of people she can speak to.
I'm not talking about friends. I'm talking about.
If you're talking about a
flirting.
sexual relationship, no. Sorry, if you're referring to a sexual relationship, no.
You are flirting with another woman, and my question was, you are entitled to do that, but Anna was not entitled to do the same with other men, correct?
I'm not exactly sure if she did that or not.
She wasn't entitled to in your mind, correct?
That's not how I look at it, no.
But that's what you told her. You constantly told her about her being with other men, seeing other men, cheating on you, things like that in October, correct?
My concern was I understood that I had done something terrible multiple times.
But you said those things to her.
And
That's
my
question.
intentions with saying those things to her was, I understand if you need space, you want to stay at your friend's house, but I want to understand, are you going to be seeing some other people? She would never directly answer that question. She would leave me in the loop. she would leave me in some kind of void of confusion. She would tell me often to go talk to other people, and I would argue that. But these like flirtations, conversations, or like Ashley Sanchez, these are moments of my loneliest moments. These are moments where I was hurting and alone, and I'm not sure what the status is of me and Anna's relationship because I'm confused.
But again, you were allowed to do these things, flirt with other women and be with other women, but Anna was not free to do that with other men, correct?
I don't know whether or not she was doing that with other men, but if she did,
in your mind, she was not free to do those things with other men.
I would have preferred if she didn't.
Okay, looking at People's 167, page 13, this was a photograph that you took with another woman on October 15, 2021, correct?
Correct.
And then you rubbed this photograph in Anna's face, correct?
I did.
Yep, you sent it to her, and then you left her a nasty audio message about this woman, correct? Moving on with this woman.
Right. That was when I was in LA at the Comedy Store in Santa Monica Boulevard.
I'm not asking for an explanation. I'm asking you, you sent this to Anna, and you were free to take pictures and flirt with other women, correct?
So I had told Anna that this is somebody that I'm seeing, but that was a blatant lie. I was just trying to hurt her feelings. I was just trying to get under her skin. That is just someone who recognized me and just took a picture. Her boyfriend was right there.
Right. This is another attempt for you to be controlling over Anna, correct?
It's another attempt of me trying to vent my frustration of how things are going between me and Anna.
And often during your marriage to Anna in 2021, you were degrading to her in front of her friends, correct?
No, I would not be degrading to Anna. What I would do is blatantly state if I have a problem with something her friends are doing right in front of them.
You would call Anna ugly in front of her friends?
I would never call her ugly. She's the most beautiful woman to me.
You would tell Anna what to wear and what not to wear, right?
My fashion is terrible. I love her fashion.
You would tell her what males she could or could not be around, correct?
No, she was around a lot of males that I was hanging out with. But I would tell her if I felt somebody was not someone good that she would talk to, yes.
You would tell her that she could not go out with other people without you, correct?
No, that's not true.
Right. You actually always had to be with her going out, right?
That's not true. I worked 9 to 5, Monday through Friday. What do you think she was doing at those times? She was out at the gym with her girlfriends, going to get her nails done, going to lunch, taking the daughters to the park. These are things that don't include me.
Going out at night to bars and clubs and other things, you would often tell her that she couldn't go out without you.
I would say that I know that if she were to just go out with her girlfriends, of course she could go out. But I know what the friend group consists of. It is not just girls. It is men that these women are sleeping with. And these are people that I'm supposed to be friends with, that my wife wants me to be friends with. So of course I'm not comfortable me being left out of that. So yes.
You sent Anna a text message on October 15th telling her, hope you and Ray enjoy each other, right?
When did I say that?
I'm asking you. I'm not showing you anything. I'm asking you. You sent her that text on October 15th, 2021.
I don't recall that text.
It's not a surprise to you that she and Ray would go out together, right?
Are you kidding me? I had no idea about it. What the fuck?
Looking in front of you at the packet, 176, page 56, this was a text message series that you sent to Anna on October 15, 2021, telling her, by the way, when I fucked Nikki, she was on her period, right?
Yeah.
So you were telling Anna that you did in fact have sex with Nikki.
Again, this is me just trying to hurt her emotionally.
And you were laughing at her. Ha, 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 ha.
Correct. Because I wanted her to feel somewhat of the pain that I was feeling about our situation, the situation of our relationship.
There's multiple text messages that Anna sent you, including October 18th, 2021, where she said to you, I don't love you. Correct?
Sure, yeah.
Multiple times.
Mm-hmm.
In those days before the shooting, correct?
Right. But she also has told me that she does love me.
I'm asking you.
Okay, and I'm telling you.
It's in none of these texts, correct?
Not specifically in those texts, no.
On October 19th, you were harassing her. See, this is People's 176, page 41. You were harassing her and telling her you're coming over to the apartment, and she told you to leave her alone. This is harassment, right?
Yes.
You texted her that, right?
Sure, yes.
She didn't want anything to do with you, and you just kept badgering her, correct?
I wanted to see her at times, yes.
Okay, on October 20th of 2021, you left an Instagram voice message for a user named Mediterranean, correct?
Sure.
You heard that recording that I played in court, correct?
Was it the one that says, I don't know what I'll do, I'll go to jail, bro, or something?
Yes, specifically, you said that you would go to jail if you ever found Anna with another man, correct? You said that,
I said that in the
correct?
audio, yes.
Because the day before, you're already thinking about doing something badly to any man that Anna was with, correct?
That's not correct. My intentions is, look, first of all, this is a random follower. You have to think about what position I am in life where I'm reaching out to strangers for help about relationships or coping. I didn't have anybody to reach out to. I was completely cut off from all my friends in San Diego. My own family cut me off. And the only person I had to rely on for information about my relationship was Anna, and I didn't have access to her. She wasn't communicating with me efficiently. Now, another thing is I would reach out to these guys who'd say that they at some point have experienced something similar. So that's why I would say things. I think in that audio I said, see, that's what pisses me off. I feel like we can't fight for our relationships. That's how I felt like. I felt like I was being pushed out of my own relationship.
And you felt that you would go to jail if you ever saw Anna with another man. That's
Look,
what you said, correct?
I said that, but what does that mean? I mean, it doesn't say anything about me wanting to end someone's life. It just says I'd go to jail. Maybe I'd go crazy and punch somebody. I mean, this is something my dad used to say a lot, and
But
I
you
just say
didn't
it.
punch Ray. You shot him, correct?
I didn't even know Ray was involved until I walked in.
All right. Multiple times, Anna told you she wanted a restraining order against you, correct?
It was an empty threat.
Okay. On multiple dates in September and October of 2021, Anna told you she wanted a restraining order against you.
And she also told me she actually got one.
She told you she wanted one, correct?
She told me she actually got one.
She wanted a restraining order because you were abusive to her, correct?
No, because I've had instances where I was physical with her.
And you convinced her time and time again not to get one, right?
I may have only convinced her once or twice, but there was
once or twice?
But there was a point in time where she told me she specifically got the TRO, and I looked up how TROs work, and I was never served paperwork.
My question to you is you wanting to convince her not to get one, not whether she got one, you convincing her not to get one.
I don't know whether or not I convinced her, but I certainly told her that there would be consequences on our life, like as far as my job, my clearance. I was the only provider financially.
And she had every right to get a restraining order against you, correct?
Absolutely.
And you did not want her to.
Of course I wouldn't want her to.
And you told her multiple times in text messages not to get a restraining order against you, correct?
I probably advised or asked her not to get one.
And you also told her multiple times, either over the phone or in person, not to get a restraining order against you, correct?
I can't recall that.
You told your friend Sammy to convince Anna not to get a restraining order against you, right?
So I asked my friend Sammy to kind of intervene in between us, kind of be the middleman. Again, it was very hard for me to communicate with Anna. So I was reaching out to anyone I could think of who could help me in this situation.
You told your friend Sammy, and you asked for his help to convince Anna not to get a restraining order in October, correct?
Correct.
And you also asked your parents to talk to Anna about not getting a restraining order.
No, I think they just mentioned that on their own.
Then they both separately told Anna on their own not to get a restraining order against you, correct?
I don't know what they told me. I was not present for these conversations.
Well, you know that they both said that, right?
I don't know that.
You heard your mom testify about that?
I heard her, that was the first time I heard her say that, because I don't know these conversations.
You told Anna that it would affect your security clearance if she got a restraining order against you.
Which is true.
Correct? And you did not want your clearance affected, right?
That wasn't the only reason, but that was one of the reasons, yes.
You told her not to get a restraining order because it would affect Amira.
It would.
And your ability to see her, correct?
Correct.
And you told her not to get a restraining order because it would be a long and exhausting legal road, correct?
I don't know what the process is of getting a TRO is.
But you said that to her, correct?
Perhaps I did.
And you didn't want a restraining order against you because then you would have to give up your gun, right?
No, that's not. I never even mentioned my gun.
You know that when you have a restraining order against you, you cannot own a firearm, correct?
I did not know that, and that was not even my concern at the time.
Right, yesterday you testified about your friend Chris Faison visiting you, right?
Correct.
At your apartment? He stayed with you at the apartment?
Yes.
Right? He stayed for a couple days,
I think like a week.
right? And you said that when Chris visited you, you looked up those escorts for fun, right?
We were considering it.
Okay. And so you were considering getting an escort for yourself?
At first, it was me helping him to get one, but then I played with the idea.
Okay. So that was okay for you to do, get an escort, but Anna couldn't do the same, right?
Well, you're so convinced that we were separated, are you not?
You cannot ask me a question,
What's wrong about that? Anna wasn't with me, right?
right? So, but it's perfectly okay for you to sleep with another woman, but Anna could not do the same with another man, right?
I have not slept with another woman. I massaged another woman.
I'm talking about the escorts. It was okay for you to
We
get
never
an escort.
hired anyone.
You have to wait till I finish my question.
Okay.
It was okay for you to go out and get an escort and have sex, but Anna could not do the same with another man, correct?
Neither of those things happened.
And you told us that Chris was concerned about messages from the cartel.
No, it was a spam, or it was a scam text that he received. One of the numbers on that escort website, I forget what it was called, triggered a scam. It also happened to me too.
Okay, and so this happened while he was with you at your apartment? You got this scam text?
They contacted him while he was with me, but they contacted me after he had left.
Okay.
They sent the same photos.
And Chris Faison visited you in San Diego on October 1st of 2021, correct?
I believe, yes.
Okay. But you started searching for escorts on September 6th of 2021, right?
Have I?
Take a look at People's 176, page 57. These are the web searches from your cell phone. There's a page in front of you as well, page 57. You started searching for escorts on September 6, 2021, correct?
Try to remember what I was doing at that time.
It's not about remembering, it's about looking at the exhibit. These are the web searches from your cell phone. You were searching for escorts on September 6th of 2021,
I don't recall doing that.
correct?
It's there, but I don't recall doing that.
And Chris Faison was not visiting you then, right?
No.
And then turning to People's 176, page 58. This is another list of searches for escorts on your cell phone, correct?
Sure.
And this is from September 14th of 2021,
Okay.
right? And this is the middle of the night. This is minus 7 hours, so about 3:30 in the morning. Over and over again, you're searching for escorts, correct?
Okay.
Correct?
Yeah, sure. I was alone.
And People's 176, page 12. This is another list of you searching for escorts on October 2nd of 2021, correct?
That would probably be the night when Chris was there.
Okay. And then looking at People's 176, page 59, this is another list of you searching for escorts on October 11th, 2021, correct?
Correct.
So there were at least 4 different dates that you in your phone searched for escorts
Mm-hmm.
while you claim to be in love with and married to Anna, correct?
That's not even relevant. My love for Anna doesn't change the fact that I was lonely. I was very lonely. She was not in the house. She was gone. She was confusing me about the status of our relationship. I have needs, but I looked them up, but I never hired one. There's no evidence that I hired one ever.
And then you talked to your friend Gene about getting a prostitute, right?
No, he told me about some massage parlor apparently in San Diego that they go the extra mile if you pay them extra. And
again,
he's the one who told me about
This is all okay for you to do.
You have to
but
understand,
not for Anna.
I was confused about where the hell I was in my relationship. There's nothing wrong with searching this stuff up. I mean, I was lonely. I was freaking out. And you got to keep in mind, I'm thinking Anna's out with men. The whole time, I'm thinking she's sleeping around and just not telling me about it. So I was just trying to cope. I'm just trying to I was confused. And all these months was like the most confusing time of my life. I was on drugs 24/7. I wasn't thinking clearly. I'm confused. 1 minute I'm angry. 1 minute I'm crying. 1 minute I love you, Anna, and 1 minute I hate you, Anna. But it's not, none of that is consistent. I was not in the right frame of mind during this time period.
So again, you're blaming Anna and your cocaine use on you searching for escorts, right?
No, I'm blaming myself in the mindset that I was in and the situation of our relationship. The whole thing was confusing. There was never a point where the only thing I wanted to do with Anna was communicate as to what she wanted to do, or where do we stand? Do you want to be separated? Do you need space? I'll give you space. But does that mean you see other people? She would never answer those questions. She would leave me hanging for days on end, night after
Objection,
night.
narrative.
Answer will stand. Next question.
Okay, let's talk about some of your other web searches. People's 176, page 13. You did multiple searches for audio monitoring and how to plant a listening device, correct?
I did actually.
And you looked at many different websites with different audio monitors, correct?
Yep, and I looked for websites that I could purchase devices, but I found nothing.
Right. And you read about how to use a cell phone as a listening device, correct?
Correct.
Right. You read about how to put a bug in a cell phone, correct?
I don't know if the word bug was the word used, but I was looking for a way to monitor somebody else's cell phone, yes.
You looked at different stores like B&H to purchase audio surveillance, right?
I'm not exactly sure the websites I went to, but I was just trying to see what's available, how they work. But anything that I even remotely came across had this weird complication via the other phone has to download this feature first, or you have to be within 50 feet of. I was trying to find out the truth about what Anna was up to and what was our relationship. So yes, I was looking these things up, but ultimately I didn't find anything that seemed to work. So I dropped the idea.
You looked it up for hours and hours upon hours, correct?
I can't confirm that.
You read an article about husband turned into stalker and planted spy devices in ex-wife's bedroom, correct?
So that article, I did not look it up specifically, but it was a related search result when I was looking for these devices.
You clicked on that
I clicked on it.
article.
Why?
Correct.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I clicked on it, yes. Why? Because I just wanted to see what did he use? What method did he? Because I couldn't find a way to do it. So I was just curious to see how he did it.
You wanted to spy on your wife, correct?
I wanted to discover, is she seeing somebody?
And you made sure to make a plan to catch Anna with another man, correct?
No, I was not successful in conducting any kind of plan. I had searched into it to see if there's anything I could use. Ultimately, I was unsuccessful.
Well, you did find a plan in his Discord, correct?
It was not until the day of, in that moment, through all that chaos when I'm trashing the apartment and I see she's lying, that I just had that idea. Because if I had that idea beforehand, I would not have searched for these things. It just came.
Okay. October 17th of 2021, this is People's 176, page 15. You searched for chopped bodies, correct?
I did.
And you searched for decapitated heads, correct?
Right.
Right. And the searches that you were doing were at 10:30 p.m. after that dinner you had with Anna, correct?
Do you see where it says decapitated head cartel?
I asked you a question. You did these searches right after that dinner you had with Anna where you punched her in the eye, correct?
I may have, but it's not related to the dinner. This is just me back when I'm at my home, coked out of my mind, reviewing things that I've been thinking throughout the whole month, like what happened with Chris, the text messages I'm getting. So I just happened to think about it. Like, let me see if I can find those damn pictures.
Okay, so it's an hour and a half after you hurt Anna, you were searching chopped bodies, and that was related to something that happened weeks prior?
I don't know the time frame, but those text messages that I got, the same scam, happened to me very recently.
You told us that Chris showed you that scam text when he was visiting at the beginning of October, correct?
It happened in front of me.
Okay. But weeks later, you're searching for chopped bodies and decapitated heads.
Because
right?
that's when it happened to me. I wanted to see if these are fake. It was pretty scary how they listed the 10 most closest members of my family. So I had an idea it was a scam, but at the same time, I'm thinking, well, maybe I should not take this lightly.
You were mad at Anna after that dinner because she told you over and over again that she did not want to be married to you, correct? You were mad at Anna. Answer the question, please.
I was mad at Anna because she did not want to communicate with me, which was the intention of that dinner. I was hoping to communicate, and she had I'll take responsibility. It did not go well. And I tried to talk to her in the car, and she kept telling me to get out, and she threatened to call the cops. That's why I got mad. It wasn't about her saying she doesn't want to be married to me.
You realized that she was not coming back to you, right?
I did not realize that. I just realized she's just being difficult. That's how I took it.
That night, October 17th, you were violent and angry with her, correct?
I became violent at the last second, yes.
And then right after that dinner, you looked up chopped bodies, right?
Again, it's not related. Can I ask, why? What do I get from searching chopped bodies, seeing pictures of chopped bodies? What is that going to do? Teach me how to chop a body?
You're not allowed to ask me questions.
I'm just trying to figure out your mindset, where you're going with this. It's weird, yes, that I would search that up.
Objection, non-responsive.
I'm going to sustain that. All right, remember.
Question.
Answer questions. Thank you.
Sorry.
You looked at multiple different websites on chopped bodies and decapitated heads, correct?
No, I never left Google search results.
You looked at many, many Google images of chopped bodies, correct?
That sounds more like it. I never left Google.
You looked at many, many images of decapitated heads, correct?
Yes, I was looking for specific images that I was getting spam texted.
On October 18th of 2021, you were conducting research on your phone, looking at the profiles of other women, correct?
Okay.
Yes, you were doing that, correct?
Yes.
And on October 18th, you were also researching teen porn videos, correct?
What? What did you just say?
That's what you were researching, correct?
Say it again?
Teen porn videos.
You're out your mind.
On October 19th, you were researching Sean Torres, correct?
Show me the teen shit you just said. You want to paint me as some kind of fucking child molester? Show me show me. What you just said. I've never seen that in a discovery. I've been incarcerated 3 years. You never showed that to my team. Where did you get that?
It's in your phone.
Show it.
You researched Sean Torres on October 19th.
Show me what you just said. You were not going to breeze over that. You're not going to paint me as something I'm not.
You researched Sean Torres on October 19th, 2021, correct?
I don't recall doing that.
On October 20th of 2021, you were looking up Scarface and Breaking Bad, correct?
It's my favorite movie, my favorite TV show.
Those are shows that involve a lot of shooting and killing, correct?
Sure.
All right, and you told us yesterday that you were searching trash cans to put a trash can on Anna's profile picture on your phone, correct?
Yes.
And you said that you did that when you were in the apartment and you were mad that she wasn't home, right?
I was mad that she lied to me.
Right. So what you said was you were researching or you were looking up those trash cans while you were inside the apartment, correct?
I believe so.
And then you assigned that trash can photo to her profile while you were still in the apartment?
Yes, it might have been some point that day, but I don't remember if it's exactly in that moment.
Okay, and looking at People's 176, page 20, these were the searches that you did for trash cans, correct?
I I don't remember what the results were, but I'm sure that that's what would pop up if you search trash can.
But this is one of the websites that came up that is on your phone as to the trash cans you searched, correct?
This is Google, and those are results from Google. These are not, and these are images populated by Google. You keep saying I searched websites. I never left Google.
But Google's a website, right?
Yes.
So, but you were searching on Google for different images of trash cans, correct?
Yes.
And none of these trash cans have any trash in them, right? They're all empty, right?
Okay.
Yes? Is that correct?
I can't confirm that those were the exact results when I searched it. This looks like somebody else who may have searched it and took a screenshot.
So someone else searched for trash cans on your cell phone?
You're saying this screenshot was on my cell phone?
This is a screenshot from your cell phone, from a website that you looked at.
Google?
Yes.
Okay, well those are empty trash cans.
Correct. And this is what you were searching on October 21st,
Trash
2021,
cans.
correct?
Yes. Sorry.
All right, looking at People's 176, page 60, these are some more searches that you did on your cell phone on October 21st, 2021 for trash cans, correct?
I searched for trash cans, but I don't know. It says last visited. I don't know what it means by that. I don't know what it's in reference to. But if you're trying to imply that I searched for trash cans at 3:50 after the shooting, you're out of your mind.
Okay.
Because after the shooting, I was on the road the whole time.
But you understand that that's UTC time, so those times are 7 hours later than the actual time you searched, correct?
See, that's very manipulative because I did not know that that's UTC, and I'm sure people in here didn't, because that says I looked at it at what, 3:50. So had I not said anything just now, you probably wouldn't have pointed that out. You probably would have made it seem like I did that immediately after the shooting. I would not have done that.
Mr. Abulaban, I'm asking you about these searches that are on your cell phone.
I did look for trash cans, but it was not at 3:50 p.m.
I'm not saying it was.
Well, I'm sure you would have if I had not said anything.
These are searches from your cell phone, correct? You did all of these searches, looked at all of these different websites, correct?
Again, these are not different websites. I was on Google. I did one search of trash cans, and these are various different images who have their own individual links.
Correct.
But I did not click on any of them.
But you looked at different Google's image sites for trash cans, correct?
Right. So like when you click on a picture on Google, it'll pop up bigger, and then you can just you can keep swiping. They each have their own individual URL link, but that doesn't mean I went on the actual website. So that's what that is.
Okay. And you did these searches. The very first search for the trash can was starting at 8:50 a.m., correct?
That sounds about right.
So when your phone pulls up UTC, the actual time is 7 hours earlier for Pacific time. You know that, correct?
I learned that during this trial.
Right. And in fact, the defense had your own exhibit with the trash cans also showing the time of 8:50 that you searched for trash cans, correct?
Which would be around the time that I went to go visit Anna.
You were not in the apartment at 8:50 a.m., correct?
Okay. I said at some point that day, I got mad at Anna and looked up trash cans.
That's not what you said.
I
You
did.
said you did the searches of trash cans while you were in the apartment, but you started searching for trash cans at 8:50 a.m. on October 21st, correct?
Perhaps I did.
Okay.
But I was mad about the roses.
Oh. You didn't know about the roses yet at 8:50.
The roses delivered around what, 8:09? Or what?
Mr. Bulliman, do not look at your attorney for advice.
Okay, but we
Answer
have
the questions.
We have a receipt of the delivery, and I think that it was before 8:50 it
You
landed.
did not know that the flowers were smushed by a makeup bag until you were inside the apartment.
That's right.
Well after 9 a.m., correct?
That's correct. But I did know that Anna did not acknowledge my flowers, and I was very upset about that.
You were looking up trash cans well before you even entered the apartment on October 21st, correct?
Correct.
So you were looking up trash cans because you wanted to hide some bodies, correct?
I'm sorry. You're out of your mind.
You are not being honest about the fact that you first started searching for trash cans when you were inside the apartment.
Excuse me. Did I not change her profile photo and her contact name to trash?
You were not
That is
being
why I
truthful about first starting to search for trash cans.
It's not that I wasn't being truthful. It's just that there's certain details that I don't remember exactly. That was a very traumatic day for me. That the whole month was confusing to me. I made it clear that there are moments of that day that I don't exactly remember. I was trying to explain to the best of my memory. I'm not here to lie. I'm not here to twist anything. I have nothing to hide. And I have not hidden anything since the day of.
Since the day of.
I mean, I have been completely honest at the right times, like as soon as I needed to the right people.
You've admitted
the only time I wasn't honest was in that 911 phone call because I wasn't ready to say it was me yet. I wanted to go get my
The only time you
daughter.
weren't honest during this whole case was on the 911 call?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
I have been telling the truth.
You admitted multiple times during my questions of you that you have lied, correct?
No, I didn't. Oh, well, I've lied to Anna. I've never lied on the stand. See how they twist things? That's crazy.
All right. The morning of October 21st, you left an apology video. You sent an apology video to Anna, right?
What time did I do that?
On October 21st.
Yes, in the morning, 5 in the morning.
Yeah, we saw that video, correct?
Yes.
And that was you, again, apologizing for treating her horribly, correct?
Which is, I think, is a nice gesture.
Which you had to do many times during your marriage.
Yes.
You were violent and rude to her, and then you had to apologize, correct?
Yes.
And you told Anna you loved her in that video, and she never said it back, correct?
I even mentioned in the video, you don't have to respond to this. I just want you to know.
She never said I love you back that day, correct?
She didn't, but she said thank you for the video, or it was sweet, something along those lines.
She didn't say I love you to you, correct?
Why would she need to? I told her she didn't need to in the video.
In the video, you told her that you were glad about her friends, right? You were glad she had friends?
I was happy that she has good supporting friends, yes.
But you hated her friends, right?
I just told you yesterday, I actually really liked them. It's just there were certain aspects of their life that was bleeding into my marriage.
You ultimately started hating all of her friends, correct?
Hey, I don't hate anybody. I don't hate anybody, but sometimes I just, my priority is my family, my wife, my daughter. But what happens is when we jumped into this San Diego lifestyle, I felt like we forced ourselves into this friend group. They didn't give a shit about me. They don't care about me. Anna was flourishing, and that's great. But at the same time, I was losing Anna, and she was telling me to just focus on the guys, be like the guys. I was having a hard time fitting in. But ultimately, I never stopped her from hanging out with them. I had these people at my house all the time. I took care of them. I welcomed them with love. It wasn't until the promiscuousness, it wasn't until their life was bleeding into my marriage and it started changing Anna. I saw threats to my marriage. I thought threats to what we had built together. She was distracted by this lifestyle.
You left Anna multiple audio messages talking about her friends and berating them, correct?
Say it again?
Berating them, correct?
Yeah, I've said mean things about them, yes.
Yes, about Julia, Claire, Diana, right?
Sure.
Right. You told us that Anna thanked you for the groceries, but not the flowers, right?
Correct.
And you felt disrespected by that, right?
I was hurt, not disrespected. I was just hurt because I was really banking that she would say something. I was trying to make an impression on her.
Okay, just to summarize from yesterday, your testimony regarding when you went to the apartment. You said you went up to the apartment in the morning and you entered, and then you saw the flowers crushed by the makeup bag, right?
Yes.
And then that's when you started rummaging through the office and the apartment, right?
Yeah, I was looking at her, some of her stuff, yes.
And then you said you made that phone call to Anna, right? Where you were mad that she wasn't home?
Okay, so I don't remember the exact order of events. That day is very hazy to me, okay? So I don't know if you're trying to catch me on something I said incorrectly, but what I'm saying is I know it happened, but it may have been out of order.
You said that you made that phone call to Anna and then you paused your audio recording, right?
I remember saying that, but I'm not exactly sure if that's how it went.
That's what you testified to under oath, right?
I'm trying to remember, yes. I'm trying to remember these things.
So you made that phone call to Anna and you were accusing her of cheating and knowing she's not home and things like that, right?
Yes, I did.
Right, because you were in the apartment and you knew she wasn't home, right?
Yeah, what set me off was she said she was home. When I asked her where she was, she said she was home, but I was in the home.
And then you said that you went back and that's when you threw away her clothes, right?
And when she had lied to me like that, I had accused her of cheating. She said, "You're so stupid. I'm going to block you."
Right,
When
but after that
when
phone
she blocked
call-
me, the conversation was over. I went in a fit. I was going crazy. I was screaming. I was throwing the groceries around. I grabbed her possessions, and I feel really bad about it. But that's what I did in the moment.
Okay, so you went back in the apartment, and that's when you trashed the pumpkin and the flowers and things like that, right?
I never left the apartment. I was going in and out from the trash chute to the apartment. So
Okay. So, but you were trashing the apartment with the pumpkin and the flowers, and then going to throw out the clothes, right?
I mean, I just grabbed random stuff.
Right, and then, so you were going back and forth doing those things?
Yeah, I was going back and forth from the trash chute to my apartment.
And then you said that's when you thought about setting up the iPad, right?
No, I was thinking because I had suddenly got hit with a really intense exhaustion. I almost felt like I was going to faint. I knew I couldn't just be there. I had to go back and sleep. I had not slept since the day before. You remember the video on 5 a.m. The point I'm trying to make is I didn't want to lose this opportunity to find out the truth because I was planning to move to LA. And I just didn't want to go there. See, let me just tell you how I felt because I felt like
Mr.
when
Abulaban,
I just want to explain
objection,
something.
non-responsive.
I'm just trying to say that there's my actions. I'm not justifying my actions, but there's reasons why I was being like that. My fear is she's not being honest with me as to where we are with this relationship. She tells me she'll never cheat on me. She'll never make the same mistake as I did. I acknowledge my mistake. I knew I told my friend that I was going to move in with him temporarily because I needed to remove myself from that toxic environment. And I understand that I was a lot of the cause of the toxicity. But I was trying to help and diffuse the situation. But I also was scared that by going to LA, it would give Anna the impression that, okay, he's done. I can just go see whoever I want. You know, like I was scared. I'm just scared and I'm angry.
My question, though, was that you set up the iPad after throwing out the items.
So yeah, so as I'm like getting tired, I saw my daughter's iPad on the table and I'm thinking, I'm like, okay, what? I can't just stay here. I don't know if she's going to come back, and I don't know if she's going to come back with the guy. So it was the dumbest idea that I ever had, and I wish I never had it. But yes, in that moment, I thought about just making a call.
Okay, so you activated the Discord application on the iPad, and then you hid that iPad behind the bed.
Yes, because I wanted to catch her having sex.
Okay, and then, so you had to move the bed out to put the iPad there, right?
No. There's a window. There's plenty of space. I could just...
Okay, so you went on top of the bed, and then you put the iPad in that little compartment behind the bed.
No, I can just reach my arm.
But you had to plug the iPad into the wall.
Yeah, so the battery would die all the time. Yes, I had to keep it charged.
So were you able to lean over the bed into that small opening to plug the charger into the wall?
There's a little white dresser. I moved that out a little bit, but I never moved the bed.
All right, so you set up the Discord, you plugged the iPad in, and then you said you left the apartment right after that, right?
Moments later, yes.
Okay. That is not true, correct?
How so?
Because you activated the Discord application on the iPad at 9:17 a.m., correct?
What do you mean by activated?
You activated the Discord application at 9:17 a.m., correct?
On my phone? So
On the iPad.
On the iPad it was activated, meaning like it joined the voice channel?
Yes, you saw the exhibits presented in court that the Discord application was activated on the iPad at 9:17 a.m., correct?
Okay, and when was I trashing the apartment?
Much later than that.
I'm not sure this is adding up.
Okay, but my question was, you saw the exhibits that you activated the iPad at 9:17 a.m., correct?
Activated the iPad or activated the voice call on Discord?
Activated the Discord.
So meaning I logged into the Discord and put it in the voice chat channel?
You activated the Discord application on the iPad at 9:17 a.m., correct?
That was around the time I was in the apartment, right?
Okay. You only arrived at the apartment around 9:14 a.m., correct? This is People's 45.
When did I activate it again?
Mr. Abulaban, you cannot ask me questions.
I'm just trying to
You have
follow.
to answer mine. You only went to the apartment per the surveillance video, on October 21st, 2021, around 9:14 a.m., correct?
If that's what it says, yeah.
Okay. And so you had to walk to the apartment, and then you said you knocked on the door, right?
Yeah.
Because you thought Anna would be home?
Yeah.
But you know Anna takes Amira to school in the morning, right? At that time?
Right, but I also got the notification she got the groceries.
You know that Anna takes Amira to school in this time frame.
That's correct. But I knew she would have been back by now.
You knew Anna would not be home
No,
in
I
the
didn't.
apartment.
No, I didn't.
So at 9:14...
She thanked me for the groceries. How would she have known about the groceries if she wasn't home? How did the groceries get on the counter? She was home.
At 9:14 a.m., you started your walk to the apartment, correct?
Whenever I exited the elevator.
Right? But that was 9:14 a.m., correct?
I guess so.
And then you walked to the apartment, and then you said you waited outside because you knocked to see if Anna would answer the door, correct?
I was texting her and then to see if she would open the door, and then I opened it.
Okay. So you were outside for what, a minute or two waiting for her?
Probably less than, yeah, maybe.
Okay. And then you entered the apartment, and then the first thing you did was to go and activate the Discord application on the iPad, correct?
I don't know that.
Well, if you only went into the apartment at 9:15, about 9:15, 9:16 a.m., then when you entered the apartment, one of the first things you did was activate the Discord application, correct?
My memory was I was observing the apartment, and then I reached out to Anna to see where she was.
Time-wise, the first thing you did in that apartment was activate the Discord application.
Perhaps I did, but in my memory, I called Anna first.
So your plan when you entered, just like you did your research, was to go set up that application to spy on your wife, correct?
No, because I thought she was going to be home. I only went to the apartment to go talk to her.
And you hid the iPad behind the bed so that Anna would not know that you were listening to her in the apartment, correct?
At the time when I decided to, yeah, that's where I put it because I was trying to catch her cheating.
You had looked up ways to spy on her, and then you carried out your goal that morning on October 21st, correct?
I was not even thinking about those search results when I entered that apartment. I only went there to go visit my wife. So even if I got the time wrong about when I activated it, I still got the idea at that moment.
It's not about getting the time wrong. It's about you telling us that you did not activate that Discord application until you left the apartment. And that was
How would I have done that out of the apartment? I said I was in the apartment when I did that.
Yes, but you said that was the last thing you did. So that would have been around 9:45 a.m. when you left the floor and went onto the elevator, correct?
Okay, but that sounds like a reasonable amount of time to have a phone call and to trash an apartment and then activate it. I don't understand where you're going with this.
What you did was you first went into the apartment, you activated the Discord application, you trashed the apartment, and then you left and had that phone call with Anna in the hallway at 9:45 a.m., correct?
That's not correct.
Well, you told us that you paused your audio recording to have that phone call with Anna, right?
That was I don't know if I don't remember that. I mean, I remember saying that, but I don't remember if that's exactly how it happened.
That's how you testified, right?
Yeah, I know I said that yesterday, yes.
So the recording that your attorney played yesterday, that it was about a 12-minute recording of you inside the apartment and trashing it, that recording you started at 9:19 a.m., correct?
I don't remember when I started it.
Would it refresh your memory to see this page? All right, take a look at this page. This is from Detective Escalante's report.
Where am I?
Towards the bottom, there's a paragraph.
Here?
Correct? It says audio file. It says October 21st, 2021, 9:19 a.m. Correct?
This one here?
This paragraph right here.
Okay. So
Just review it yourself and let me know when your memory's been refreshed.
why does it say it apparently takes place at 9:19? I'm not done. But it says apparently, so it seems like he doesn't even know what time.
You have to read this to yourself, and then I will ask you questions. Motion to strike.
So it says that I
Sir,
recorded the audio.
I need-
Remember question answer. So wait for the.
Just-
I thought
just
you asked
read
me a
the
question.
paragraph, and then just let me know when your memory's been refreshed.
It says I recorded the audio as soon as I walked in.
Is your memory refreshed from reading this paragraph?
Ollie's her texting Anna.
Just please don't read it out loud.
Ollie, that camera's okay, I read it.
Okay, your memory's been refreshed about the timing?
Yeah, it says at 0919 that I went in and I started the audio recording where it says Anna has an STD,
I'm
and then I
just-
called her and started
Objection,
accusing her of cheating.
non-responsive.
I'm going to sustain that. Answer stricken. Next question.
But you said I immediately
My-
activated the iPad. That is not what happened, and he says that too.
My question for you was your memory refreshed looking at this page of this report?
Yeah, and
Okay.
it doesn't follow with what you're doing.
And you activated your audio recording on your cell phone on October 21st, 2021 at 9:19 a.m., correct?
When I entered, yes.
Okay. That was after you entered,
Yes.
because you had already set up the Discord app. You had already activated the Discord application at 9:17, correct?
No, I started the recording because I saw that the groceries weren't even, she wasn't there.
I'm asking you about the time frame.
Mm.
You activated the Discord application on the iPad at 9:17 a.m., and then you only started your audio recording at 9:19, correct?
No, I don't recall that.
Right, that's what it says here in the report.
That's what it says, but
All right, and so you had already set up the plan to spy on your wife before you even started this recording, correct?
I don't recall that, no.
And-
That's not how I remember it.
You were, on the recording, you were making comments about Anna having an STD and AIDS and things like that, right?
I found a piece of paper in her luggage, yes.
That piece of paper didn't have anybody's name on it, correct?
It had a clinic in San Diego.
It did not have Anna's name on it, correct?
It was for her.
It did not have Anna's name on the paperwork, correct?
I can't recall if her name was on it, but it was in her luggage.
Did you put that paper there?
I found that paper.
All right, and on that audio recording that you made on your phone, you said you did that because you thought there'd be a problem, like with Anna, but she wasn't there, right?
I activated before I entered the apartment.
You did not actually, correct?
Objection on her arguments.
That's sustained.
All right, on that recording, for 12 minutes, you were trashing the apartment, correct?
Say it again.
On that recording is 12 minutes long on your phone. The majority of that recording was you trashing your apartment, correct?
Sure, yes.
Right, and yelling that Anna was cheating on you and things like that. Correct?
Yes, I want to say something, but I know you're not going to let me.
Right, and then after you trashed the apartment and then you threw out her clothes in the trash chute, you left the apartment and walked to the elevator, correct?
Yeah, when I was done for the day, or when I left, yeah.
And you saw that on the surveillance video, correct? You left the apartment and you walked towards the elevator, right?
Yeah, I was leaving.
And then we heard that phone call that you had with Anna where you were accusing her of cheating and she's not single and things like that, right?
I thought I had that in the apartment.
Well, you saw that surveillance video, correct? And you heard your voice and Anna's on that phone call?
Are you talking about the Nest camera?
I'm talking about that surveillance video you saw in court.
That doesn't show me in the hallway. That just picked up my voice from my apartment.
It didn't show you in the hallway, leaving the apartment and walking to the elevator?
I don't remember the exact events, but
All right. And you had the phone call with Anna at around 9:45 a.m., correct?
in the hallway?
Yes.
Maybe I did. I don't remember.
And that was before you left the building, correct?
I was waiting for the elevator, I guess. On my way out.
You did not have that conversation with her in the apartment. You had it in the hallway. That was picked up on video, correct?
Well, then why would I be screaming she's cheating on me while I'm ransacking the apartment? What
Mr.
gave me that
Boulevard,
indication?
You cannot ask me a question. I'm asking you about what you saw and the time of the phone call. You had that phone call with Anna at 9:45 in the hallway, not in the apartment, correct?
No, it was in the apartment. I remember it being in the apartment. I was on the phone and I was texting her at the same time.
And People's 102, this is the damage you did to the apartment, correct?
I mean, I threw a pumpkin and roses. No big deal.
All right. And on October 21st at 10:30 a.m., Anna texted you, "I want you out of my life once and for all," correct?
Wait, October 21st?
Correct.
What time?
At 10:30 a.m.
That's probably after she saw the apartment.
Okay. I'm not asking about what she saw. She sent you the text message at 10:30 on October 21st. "I want you out of my life once and for all."
If it's there, then
Correct.
maybe she said that, yeah.
And that made you mad, right?
I don't even remember her saying that to me.
But you saw it in the text messages that I've showed in court, right?
I'm seeing it right here, but I don't even remember she said that to me.
Right. And that's People's 176, page 45, right? You see that she texted you that.
I don't have that here.
All right. So you said that you went back to your hotel after you left Spire that morning, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you said you woke up and you heard the voices, Anna and another man, right?
Correct.
And you were listening to the conversation that Anna was having with Ray, right?
I was actively getting dressed while I was hearing it.
Right. So you were listening to the things that Anna was saying, right?
I heard a few things, but I wasn't actively like sitting and listening.
That was when you got upset, realizing she was with another man in the apartment, right?
No, that was when I realized that she is with a guy right now, and I wanted to go see who it was.
You knew it wasn't a police officer, right?
I didn't know that. My friend told me maybe I shouldn't go because it could be a police officer.
You knew it wasn't based on the nature of the conversation, right?
Yeah, I guess I determined that, yeah.
You knew that she was with another man and giggling and having fun, right?
Yeah.
So when you're listening to this on your Discord application on your phone, you had already caught her with another man, right?
No.
But that's what you were listening to, right?
It could have been a friend. Could have been just hanging out.
You know it wasn't because of the nature of their conversation, right?
All I heard them say was, "Did Ali make this mess?" And then she said, "Yeah, and he bought me these cheap-ass roses." That's all I heard.
You did not need to drive to the apartment because you had already caught her on the application with another man, right?
No. That only confirmed what my suspicions were, and I needed to go validate it visually. I wanted to at least let her know I know that I'm onto her.
But you could have just recorded her doing one of your audio recordings. You could have audio recorded the conversation she was having with the other man, and that would have been your proof, right?
No, because I'm actively in a call on Discord. You can't record anything that's coming out of the same phone. I was not able to keep track of any of that or make a record of any of that.
You could have done any number of things to record or then tell people, "Oh, look, Anna's with another man," right?
No, I couldn't because my phone was being used in a voice chat with Discord. So I cannot record that. I cannot make another phone call. I don't have another device. I just have my phone.
You said that you would do audio recordings and send text messages and things like that. You could do that all at the same time.
A text message is fine. You can text while there's an active voice audio, but you can't be on a phone call and audio record.
You decided to drive straight to the Spire apartment from the hotel once you heard Anna with another man, correct?
Yeah.
And you were planning to surprise them and not let them know you were there, correct?
I wanted to find out what was going on, yes.
You sent a text to your friend Sammy around 2:36 p.m. "There's another man at my apartment, dude," right?
Mm.
Correct?
Correct.
And you said, "Do not contact her," correct?
Yes.
Right. So you already knew that she was with another man, correct?
I heard her with another man.
You continued to drive to the Spire apartment despite already knowing Anna was with another man, correct?
I did.
You left your hotel and loaded your gun, correct?
That's not true.
Your gun was loaded, correct?
No, there was a magazine in it because I was actively carrying the last few days. There was already a magazine with bullets in it, but there was no round in the chamber at any point.
But your gun was loaded, correct?
It was not ready to be fired.
You could have gone to the Spire apartment without your gun, correct?
I could have. Man, just ready, just jumping into my pants. The gun was already on my... I was out the door.
You made the decision to put your pants on that had a loaded gun and drive to the Spire apartment, correct?
That was the pants that was readily available. That was what I was wearing.
And you made sure you had extra magazines and over 100 rounds of ammunition, correct?
That's what I had in my safe ever since Virginia. I didn't... First of all, that wasn't even near me. That was in the back of my Jeep in a safe.
You had all that ammunition and 3 magazines when you drove to the Spire apartment, correct?
It was in my safe, but I didn't bring it with me to the apartment.
Well, you brought your gun with a loaded magazine, correct?
That's how you conceal carry. It was already there. It was already on there.
Do you have a concealed carry permit in California?
No, I don't, but I was actually in the process of...
Oh, so you were actually illegally carrying the gun, correct?
In that moment, in those few days, yes.
You were driving in your car and listening to Anna and the other man talking the whole time, correct?
No, I actually started to freak out because I stopped hearing the voices, and then all of a sudden I heard R&B music, and then I started to panic and scream. And
you wanted revenge for Anna being with another man, correct?
no, I wanted to know the truth. I was sick of the lies. I was sick of the back and forth. I wanted to just figure out, like as I said in that voice video, just let me know so I can move on. I wanted to catch her because she kept playing this innocent, she'll never do what I do. She turned my whole family against me. They're calling me a cheater. I wanted to show, like, look, she's doing it too. She's doing the same things that she's accusing me. I just wanted closure so I can move on.
Did you, at any point during that drive, tell yourself, oh, I shouldn't be driving to the apartment right now?
I didn't want to be in this situation. I knew that.
You never turned the car around and drove back to the hotel, correct?
No, I wanted to go see once and for all what the fuck's going on. Yes.
You didn't go to a friend's house instead, right?
Why would I? I'm thinking that my wife is about to have sex. I'm trying to go catch her.
You did not go to LA to go be with Sammy, correct?
That was the plan, but obviously it changed once the events changed, when I ordered the groceries, and then Anna was behaving strange, and then I went to the apartment to go check on her. She wasn't there. She lied to me. So LA was out of my mind at that moment.
Right. But you did not make the decision to drive to LA instead of going to the Spire apartment, correct?
Once I heard the voices?
Yes.
Yeah, no, I wasn't thinking about LA at that moment.
Right. You didn't drive to a bar to go get a drink instead of driving to the Spire, correct?
No.
You didn't go to the gym to go work out instead of going to the Spire, correct?
No.
You didn't go out to lunch to try to get your mind off things instead of going to the Spire, correct?
No.
You didn't decide in that moment, oh, I'll just divorce Anna because she's with another man, right?
I didn't know who he was. I didn't know, because depending on who it was, let's say if it was Nick or Miko, I would have never assumed they were in a relationship. I would assume that maybe they're just hanging out to comfort her, but when I found out who it was, then I knew that.
You didn't answer my question. You didn't just decide instead, oh, let me just get a divorce from Anna because she's with another man, right?
In that moment, no. I was trying to understand what's going on with Anna.
You didn't call your mom to talk to her about what you had been hearing, correct?
No.
You didn't call your dad to talk to him about what you were hearing on the audio recording, correct?
I didn't have time for all this.
Oh, you didn't have time on the 15-minute drive?
I was listening and I was freaking out.
Okay.
I was driving.
You didn't call any of your siblings or your stepmom to talk to them instead of driving to the Spire, correct?
No, I didn't call anybody.
Okay. You didn't call any friend to vent your anger instead of driving to the Spire, correct?
I get where you're going.
I need you to answer my question. You did not call any friend to vent your anger instead of going to the Spire, correct?
No, I was driving to the Spire.
And you said it took you 15 minutes to get there, right?
About.
Yeah, you were driving just fine, right?
No, I was driving over like 90 miles an hour.
You were driving fast, but you weren't crashing into anything, right?
I wish I did.
You weren't though, right?
I was focused. I did coke, and I was in the zone, and it's like the only thing on my mind is there's a man in my house. There's a man in my house. Anna's with a man. Let me go find out who this is. I wasn't thinking about mom or friend or LA. I'm thinking, holy fuck, everything that I've been suspicious about is happening. This is my chance to go find out.
You're
That's
not
what's happening.
answering my question.
That is the answer to your question.
My question was, you were driving just fine on the road.
I was driving erratically. If I would have been pulled over, I would have been arrested for reckless driving and possession of a firearm. So I was even in danger to myself.
While you were listening to Anna and Ray on the recording on your phone, you were mad, right?
I was amplified.
They were disrespecting you, right?
I didn't even understand the situation yet. I didn't understand. Nobody was disrespecting me. I'm absorbing this as I'm going. I'm just trying to learn.
Well, you said that they were making fun of you, and that made you upset, right?
It was just part of what I heard, and it amplified me. I was worked up.
So you felt disrespected by them, right?
No, I was freaking out.
You had plenty of time in that car ride thinking about killing them, right?
Never crossed my mind.
So you parked on the street outside the parking garage on J Street, right?
Just right outside, yes.
You didn't park in the building, right?
No.
You didn't
I
go through,
didn't have the pass.
right? And you didn't walk through the Pinnacle lobby like you had done every other time, including that morning, right?
Actually, the normal way for me to go to my apartment is to go down to the garage, park my car, take the elevator up. I never go through lobbies in the first place.
But that morning you went through the Pinnacle lobby.
No.
At 9 in the morning, correct? To enter the Spire, you walked through the Pinnacle lobby, correct?
It's easier to reach from J Street, yes. That's where my GPS takes me.
You did not do the same before you went to go shoot Anna and Ray, correct?
I parked in the garage. I don't know why I parked there. That's just where the GPS took me.
You ran through the parking garage so no one would see you, correct?
The parking garages constantly have vehicles. There was vehicles passing left and right.
You didn't want to walk through the lobby as you were about to go shoot Anna and Ray, correct?
My weapon wasn't seen by anybody. No, it doesn't matter where I would have walked. Nobody would have known I had a gun on me. At no point do you see a weapon in my hand.
You parked on the street so you could get away more quickly after you shot and killed them, correct?
No, I parked there because it was just the closest place to the entrance, the garage.
You put your holster on your jeans on the left side, correct?
It was already there. That's where I wear it. I'm left-handed.
And when you ran into the parking garage, your gun was already in your holster attached to your jeans, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And in People's 52, this is you adjusting your belt around your holster and your gun, correct?
Yeah, I was tightening it.
Your gun was already loaded, correct?
It was. I don't know what you mean by loaded. There was a magazine with bullets, but it was not ready to be fired.
You were in the parking garage for 5 minutes before you got in the elevator, right?
I had forgotten the key, so I ran all the way to the elevators. I tried to get into the black gate. I realized I didn't have the key on me, and I ran back.
Okay. But that whole process took 5 minutes. From 2:50 to 2:55, you were running in the parking lot, correct?
I was frantically running from my car to try to get to the elevator. I realized I didn't have the key, so now I'm freaking out about that because the events are still going on. Nothing's changed. So I ran back to my car to go grab the key, ran back to go take the elevator up. Still freaking out about what's going on because the more time that passes, the more I'm thinking, okay, it's going to get closer and closer to actually happening.
In the parking garage, you didn't then change your mind and leave, correct?
Because nothing had changed. I'm still trying to go catch them.
You didn't say to yourself, oh, what am I doing? And leave the garage, correct?
I knew what I was doing. I wanted to go catch my wife.
Okay. You got on the elevator and you took it to the 35th floor, right?
Yes.
And before you did that, 2 minutes before you got on the elevator, you activated your audio recording, right?
Maybe I did.
Because you activated your audio recording at 2:53 p.m. and it went 5 minutes through the shooting, correct?
Yeah, I think so. Again, to record what could have taken place. I mean, because
that was your doing, going into the apartment, correct?
Yes, I wanted to have an audio recording, a accurate and true representation of what took place, or what would have taken place.
You rode the elevator up, which took you about 3 minutes, right?
It took a while, yeah.
From 2:55 to 2:58 p.m., correct?
Mhm.
And while you were taking that 3-minute ride up the elevator, you didn't decide, let me just get off the elevator and go back to the hotel, right?
No, I would. Why would I think that? Because I had not completed what was I there for? Exactly.
You were there to kill your wife and Ray, correct?
No, I was not. I was there to catch my wife cheating.
In People 68, was this the direction you ran to go take the elevator?
Yeah, right behind. You see where that pillar with the white and blue? If you follow that down to the left, there's a black gate, and it lets you go into the.
So that's the route you took in the parking garage with your gun to go get the elevator, correct?
Correct.
And then in People 60, this is you getting off the elevator before the door even opened, correct?
Correct.
And then you ran down the hallway, you made a right, and then you made another right to get to the apartment, correct?
That's how you get to my apartment. Yes.
And when after you turned the corner and ran to apartment 3508, you took out your gun, right?
No. No, I only had my key card in my right hand.
All right, so let me go over what you testified to yesterday. You told us that you used your key card to open the door, correct?
Correct.
All right, and then once you open and that door's pretty heavy, right?
It is a little bit, yeah.
Okay, so you had to, you use some finesse to open the door, right?
You have to push it. Yeah.
So you pushed the door open, and that's when you looked over and you noticed that Anna was not in the bedroom; she was on the couch, correct?
So when I went into the house, I was startled by the fact that yes, they were on the couch.
Okay, and so you said that you first saw Anna, but you couldn't see the man, right?
Yeah, because he was leaned back.
Okay, because Anna was leaning forward and blocking your view of the man, correct?
She had turned like this to look at me.
Okay.
Go ahead and make record of that. He turned to his left side.
Thank you. Okay, so you said Anna turned to her left and then she noticed you, correct?
Yes.
All right, so once Anna turned to the left and noticed you, that's when Ray leaned his head forward, right?
He removed his arm and then leaned forward to see who was at the door.
Okay, so Ray leaned forward, and then that's when you first noticed that it was Ray, right?
Immediately, yes.
All right. So you noticed it was Ray, and then you said that's when Ray did this nod. Like you mentioned it yesterday. He nodded up in the air.
Yeah, he kind of just he had his eyebrow arched and he went like, "What's up?"
Okay, and that made you mad, right?
Him being there, him being anywhere involved in this is what I never imagined that in a million years. I just his whole involvement, just seeing his face just did something to me.
Okay.
That was like the straw that broke the camel's back mentally. I mean, I don't know what happened. Something just snapped and I.
So then you said that once you noticed Ray and then he did that head nod, then you said that you felt betrayed, right?
I felt, of course, it's like a betrayal, yes.
Okay. And then you testified that at that moment, when you were looking at Anna and Ray, you felt betrayed, and you said you didn't expect that Anna would do that to you, correct?
I was sharing some of the feelings, how I felt about the situation. I may not have felt that in the exact moment because of how fast it happened, but when I testified yesterday, I got really emotional. So I may have interjected some after feelings about this.
Okay, but in the moment, you were processing your feelings and realizing that Anna had betrayed you, right?
No. So let me put it this way. I opened the door. Anna, Ray.
No, that's not what I'm asking.
That's exactly how fast it happened.
But I'm asking you about what you testified to yesterday. You testified that all of these things happened, and then you were processing the fact that Anna had betrayed you, correct?
No, I was not processing. There was no time for me to process. My brain was like a caveman in that moment. Right. Anna, man, Ray. Right. It went from a man to identifying Ray.
All right.
And then.
So you testified to all of those things happening, and you confirmed that that was all the way it happened, correct?
I was describing it for the first time in front of everybody.
Okay.
And I was, obviously it took me a lot longer to describe.
But you were describing different things that were happening with the leaning and the nod and all of these different things, correct?
This is like a matter of 2 seconds.
Not all of those things that you described that you saw and felt could not have happened in 1.5 seconds, correct?
Objection on our argument today.
Next.
Your Honor, I'm going to play just like about a 20-second clip from one of the exhibits. There's only 1 or 2 words on it. I wasn't planning to pass out the transcript, but it's People's 179.
Okay.
Okay, that's the recording from your phone of the shooting, correct?
Correct.
You shot your gun so fast upon entering that apartment, correct?
Correct.
You could not have seen all of those things happening with Anna leaning forward and then leaning back and then noticing Ray and Ray doing the head nod and then you realizing you were betrayed and then firing.
No,
Correct?
the way you're explaining, that's not how it went down. It
Because
wasn't all
what
these
you're-
thoughts and all
What
these.
you're saying did not go down,
That is
correct?
exactly how it went down. When I went in, Anna didn't lean forward. She was already looking in that direction when she heard the beep of the door open. So Anna was already looking at me to see who's coming in. When I walked in, I immediately saw Anna. And then Ray popped up immediately, did the head nod, and that's when I pulled the gun out. That can certainly happen in that time frame.
When you enter the apartment, about a second and a half later, you racked your gun, right?
That's what it says, yeah.
That's that sound at the beginning, you racking your gun, correct?
Correct.
And then you hear a clink on that recording, and that is the bullet falling out of your gun because you racked it, correct? There was already a bullet in the chamber when you fired your gun, correct?
I had to rack it in order for when I first walked in, the first rack was what put the first bullet in the chamber. There was no clink.
One moment. Okay, looking at People's 89, page 9. The circled area marked 1. That is an unfired bullet in your apartment. That bullet fell out of your gun when you racked it when you entered the apartment, correct?
That's incorrect. My door, look how far my door is. I was standing in front of the door. You said none of this could have happened in the time frame. So how could I have walked from my door to cock it and rack it? I was standing at the door. I racked it. No clink, no bullet. There's no bullet by the door. It's because my firearm was empty.
That live round is right in the dining room, correct?
And that must have been the second or the second rack. Because from the first time I fired, it was one direct motion, like I was propelled forward in one fluid motion towards the couch. So that one bullet right there, that is the second rack.
You missed the first shot you took, right?
I cannot confirm which bullets hit or which not. There was a lot of gunpowder smoke.
You heard on the audio recording that Anna said something like, "What the fuck," or something like that.
Yeah, I
correct?
heard Anna.
All right. And so the first shot that you took, you missed both of them, correct?
Both of them, the first,
Or did you hit Ray on the first shot?
it was either the first or the second that hit him because I noticed in between shots that he was laying back now.
After you fired the first shot, you didn't decide to stop, correct?
I couldn't.
You racked the gun again after you fired the first shot, correct?
I heard it. I don't remember doing that.
But you did that, correct?
That's what happened.
You did not need to rack your gun because there was already a bullet in the chamber, correct?
That's correct.
You racked it to intimidate your victims, correct?
Objection or argument.
Overruled. Yes.
I mean, I'm planning to answer. I'm trying to. If I'm trying to kill them, why am I trying to intimidate them? That doesn't make no damn sense. What do you want to go? What do you want to say is happening here? That I'm processing these thoughts and feelings. How did she betray me? Or did I just fucking happen? It just happened. There is no intimidation. There is no. I didn't even know that they were seeing each other. I didn't know that that was going to happen. It just. I saw it. My gun's in my hand. I racked it because there was no bullet in the chamber. And then I racked it again after the first shot. That doesn't make sense why I would do that. The gun was not jammed at any point. Even the way that I'm handling the firearm doesn't make sense.
Are you holding it to the side or straight up?
I held it one-handed. I don't know. Am I allowed to point?
I'm asking you, did you hold your gun straight up or were you holding it to the side when you were shooting Ann and Ray?
No, I'm not a gang member. I don't shoot that way. I had it like this.
Oh, let me make a record. Straight up.
Straight up, yes. Sorry, straight up.
You racked the gun a second time, and at that point, you didn't stop shooting, correct?
I couldn't.
You could have stopped, but you didn't.
I couldn't. It happened so fast.
You then put your finger on the trigger again and fired a second shot.
My finger never left the trigger.
You fired the second shot after you racked it the second time, right?
Instantaneously.
When you racked your gun the second time, that bullet fell on the carpet in front of the couch, correct?
I don't know. But that doesn't look like the carpet. You said, so number one is not near the carpet at all. And that's not on the carpet.
Next question.
Thank you. And just for the record, People's 176 is now 60 pages.
All right. You worked it out with Charlie?
Yes.
Okay.
All right. We were talking about the second time you racked your gun and then a live round fell out of the chamber, correct?
I don't remember these events, but if I racked the gun, that's what would have happened.
Right. And so looking at People's 89, page 14, there's a live round labeled 6 that's on the carpet in front of the couch. That was the bullet that fell out of your gun after the second time you racked it.
That doesn't make sense. Starting at the door, how could the second rack be all the way in the living room? That doesn't make sense unless you think I jumped from the door to.
Well, you got to the couch pretty quickly, correct?
I walked, but there was multiple shots fired from the front door to the point where I even reached the carpet.
When you started firing, Ray was covering his head to protect himself, correct?
When I pulled the gun out, yeah, he went like this.
Right? And the record reflect that the witness turned all the way towards his right.
No, my left.
I'm sorry, your left. So that's the.
And put his head down.
And put your head down. Is that what you did?
I believe he was kind of just hiding behind Anna's head, but it all happened in that moment.
Okay. So Ray turned towards Anna to protect both himself and her from your gun, correct?
I'm not sure. It just happened. I think, if I remember correctly, that's how it happened.
and you shot Ray in the back of his head, correct?
I was not aiming. I don't remember exactly how it happened.
You weren't aiming? You only shot them in the head and neck, correct?
I'm sure, I think he got shot 3 times, but
Yep. And that was all in the head and neck, correct?
what I meant by aiming is the proper aiming. Like you would have to hold a firearm with 2 hands and then line up the rear sights with the front sights and then kind of close one of your eyes. I didn't do any of that.
My question was, you only shot Ray in the head and the neck, correct?
That's where the bullets went. I mean, I was just pointing in the direction.
You are a trained military police officer, correct?
I was, yes.
Correct? Okay. You knew how to aim to kill, correct?
Incorrect.
You didn't know that shooting someone in the head could kill them?
So that's not what you just asked me. You said that I was trained to kill. I was not trained to kill.
You were trained on where to fire to kill, correct?
It's incorrect. Law enforcement training, we aim for center mass, which is the body, which is the biggest point of a person's body. And it doesn't always result in a fatality.
You know that shooting someone in the head will kill them, correct?
Not necessarily. There's people who have survived shots in the head, but like I said, there was no thought of I'm going to shoot him in the head. There was nothing like that. I did not plan to shoot anybody in the head. I don't know where the bullets were going. I don't know which bullet went this way. I don't know when I racked it. This is something that happened in a blur.
You did not shoot anywhere else in the apartment other than at Anna and Ray, correct?
In their direction.
Yep. You didn't shoot at the window to scare them, correct?
No.
You didn't shoot into the kitchen or the bedroom, correct?
No.
You shot only towards their heads, correct?
No, I just in their general direction. I was too far away to. Okay, so I have had training with firearms, but the pistol is actually the worst thing that I'm at. My accuracy is terrible with the firearm.
My question was, you only shot Anna and Ray in their head and in that direction, correct?
That is false. There's a shot. There was one of them that entered his trap, his neck area. I did not aim for these things. This is just where the bullets ended up, and there's a few bullets that hit the wall. So unless you're assuming I intended to hit the wall too.
Those bullets, those holes in the wall were behind Anna and Ray's heads, correct?
I don't know exactly where the placement was, but they were either near. There's no way it could have been behind, or it would have gone through. But again, this is just me speculating. I don't have an exact memory of or knowledge of which bullets went here. The first bullet hit there. I don't have that.
You're not speculating. You know that you only fired towards their heads, and bullets went into their heads, neck, and in the wall behind their heads, correct?
When I was near the door, when I first, I believe I first fired the first shot, I was not aiming. I was just pointing in their general direction. And what I mean by aiming is I was not holding the firearm properly. I did not line up the sights. I did not close one of my eyes, which is standard with weapons training or weapons usage. I just fired in their direction. I do not know. I did not intend to hit Ray in the head, but it just so happened that either the first or the second bullet must have hit him in the head because I noticed that he was out.
You did intend to hit him in the head, and that's where you fired, correct?
No, I never meant to hit anybody.
Ray, you shot Ray in the back of the head, and then he was unconscious, correct?
That one of the first two, either the first or the second shot, I'm guessing must have went to the back of his head because at that point he fell back like this.
He was turned all the way to the left, and then he fell back, straight back?
No. His legs were still facing forward. They were still in their little. They were still very close to each other, I believe. Anna's leg was underneath. I don't know. This is what I'm saying after the fact. But he did this. See, my legs are still pointed forward. Nothing about my lower half is changing. He's just doing this.
So let the record reflect that the one is turned towards his left and ducked his head a little bit, indicating what Ray did.
Right, and it would make sense now that I see the arrows pointing of which, because if he would have done this, it would have gone here and it would have come out at the cheek, which is exactly what is.
That's exactly what you did to Ray. You shot him in the back of the head and the bullet went out his cheek, correct?
That's what happened, but I did not mean to do that.
So you said that when you shot Ray in the back of the head, he then immediately flopped back into that position on the couch?
Either he must have rested. Again, I'm speculating because I don't remember these exact. I wasn't watching this whole thing. It just happened. So he must have recentered his spine, or he must have fallen on Anna, and maybe she kind of pushed him back off, in fear.
Let the record reflect again, the witness turned to the left and ducked his head, indicating what Ray did.
And then I indicated what Anna may have done, pushing him off of her, and that would have centered him.
So Ray fell back on the couch immediately after the shot to the back of the head, and then you shot him in the cheek or the neck?
I don't remember the exact order that the bullets hit him.
Well, you're testifying now that you remember that he got the shot in the back of the head first, and then he fell right back, right?
No, I'm saying if that was the first one that hit him, it would have made sense if it happened that way. I do remember him going this way, and then after maybe a shot or two, I remember through the fog of the smoke, I got a glimpse of he was fully back.
Then if he's fully, I'm sorry.
He turned to his left side first, and then he indicated he'd put his head back.
Okay. Then how did Ray get a shot in his right cheek with the exit on the other cheek if he was all the way back on the couch?
Judge, when it calls for speculation, the witness is testifying he doesn't remember, and it's routinely that he's speculating.
Okay, overruled, you can answer. If you know.
I mean, I can only guess what would make sense, but I'm left-handed. If the cheek bullet was the last shot on Ray, that would be right as I'm directly standing over him, I'm assuming. My accuracy is bad, and I'm not holding it properly with two hands. So recoil tends to go. So if I was just directly over him, it may have entered at that angle, like adrift.
For that to happen in that direction, you would have had to have the gun right next to his cheek, and your arm would have had to be all the way to the back of the couch for you to fire on his right cheek and then have an exit wound on the left cheek. That's what you're saying you did?
You said my arm would have to be extended past him?
Your arm would have to be all the way towards his cheek when he is laying towards the back of the couch with his head on the couch.
Not necessarily. I could have, I don't know, I could have bent my arm back, to make the,
You were that close to Ray's cheek to give him that wound.
I was standing between, I believe I was standing in between his legs, right directly over him.
So
at that
you were
point.
in front of the coffee table when you shot him in the cheek.
I think it would make sense. Yes, I think at that point I was in between the coffee table and the couch.
Let's go back to you rack the gun for the second time, a bullet falls out, then you fire 4 more shots, correct?
Okay.
That's what you did, right?
Yes.
After you fired the second shot, you did not stop, correct?
After the first shot, I could not stop.
You did not stop after the second shot, correct?
Correct.
You did not turn to leave the apartment instead of continuing to fire, correct?
No, I did not.
And you fired a third shot, correct?
Correct.
You fired a fourth shot, correct?
Correct.
You fired a fifth shot, correct?
Correct.
After you shot Ray in the head and he was unconscious and dead, you did not stop firing, correct?
Again, I did not know which bullet exactly hit him at what point. I was not observing these things. This was just happening all in a matter of seconds. I never observed Ray to be dead. I never considered what he's feeling or what's his state, or should I keep shooting? Should I not? These are not thoughts that I've ever had a chance to even think. This was not I don't want to use legal terms, but this is not premeditated.
You never thought about Ray? That's what you just said, right?
I never thought about whether Ray is alive or dead or where I had hit him in the seconds that this occurred.
You wanted him dead, and that's what you did, right?
Objection, Your Honor, arguments too.
No, I just lost control.
You said you did not care about him when you were shooting at his head, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, misstates the testimony.
When you were firing the second, third, fourth, and fifth shot, you were getting closer to both Anna and Ray, correct?
Yes, it was like I was walking towards them as I was firing, if I can remember correctly.
So you shot Ray in the neck first and then the cheek, correct?
Incorrect.
That's not correct?
I'm pretty sure we just discussed that. It's more likely he got shot in the head first.
No, I'm saying this, the neck shots, after the head shot. You shot him in the neck, and then the last shot you fired on him was in his cheek, correct?
In the moment, I don't remember which bullet hit where or what, but upon reviewing the evidence, and I'm just saying what possibly makes sense. It would make sense that the neck one would be the second time he was impacted.
Because you were so close to his cheek when you fired the last shot that you got soot on his cheek, correct?
So we're talking about possibly the last shot, right?
Correct.
Okay, so you're not talking about the neck anymore.
I'm talking about the cheek. You were so close to him when you shot him in the cheek that he had black soot on his cheek, correct?
That's what it appears to be.
You didn't shoot Ray anywhere else on his body, correct?
I was not choosing where the bullets went.
But you did not shoot him in the legs or the arms or the stomach, correct?
I did not choose to shoot them anywhere in specific. My wife, that's it. I was insecure around him, but I never wanted to hurt him. I even made attempts to talk to him on Instagram.
Objection, non-responsive. You now were in front, correct?
I don't even remember how that happened. I just remember heading to the door.
You shot her in the forehead, correct?
That's what happened.
You put a bullet in her head and it went through the back, correct?
Correct.
One shot and you killed her, right?
I didn't know she was dead.
You knew that shooting Anna in the head would kill her, correct?
No.
You didn't know that?
I mean, I know that anybody getting shot in the head, that could be fatal, of course.
Right.
But there are people who have survived that. But this is not something that I've thought about in this moment. These are not thoughts that I'm thinking, well, you know what? If I shoot her in the head, she's more likely to die. Maybe I should shoot her in the... Nothing like that was happening. I wasn't even thinking.
You did not shoot her in the leg or the arm or anywhere else, right?
I did not have control of myself in this moment.
Before you racked your gun and shot Anna in the head, you said the word respect, correct?
I did not.
You heard that on the recording I just played, right?
I did not. I'd like you to play it again if you don't mind.
Play it again. Playing ones. 179. Respect, correct?
I didn't hear anything.
Right. You, before you shot Anna, you told her essentially that she wasn't respecting you, correct?
That is false.
That is not a female voice saying respect, correct?
That is not. There's nobody saying respect in there.
That is not Ray saying respect because he's already dead, correct?
I do not know the status of Ray, but there's nobody saying respect in that audio.
That's what you said to Anna, and then you killed her.
Can you play it closer to the last shot, please?
I'm not going to keep playing it, but that's what you heard on the recording, correct?
I mean, it's distracting when I have to sit there and listen to me, go out of the elevator. Can we just play it right before the shooting, please?
I'm asking you a question.
Because all I heard was,
You cannot ask me. Ray's lap, so that's how they would be found, correct?
No.
When you were describing the shooting yesterday, you were crying, right?
Yes.
Not a single tear fell from your eyes, isn't that right?
I wiped a tear off this table.
And you grabbed a tissue and you wiped your eyes after that, right?
Moments later, yes.
And you wiped away nothing, right?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. It's really argumentative and frankly inappropriate.
I guess.
And then a few seconds later, you continued testifying and you were calm with no tears, right?
I brought myself back together.
After you had shot and killed Ray and Anna, you emptied your magazine into Anna's feet, correct?
No.
Looking at People's 146, you see there's 2 live bullets between Anna's feet, correct?
There are, but are those the 2 that's part of the 3 on the floor?
You cannot ask me a question. I'm asking you the questions. You see that there's 2 live bullets between Anna's feet in this photograph, correct?
I do.
Right? And Anna's feet, her knees were tucked under Ray's leg, right?
I don't remember the positioning.
Right? And her feet were together, right?
I don't know the positioning of them.
After you shot and killed her, you took out your magazine and you put some live bullets between her legs, right?
No, I did not do that. Would this be 4 and 5?
You cannot ask me questions, Mr. Abulaban. You need to answer mine.
Well, then, in order for me to answer your question, can you give me some assistance here?
You emptied.
Were there 5 total unspent bullets now, are you saying?
You emptied your magazine and 2 bullets into her legs, didn't you?
No, I didn't, because my magazine, if you recall, when you had that specialist here and they showed the picture of the magazine, there was one that was full with 15 bullets. There was one that had 3 remaining left. That would have been the magazine that I had used in this moment. Because if you add it up, you said 3 unspent rounds on the ground, right? 6 fired. We're talking about 9. 15. Okay, that's 3 to 4 bullets. When I went back to my Jeep and I disarmed myself, I remember at one point flicking out 1 bullet of the magazine when I disarmed my gun, but I left the other 3. I didn't.
How did those 2 bullets get between Anna's feet?
That I do not know.
You put them there, right?
Was my fingerprints on them?
You put them there, correct?
No.
Anna didn't put bullets between her feet, correct?
No, ma'am.
There were 5 unfired bullets in the apartment, and you put all of those there, correct?
You said it was 3.
There are 5, 3 on the ground and 2 between her feet. You put all of those bullets there, correct?
I did not.
You did not.
I did not.
Someone else did.
I did not put those bullets by her feet. I don't put these bullets anywhere. I don't even know how the hell there's unspent rounds. I mean, well, obviously because I racked it, but I don't even remember doing these things.
You did this after you killed Anna because you were angry, correct?
That I did that because I was angry?
You put bullets into her legs, correct? That's
No,
the only way they would have gotten there, right?
It's incorrect.
After you killed Anna and Ray, you made the choice to take a photograph of their dead bodies, correct?
I ended up taking a picture.
You made that choice, right?
I don't remember thinking that.
All right, in People's 176, page 21, this is the photograph from your phone that you took of Anna and Ray dead, correct?
Yes.
And you took that at 2:59 and 22 seconds. I'm sorry, 11 seconds, correct?
I don't recall.
Okay. And you took that photograph within seconds after killing them, correct?
I don't recall.
But that's what you did, right?
I don't recall.
You were proud of what you did to them, right?
No, I wasn't.
Ray was dripping blood when you took this photograph of him, right?
Yes.
You took the photograph and then you opened the door to leave the apartment, right?
I don't recall the order. I remember after the shooting running to the door. Because even in the audio, you can hear me run to the door and then run back and say, Anna, Anna, Anna. So, and then I ended the audio at some point. So it would have to, the picture would not have been taken at any point in the audio.
The audio ended. You stopped it after you shot and killed Anna.
After I looked back and saw what happened, and then I screamed, Anna, 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 I ran towards her and I turned off the...
And you consciously turned off your recording, correct?
It was right there. The button was right there. It was like when your phone is locked, it'll show you in real time the wavelengths. You can just hit stop. So I just tapped
You had your phone out during the shooting?
No, I quickly pulled it up.
Yeah, you chose to pull out your phone from your pocket to stop the recording after you had already fired all 6 shots, right?
When I saw how crazy things went, it completely went against what I had ever anticipated. There was no need to record.
You realized at that time that gunshots were loud, correct?
Yeah,
And you have neighbors, correct?
I do.
And you wanted the neighbors to think that you had just entered your apartment and found Anna dead, right?
My neighbors were not even in my mind. I have no interaction with any of my neighbors.
You yelled Anna's name to make it seem like you just found her, correct?
Oh, God. That's incorrect.
You left the apartment and you walked towards the elevator, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And then you went back into the apartment and you screamed Anna again, right?
Yes.
You wanted everyone who heard to think that you had just found Anna dead, right?
I wasn't even thinking of anybody else.
And that's the same thing you said to the 911 operator, right? I just found them, correct?
I said that to the 911 operator.
You testified yesterday that you knew Anna was bleeding inside the apartment, correct?
I knew.
Like that she was bleeding. You testified to that.
Well, I'd seen her shot. Yeah.
And you still left the apartment and didn't give her any help, correct?
Well, how the hell am I going to help her? I don't know. I'm not a paramedic.
You could have done something
I
to help her after you shot them?
When I ran back in the second time, I was freaking. The reason why I ran back the second time is because as I was waiting for the elevator, I thought about Anna again. And I thought that she's there, she's bleeding. I wanted to go check on her again. And I did for a second think, what should I do? Should I pick her up and take her with me? But
You never did a single thing to help her inside the apartment, correct?
I didn't think I was capable of it. I didn't know how to.
You did not do a single thing to help her, right?
No.
You did not call 911 inside the apartment after you shot and killed Anna and Ray, correct?
Not immediately, no.
Right. In fact, you waited 12 minutes to call 911, correct?
But that's how long it took for me to get outside.
But you, inside the apartment, chose not to call the police or 911 or anyone else to get them help, correct?
In that moment, I didn't think about calling police. My first thought was, I need to tell somebody about this, about what just happened.
And you didn't try to give either of them CPR or any other life-saving measures, correct?
I'm not qualified in that. I don't know how to do that.
You never tried, right?
I don't know how to do that.
You testified yesterday that you saw Anna bleeding. You never even mentioned Ray bleeding, correct?
Oh, I saw him.
But you didn't care about him, correct?
I was just freaking out about my wife.
You didn't care that Ray was bleeding, correct? You never yelled Ray's name, correct?
No, I didn't.
You did not care at all that you had just killed him, correct?
That's incorrect.
He was with Anna, so he deserved to be shot and killed, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
4 minutes after you killed Anna and Ray, you called your mom, right?
Yes.
Didn't call 911. You called your mom, right?
Yes.
You told your mom over and over again that you just shot and killed Anna, correct?
Right. I explained that I wasn't really thinking of what I was saying. I was just trying to tell her something bad really happened.
But you told her what you just did, correct?
Yeah.
You told her multiple times she's dead, referring to Anna, correct?
Right. But I did not actually know that she was dead. I was just freaking out and I was just saying stuff because I needed my mom to know what just happened. And I didn't know what to do in that moment. I was freaking out.
You said on that recording to your mom, I'm really stressed, right?
Yeah, I did.
You just killed 2 people, but you were the one really stressed, right?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
You told your mom Anna was a great wife, but I couldn't take it anymore, right?
I have no idea what I meant by that.
Well, you said that, right?
I heard that, yes.
Because she was with another man, not going back to you, and you couldn't take it, correct?
I don't know if no, that's definitely not what I was saying. But what I was saying is probably along the lines of things have been so bad for so long, and this is just hard for me to take.
On the phone call with your mom, you mentioned multiple times about killing Anna, but you never said Ray's name, correct?
My mom doesn't know who Ray is. But I believe I mentioned that there was a man too, if I'm not mistaken.
All right, you, after the phone call with your mom, instead of calling 911, you got on the elevator to leave, right?
Yeah, my goal was to call 911 as soon as I got to the car.
You didn't call, though, on the elevator.
No,
You just rode the elevator with Daniel, correct?
I didn't want to startle anybody. I was freaking out myself.
Well, you smiled at Daniel when you got on the elevator, right?
Right. I mean, he was pestering me with questions. He insisted to get on the elevator with me. I was telling him, like, you could see me holding the door. I'm like, no, just we'll talk later. Yes, I was smiling because I was trying to maintain somewhat of a composure.
And then you had the photo of the dead bodies on your phone, and you turned your phone away from him so he wouldn't see it, right?
That might have been the last application that was open after I hung up the phone call, but I'm not paying attention to these things.
You left the elevator through the Pinnacle, and then you exited through the Pinnacle, right?
Yeah, because it's closer to where my car is.
All right, and then you went to your car, and you put your gun in your safe, right?
I opened the trunk, and that's where my safe was, buried under all my clothes. I opened it. I removed my firearm. I took out the magazine. I believe for a second I was going to just empty out whatever was in there. I had pushed out one, and then I just decided I don't have time for this. And then I racked it back, locked it in place, completely unloaded.
So you stood at your car and you took the magazine out of your gun, right?
This was all so quick. I mean, it's literally...
Not asking how fast, I'm saying that's what you did. You took out the magazine out of your gun, correct?
Yes,
And then you put your gun inside the safe,
correct.
right? You put your magazine inside the safe.
Correct.
You took off your holster and then you put that inside the safe.
I can't remember if I took my holster off, but maybe I would have because it comes off very easily.
And you took all those things off to hide the evidence, right?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Overruled.
No, I was not trying to hide anything in this moment. I was just trying to remove the firearm from me.
Well, you had said that you had your firearm on you constantly for a couple days. Then why'd you take it off after you shot Ann and Ray?
I don't want that fucking thing on me. After what happened, it's the last thing I want is on me. I was just trying to...
You testified yesterday that before you left the apartment, you went over to Anna and you opened her hands, correct? That's what you said?
Yeah, I saw she was gripping something at one point, and then I took a quick peek.
You put a bag of cocaine in her hands, right?
No, I didn't.
Why would you need to manipulate her body after you killed her?
Like I said, I went to go check on her the second time. I was screaming. I was crying. I noticed that she was gripping something. I was just, what the fuck is the word? I was just curious as to what she was gripping. I think I moved a finger or two, and then I saw it was just a bag.
You actually were not crying on that surveillance video, right?
When I went back into the apartment, I was screaming and crying for my wife.
When you were screaming, but you were not crying, right?
When I was in my apartment, I was crying.
And you were talking to your mom, and you were not crying when you were telling her what you did, that you shot and killed Anna. You were not crying, correct?
No, because I was in the outside space. Again, I'm thinking about trying not to freak anybody out or cause a scene, but you could clearly hear the distress in my voice.
But you are not crying. That was my question.
Not when I'm talking to my mom, no.
All right. You left the building at 3:07 p.m., and then 2 minutes later, you texted the photograph of the dead bodies to your mom, correct?
Yeah.
And you texted separately the 2 photos of the dead bodies to your dad, correct?
It's the same photo. I texted it to my mom, dad, and
Right.
then
But you did those separately, correct?
it was two separate people.
Yep. So you consciously made the decision to go onto your phone and send the first photo to your mom, correct?
Yes.
And then you made the conscious decision to then send the same photo separately to your dad, right?
I did. I wanted them to know the severity of what just took place. I wanted them to know that I'm not joking. I'm not talking about a TikTok video, which I think my dad, at one point, he was wondering, he's like, is that fake? Or he's asking me if this is a video am I talking about? Because it just so happened to be my sister's birthday and they were at a dinner.
Objection, non-responsive. You separately and consciously texted the dead body photo to your dad, correct?
Yeah.
And then 5 minutes later, you separately texted the photo of the dead bodies to Sammy Smith, correct?
That's correct.
And you made that conscious decision to do that, correct?
Yeah, my intention was to tell these people, okay, so like to let my parents know what just took place, right? I'm their son. I was also at this point thinking about my daughter and who's going to grab her. I needed their help.
I'm asking about your text to Sammy.
Yes, but with Sammy, the reason why I had just threw him into that was because he was one of the recent texts, and I was planning to move in with him that day. I was supposed to hit the road that day, and remember I told him, I said, don't tell Anna, don't contact her. So I had not said anything to up until this point, and in my frenzy or in my stupid mind in that moment, I sent it to him kind of as like, plans changed. Looks like I'm not coming to LA. Like I won't be coming to LA.
You were bragging about what you did, right?
No, because he texted back. He's like, oh my God, please tell me that's not real. And if I wanted to brag, I would have been like, hell yeah. I didn't respond to him.
You called 911 at 3:10 p.m., right?
I'm sorry?
At 3:10 p.m., you called 911, right?
When I got to my Jeep.
Yep, that was your voice on the call we heard in court, right?
Yes.
And you already on that call started planning a defense for yourself, right?
Say it again?
You started planning a defense for yourself, right?
No, my main priority was to alert the police and to send them to the right location to send paramedics in an attempt to save their lives.
You called 911 and you were calm at the beginning of the call, correct?
Again, this is me just trying to be calm.
And you told the 911 dispatcher that you had just found your wife and another man shot, correct?
I did. That's just what came out. I didn't anticipate having to make a 911 call that day. I didn't anticipate. I didn't know, like, should I say it now? Or because I'm thinking about Anna, I'm thinking about Ray, but I'm also thinking about Amira alone in school. I didn't know somebody was scheduled to pick her up. I thought Anna was going to do that. So my mind is, I need a little time. I just need to go coordinate with my parents and fix the Amira situation.
You already started lying on the 911 call, correct?
I wasn't fully truthful, yes. But I wasn't trying to hide anything.
You said to the 911 dispatcher that it was so horrible just finding them, correct?
I said that I couldn't breathe at the sight of it, which is very true, especially when I went in the second time.
You didn't tell the 911 operator that what you had done was the horrible thing, correct?
I did not mention that I had did it, yes.
And you were asking them to help your wife, but you already knew she was dead, right?
I did not know she's dead. I did not check anyone's pulse.
You took a photograph and stayed in the apartment of and saw the two bodies. They were not moving, right?
No.
They had bullet wounds to their heads, correct?
Right.
You knew they were dead, right?
I did not know that they were dead. But I knew that they were badly wounded.
You did not call 911 to turn yourself in, correct?
No, not the first time I called. I was not trying to turn myself in just yet. I wanted to see.
The first time you called, you didn't call again, right?
No, I didn't, because I was trying to drop off my daughter at a safe location.
Well, you just said you were insinuating that you called the second time, but you didn't, right?
No, I meant the first time I called, the only time I called. I'll correct myself. The only time I called was to get to the bottom of it, to get them help. I had full intentions of turning myself in. I have nowhere else to run. I just wanted to secure the safe drop-off of my daughter.
You did not call the police after you made the 911 call to turn yourself in, right?
I would have, had I dropped off my daughter.
You did not, correct?
I did not.
You drove straight to Amira's school to pick her up, right?
Correct.
And you drove just fine from the Spire to her school, right?
I actually ran a few red lights.
But you drove just fine. You didn't get into any collisions, right?
I didn't crash, but I was freaking out.
And you told us that you took some bumps of cocaine that day, but you were completely fine to be driving, right?
My vision was very blurred. It's like, when the vision I was not in a good condition to drive, which is why I didn't even think I was capable of making the commute to drop off my daughter.
So you picked up your daughter after using cocaine? And
No.
then you drove with her?
I was using cocaine. Look, there were so many.
I'm asking you a question.
Yes, I used cocaine because I was trying to cope with all this. What's going on? This is very hard.
You told us the other day that you do some cocaine and then 10 to 15 minutes later it's worn off, right?
No, I said typically speaking, the effects start to wear off, and that's usually when you'll do a bump to rejuvenate it back up. But it doesn't mean you're fully sober.
It had been way more than 15 minutes since you used cocaine to the time you shot Anna and Ray, correct?
No, I was doing coke on the drive there.
It was way more than 15 minutes after you used cocaine to the time that you shot and killed Anna and Ray, right?
I can't confirm that. But I was doing cocaine actively the whole entire day, and I was also more high and more agitated and more mentally disturbed than I've ever been.
There was no cocaine found in your hotel room, right?
No, I took the bag with me.
There was no cocaine found in your car, right?
I disposed the bag at the school.
So you loaded Amira into your car and you were smiling, right?
No, it's incorrect.
You heard testimony about you picking Amira up and you were smiling,
Yes,
right?
I know Julia said that. I did not know she was even seeing me there, but first I went to the window where there's a staff. And I said, there's an emergency. I need to pick up my daughter. I was on the phone with my dad on speaker the whole time.
Objection, non-responsive.
I'm trying to explain the situation. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor. No, I'm just. She said I was smiling, so I just wanted to say it took a pretty decent amount of time for them to get Amira. And they also told me, well, somebody else is scheduled to pick her up. This is strange. I'm like, look, I don't know anything about that. Just please give me Amira. I'm on the phone with my dad. We're trying to figure out something, what to do. Eventually, they bring Amira out. I don't want to scare my daughter. I don't want to startle her. So I was trying to be cordial. I was trying to stay focused. But I wasn't even able to do that because as soon as I was holding her hand and we're walking, the first thing out of her mouth is, "Where's Mom?" And that really hurt me. It really, I couldn't keep my composure at that. I was like, "No, Amira, please don't ask me about Mom right now. Please don't ask me let's just get in the car." And then I put her in the car seat.
You told Amira that you killed her mother,
I did
correct?
not.
She knew that you killed her mother, correct?
I did not, and she did not know.
You were bragging about what you did to your child, correct?
Objection, mistake the testimony as to child and argumentative.
I had not anticipated to tell her anything. I just wanted to drop her off. But it wasn't until I saw that the police were following me and I chose to pull over. I knew that this is probably going to be the last time I see my daughter for a long time. And I didn't want her to go without knowing what happened. So I just said the nicest way possible that wouldn't scare her, that wouldn't damage her. I said, "Amira, I hurt Mommy. And I have to go now."
You heard the social worker testify that Amira told her that you told Amira you killed Mommy, correct?
I don't believe any of that conversation ever happened. I think she came here for attention. I don't believe anything that woman said.
You talked to your mom and dad on the phone in front of Amira in the car, correct?
Oh, by the way, my mother is the one who told Amira that.
Objection, non-responsive, move to strike. My question was, you talked to your mom and dad on the phone in front of Amira, correct?
No, I did not talk to my mom in front of Amira. I was on the phone with my dad at that point.
You had full conversations with both your parents after you shot and killed Ann and Ray, right?
I was on the phone with speaker, and at that point, I had already explained sort of what happened before Amira was even in the picture. So there was no reason for me and my father to talk about what happened. We were just discussing. He wanted to make sure that Amira was safe, I was safe, and that I'm heading to drop her off at the location.
My question was, you had full conversations back and forth with both your parents, right?
Not in the presence of Amira.
I'm just asking you in general. You had full conversations with them, correct?
I was talking to them, yes.
And then you had a full text message conversation with your mother about arranging where to meet her with Amira, correct?
Yeah. At first, I reached out to my mom, and she told me to reach out to my dad. So I was kind of like talking to them both to see who could get here first.
What
and
I'm
what's the
asking
best
you
way.
about is the text messages. You had a full text message conversation with your mom while you were in the car driving away from Amir's school, right?
No, I was not even talking to my mom at that point. I don't believe. I was talking to my dad.
So
and I was not texting.
you saw all the text messages that I showed, both with the detective and with your mother, about the conversation you had with her, correct?
She was texting me about like meeting in LA or something like that. And I don't even remember seeing that because I'm trying to focus on the road.
You know those are text messages from your phone, correct?
Yes, but it doesn't mean I looked at them or
But you sent them, correct?
I'm not exactly sure when I sent what. I don't know what we're talking about specifically, but I was actively texting my mom and dad throughout this.
You texted your mom that you cannot hide with Amira forever, correct?
Yeah, because I think she suggested for me to go to LA, and then so her commute from Vegas was already 5 hours, and it would be 5 hours for me to go to LA. I'm thinking, I can't hold Amira this long. I knew I had to turn myself in. I was not trying to flee or hide.
But what you said was, I cannot hide with Amira forever. That's what you texted your mom,
That's the
correct?
choice of words that I chose. I don't understand why. I'm sorry.
And you texted your mom, I want to leave, correct?
Yeah, I want to leave. Like I need to turn myself in.
No, you texted, I want to leave, meaning San Diego, correct?
I don't recall what I meant by that. No.
Because you were leaving San Diego to go drop Amira off in either LA or Vegas or some other location, correct?
No. The commute that my father had texted me was my stepmother's brother, and it was only an hour away. So it might have been Oceanside. It might have been still a part of San Diego. I don't mean to leave the state or I wasn't trying to flee.
But that's what you said, I want to leave.
Meaning I have to get going. Like I can't keep sitting deciding, should I meet here? Should I meet there? Am I going to meet with dad? I need to know, where am I going here? Because I need to leave. That's what I'm saying.
You did not call to turn yourself in, correct?
No, because I hadn't finished securing my daughter.
The police were behind you, and then you were eventually arrested, right?
I immediately pulled over and I was arrested.
And you made a comment, very calmly, did they get my wife?
At some point during my arrest, I was asking for an update about if the paramedics had arrived, yes.
But you already knew she was dead, correct?
No.
And you told the officers that the gun was in a safe in your trunk, right?
Correct.
That was the same gun you used to kill Ann and Ray, right?
I have only one gun.
And you testified yesterday that you said, oh, did they take her to the hospital? You never heard that on the recording, right?
When I said that, I was referring to, I asked Detective Leahy during during the interview. I think that's what I asked
You said
him.
that happened on the recording. You said it's on the recording, that's what I said after being arrested, right?
I don't remember verbatim what I said, but I said something along the lines of, did they get her or did they get her help? I was referring to hospital treatment. So I don't remember the exact words. I'm sorry.
You were interviewed by social worker Jacaranda Lee with Child Welfare Services a few days after your arrest, right?
I was
Yes, you were.
a child services worker?
You met with a social worker with Child Welfare Services. She came and talked to you, right?
I don't recall this.
You don't recall it? Okay, I'm going to show you the service log from the Health and Human Services Agency. Review this statement and let me know if this refreshes your memory. Start down here on October 22nd, 2021.
You want me to read this whole thing?
Does this refresh your memory about having a meeting with a social worker on October 22nd, 2021?
I don't recall this meeting, but I'm not denying that it happened.
But it happened, correct?
Sure.
And you told Miss Lee, when she asked you about prior domestic violence with Anna, you told her there was only one prior domestic violence incident, right?
Is that after where I said I stated I wished it didn't happen?
I'm asking what you told her. She asked you about domestic violence, and you told her there was only one prior incident of violence on Anna, correct?
This is a very long report. I don't remember the details of what I spoke about. I'm not denying these things, but let's just go with it.
Take your time to read it.
This is like, I don't. Where's the domestic violence part? Can you help me, please? The father asked this.
I have that. Thank you. In interpersonal violence, it says, when asked about prior domestic violence, the father stated there had been one prior incident.
Okay.
Correct? That's what you told her.
Sure.
So you lied to her, correct?
Yeah, I'm not going to flaunt how many times I've done it. I don't see the need to do that with the social worker, somebody I don't know.
She was asking you questions and telling you to be truthful, right?
I don't recall if she told me to be truthful, but I'm not going to flaunt an exact number. I don't even know the exact number.
It's a lot, right?
Okay, I gave you that one.
Miss Lee asked you if you suffered any abuse as a child, and you denied any abuse or neglect as a child, correct?
What is the date of this again?
I'm asking you a question. She asked you if you suffered any abuse as a child, and your response was you denied any abuse, correct?
This was the day after, right? This is October 22nd?
Mr. Abulaban, you cannot ask me questions.
I understand. I'm just trying to think out loud.
On October 22nd, 2021, Miss Lee asked you if you have ever suffered abuse as a child, and you denied any abuse, correct?
If that's what it says.
That's what you said, right? You denied.
I don't recall this entire interview, and I was still recovering. I was still in my state of mind. I was still in a dark place.
You told Miss Lee that you didn't tell Amira what you did to Anna, correct?
That I didn't?
That you did not tell her.
Yes.
And that was another lie, because you did tell Amira what you did, right?
No, I didn't tell her I shot mommy. I told her I hurt mommy. So maybe that's what I was meant.
And you said to Miss Lee that your gun is always hidden from Amira, correct?
Correct.
But in fact, you have shown Amira your gun before, correct?
No, actually, I was cleaning my gun one day in my bedroom, and Amira walked in, and she said, "What's that?"
And you begged her to hold your gun, right?
No. I had the pistol grip, which is just the handle part. It was completely disattached. The whole gun was unassembled. And I jokingly said, "Here, you want to hold it?" I said, "But make sure you never touch this." When she said no, I said, "Well, yeah, you're not supposed to touch this."
You told your child to hold your gun, correct?
No, I did not.
And she did not want to because she wanted to be safe, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, false.
You have, after October 21st of 2021, you bragged about killing Ann and Ray, correct? Don't look at your attorney. Answer my question.
I was just seeing if she was going to object. I'm sorry.
You bragged about killing Anna and Ray, correct?
Did I?
You told inmate Brian Edwards that you killed your bitch and the man she was with, correct?
Who is Brian Edwards?
You said that to Brian Edwards, correct?
I'm going to have to, can we talk? Because I don't know what this is about. We're talking about inmates now, like an informant? What's going on? We've never had this
Mr.
conversation.
Abulaban, answer my question. You told an inmate, Brian Edwards, that you killed your bitch and the man he was with.
No, I did not. I did not. Do you have audio recording of this?
I'm asking you.
I did not say that. You would have brought this up if it was real. This would have been an exhibit.
I want to talk to you about some statements that you made on December 1st, 2022 to Dr. Lehman. Remember meeting with her?
Move along. And counsel, what's up?
before we broke for lunch, a question was posed to my client about him bragging to an inmate named Brian Edwards about having killed his bitch and either the man she was with or her boyfriend. This information was turned over to the defense on disc number 22 of discovery. They are jail calls that Brian Edwards made to his wife and his sister about having heard information in the jail about Mr. Abulaban. We have listened to those calls. We do not hear anything on any of the 3 calls indicating that Mr. Abulaban had a conversation with Brian Edwards. In fact, there's a part where Brian Edwards says, he's in house 6, I'm in house 3, I have not met him, I have not talked to him. So what has happened is the prosecution has now asked a question of Mr. Abulaban that puts him in a position of having to answer no to. The problem with that is that this entire case rests on Mr. Abulaban's credibility in front of the jury about what happened when he walked into that apartment and what his state of mind is. And I believe the prosecution is asking the question of him, putting him in a position where he has to deny, where the question is assuming or putting out to the jury that that information exists and he is lying about it. Those calls have not been transcribed by the prosecution. They were not transcribed by me, but I have extensive notes about what was discussed between Brian Edwards and his wife and his sister. I do not believe that that information exists. My client took a look at Brian Edwards, denies that he's even seen this person, let alone ever had a conversation with him. But what is now out in front of the jury is an example of Mr. Abulaban lying to the prosecution. And so I am at a point where I need to break for the afternoon to have those transcribed. I need to find the person who pulled those things before I can begin the rest of my case. I also am moving for a mistrial based on this. This is a huge problem, and unless the prosecution can show me in those calls where Brian Edwards says that he had a conversation with my client, the way that she has thrown it out to the jury, this has caused a huge prejudice to my client.
Your Honor, these jail calls have been out for somewhere in the nature of 2 years. I had a separate conversation with Ms. Green at the time. I told her these are jail calls that are not your clients, they are Mr. Edwards. They were given to me because they were listened to in an El Cajon case that Mr. Edwards had. I obviously had no intention to interview Mr. Edwards. I turned over the calls, I let her know about it. I am simply entitled to ask a question about whether he made a statement to this person or not, and that's how he has that information. And he can say no, and that was all. That's how I left it.
Do you actually know where it is in the transcript?
I don't have transcript.
Oh, sorry, not
right.
transcript. Do you know where in the call it is?
I have it on disc 22. That's how I have it labeled in my notes.
Okay, how long is disc 22?
It's 3 calls.
Well, okay, are they 1 minute calls or are they?
I don't recall. I didn't transcribe them. I wasn't planning to interview anyone. I literally was only and I asked him one question about it. Did you say that? And he can say yes or no, and that was it. I'm certainly entitled to ask him if he ever made a statement to anyone about killing them.
But not if she has information that that evidence doesn't exist. That's the problem here, is that she's throwing it out there as though he had a conversation with Brian Edwards and bragged to Brian Edwards about killing his wife. I believe on those jail calls, Brian Edwards indicates people find out shit here, saying, I have never talked to Ali because he's in the hole in 6 house. Ali is 2 units away from me. Inmates were talking about Ali being housed at the jail. That's how Brian found out Ali was there. I do not believe that these jail calls indicate in any way that Brian had a conversation with my client. In fact, it appears that they state the opposite, that Brian didn't have a call. And so what has happened now, we all know in cases, juries are more inclined to believe things that prosecutors say than they're inclined to believe what defendants say. That is known. So when a prosecutor asks a question presupposing that that information exists, and Mr. Abulaban is forced to deny it, it looks like he's lying. His credibility is central to this case.
Well, and it could have been answered with a yes or no. And instead, I can't say his exact words, but he reacted in a way that was, You reacted in a way that he wanted to confront the situation or challenge the situation, but it'd be nice if we could actually pull that out, because I think this is what's happened, is yes, you do have the right to ask that question, but I don't want to leave the jurors with the impression that that this is from defendant to Brian, because apparently the tape is between this Brian guy and his wife, right? And I would assume on the tape, somewhere along, assuming it's there, that Brian to his wife says, I know Ali, and Ali's saying he killed his bitch and whatever, like the boyfriend or whatever it was. I assume that that's there somewhere.
Right, and so the insinuation is that the defendant told somebody about this for them to have this information. So that's all I was getting at. I wasn't trying to make it seem like the defendant, I had a recorded conversation of the defendant telling this to Mr. Edwards. I never asked that question, that doesn't exist. I don't have that. All I have is information.
Again, honestly, in all the evidence that we are going through here, this is a side note. It really is not that important. This is what we'll do. I'm going to deny your request for a mistrial. Can you find that on the tape where he talks to his wife about this situation? I don't want to leave the jurors with any misimpression, all right? If we have to play that tape for them, if we have to transcribe that tape for them, we will, or we can just tell them this is the conversation. He's denied it, so his denial will stand, and that's fine. But so somebody's going to have to go back and listen to those 3 calls, which is, I don't think, all that big a deal. But I'm going to deny your request to take the time to transcribe it and investigate and all that. I mean, again, I'll strike the testimony and I'll order them to disregard it, because again, that's not, all of the grand scheme of this trial, it's a side note.
Well, that particular bit of information may be a side note, but the underlying sort of theory that they're throwing out there, the question was, did you brag to Brian Edwards about killing your wife, your bitch, and her boyfriend, or whatever it was? The insinuation is that he is lying about this when he says no. And so it's a side issue in the sense that whether he told Brian Edwards this or not is a side issue. But his credibility is key in this case. So what are we going to do if, when we listen to the jail calls, it is not clear, or Brian Edwards literally says, I have not spoken to Ali? What are we going to do then? I mean, that's the problem.
Well, it may be he just tells his wife, Ali says he killed or whatever. I don't know, because I haven't heard the tapes. But he's denied it again. And he's been on that stand for 2.5 days, right? Isn't it his 3rd day?
Yes.
So they've already formed an opinion as to his credibility, either up or down, or left or right, or somewhere in the middle. And again, this is a very small thing. I wish he hadn't gone there, because again, it's unnecessary. I think, again, it's like anything. Did you say this to this other person? If he had just said no, we would have moved on. But he reacted to it.
Right, but when you ask the question of a witness, did you say X, Y, and Z? I think you have to have a basis for asking that question, right? You can't just throw stuff out and see what people are going to say. I do not believe that there is a basis to even ask that question. And so that's what I'm saying to the court. When I go back and listen to those, if it is Brian Edwards saying literally, I have never seen or talked to Ali, then I'm going to be making another motion for a mistrial, and I'm going to be asking for sanctions and an appropriate remedy to the jury, because that is absolutely inappropriate. I agree, it's totally unnecessary to go down that road in this case, but it is done, it cannot be unwrung, and here we are with it. So I know the court is saying—
I think you can unring it, but I know that, it's like anything. That you heard this, disregard it. We do it every day in trial. And again, he's been up there for 2.5 days. It's not like he's been up there for 6 minutes. tell you, we're arguing this is irrelevant right now because nobody's listening to the tape. Somebody needs to listen to the tape.
Well, we have listened to the tapes. I have the notes from the tapes. I'm going to transcribe them for the court because I have the notes, and my notes are clear on what was said. So,
But obviously the information is out there that he has reported to, told inmates about this, because why, how would anyone know about it? So that's all I was getting at, is that he told somebody, Brian, whoever else in the jail, and I was asking about that. I wasn't even trying to even say inmate. I was asking if he had, just in general, did that. And I asked about Brian. I didn't even use the word inmate. I just said, did you say this to Brian? And I expected a no, and that was the end of it. That really was all there was to it.
I'm certain she said inmate, first of all. And secondly, just because people in the jail are talking about things does not mean that they have spoken to the person about whom it involves. They have TVs in jail. They watch TV. They've been watching this trial every single day that it has been going on. So if that information, I know the court is looking at me like I'm beating a dead horse here, but I have to make my record in this.
No, and I understand that. And again, I'm happy to listen to whatever is on the tape. But again, it's been 2.5 days he's been up there. He did deny it. And if there's something else that needs to be done, we have time to do it. It's not like they're going out to deliberate right now. So at this point then, again, your motion at this point is denied. If you can, like I said, go through the tapes, find that part where he talks about Ali, because it had to come up in some context, otherwise we wouldn't be having this discussion. So, and then let's not ask any more questions. I'll give you, obviously, time so you can listen at some point so you can rehabilitate your client on it, or you just, like I said, we make sure that the jury knows that whatever conversation was had did not involve that particular thing, which would explain why he was surprised, and that doesn't make the DA look very good. So, all right, let's bring our jury in. I apologize, ladies and gentlemen, there's a legal matter that I had to take care of that happens every now and then. All right, next question.
Thank you. Okay, I want to talk to you about some statements you made to Dr. Lehman on December 1st, 2022. You told her that there has been no prior domestic violence, correct?
No, in fact, I shared a lot of intimate details of history of domestic. Wait, with me?
Correct. So when she asked you about domestic violence, you made a statement there was no prior DV.
Oh, I thought you were talking about my childhood.
No.
Okay.
About domestic violence. That's how the notes were worded. You had said there was no prior DV. Is that a statement you made to Dr. Lehman?
I may have said that on the first interview with her, but then opened up the second interview. So, yeah.
And you told her specifically that you were not an abusive husband, right?
I may have.
Okay. And those things were not true, correct?
I have done things that I should not have, and I regret. But there's been moments where I've been abusive, yes, but I do not categorize myself as a totally abusive husband.
And you told Dr. Lehman that here in San Diego, she calls police 9 times in 1 week saying I hit her. That's what you told the doctor, right?
Yes.
Okay. But that's not true, correct? Anna never called the police 9 times saying that you hit her.
I may have been exaggerating about the in a week part, but I know that there was, I believe police were called around 9 times around this time frame.
But not by Anna, correct?
Some of them were by me.
Correct. So when you said that she called 9 times saying you hit her, that statement is not true, correct?
Not entirely. It's another form of exaggeration.
Because we've already discussed she didn't call the police after almost every single violent incident except for September 8th, correct?
What I was referencing is she does call the police, but she'll either retract it she'll either hang up the phone call before dispatch, or when dispatch says, did he hit you physically, or then she would retract it. By that point, I'd either be out the door or something along those lines. So what I was referencing was she has made attempts to call the cops on numerous occasions. but she did not actually follow through with all of them.
But Anna only called the police one time saying that you pushed her down. That was September 8th, correct?
That's the one time she actually went through with it, and that's what inspired me to start the live recording. Like, oh, my wife's putting me in jail. Like, you see what I'm saying?
But she only called the police on 2 other occasions to say that she was scared or wanted to get you out of the house, but never told the police you hit her.
Right. She would always say it was just verbal, but she did call the cops on numerous occasions.
You told Dr. Lehman that you couldn't afford drug treatment, right?
What I was referencing was I did, during this 3-month period, I did reach out to both police, asking for them to please place me in a rehab. I have no experience with rehabilitation clinics, and I'm not familiar with mental illness. So I was reaching out to receive knowledge and education. There is actually recording of my interaction requesting police put me in rehab. They told me they can only recommend places. I called a few of those places, and they all needed health insurance, but we did not have health insurance because Anna recently lost her job, and we were on her plan. I was not aware that there were free rehabilitation clinics at the time.
You know that you can go to NA meetings that are free, correct?
I do not know that.
Narcotics Anonymous?
I do not know that.
You've never heard of NA or AA meetings?
I've heard of AA meetings, but I don't know what they consist of.
But you never tried to get treatment like AA or NA that are free, correct?
That's what I'm saying. I didn't know that these things were available or that they were free.
You said you did know about AA, correct?
I said I did not know what they consist of, and I did not know that they were free.
And you told Dr. Lehman that you were still weeping about how Anna did you wrong, right?
Still what?
That you were still weeping about how Anna did you wrong, correct?
At the time when I spoke to her, I was still trying to make sense of certain things. Initially, at the time frame of when this all occurred, I was in the victim mindset for many things. But since I've been, I've had a lot of time to deeply reflect on what my role was and how I could have done things better. I've seen and gained understanding of how certain things were my fault or I could have been better. So what I was trying to say is there were moments where I would weep and feel like she did me dirty. There were moments where I would scream, how could you do this to me, Anna? Even after the shooting. But this is just me trying to heal and try to understand. But now I don't exactly look at it that way anymore.
But you're still blaming her a year later about doing you wrong, correct?
Right. So it did take me a long time to recover. This was not an easy thing to recover from.
A lot of the questions that you answered on that personality assessment inventory were lies, right?
My answers were lies?
Correct.
That's false.
When you say that sometimes I'm very violent, you circled somewhat true?
That's somewhat true.
You have been blaming a lot of other people and things for your actions, correct?
Previously or since I've been on the stand?
Previously.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. I was in the mindset to where I would blame a lot of people. It's your friends, Anna. You did this to me. You the one who, you know what I'm saying? That's the mentality. That's the weird dark space I was in.
But you're still blaming Anna for your cocaine use, right?
Not necessarily. The only time I ever tried to say Anna did something, it's not to shift blame, but it's to explain how something she may have done or said or something I experienced affected me. But nobody forced me to do cocaine. What I meant by blaming Anna for it is that the lifestyle, the environment we had put ourselves in had introduced that to me to where I was in a position to where I did allow myself to try those things. And eventually I got addicted to it.
But you're still blaming Anna and her friends for her change in behavior, correct?
No, so that's a different topic. In regards to Anna's changing behavior, yes, I'm specifically about certain things. I felt that she was behaving more like her girlfriends and that she now had a support group amongst that group to not worry so much about what my feelings are or how I look at things. And that's why she would say things to me that was new to me, such as, you're stupid for thinking those things. None of my friends think that way. You're just jealous of my new happiness. That's what she would say to me, when in reality, I was just trying to communicate, as I always did with my wife.
You are responsible, though, for your actions, correct?
100%.
Okay. And Ray, as a single man, was entitled to have a relationship with Anna, correct?
Absolutely not.
She had left you, and she was entitled to move on from you and have another relationship, correct?
No.
No, she was not entitled to that.
Objection, our call for, it was a compound question calling for multiple answers.
Do you understand the question?
No, I rushed to answer that. I'm sorry.
Go ahead and rephrase.
After Anna had left you and was separated from you, she's entitled to have a relationship with another man.
I disagree.
You decided that Ray could not be with Anna, correct?
I never knew he was with Anna.
No one else could have Anna but you. Isn't that how you felt?
That's not true.
If she wasn't with you, she couldn't be with someone else, right?
No, in fact, I've told her many times, if you're going to go out and do these things, don't stay married to me. I'm not going to allow someone I'm married to. I don't want to be married to somebody who's going to go out and sleep around. And I would say things like, you're not going to turn me into Michael, which is Julia's husband. I would say that all the time. You're not going to turn me into one of your girlfriend's husband, where they stay at home every weekend. You can just go out, do whatever the hell you want, sleep with whoever the hell you want. Sorry. Sleep with whoever the hell you want. It's not going to work.
In the past, you have told your cousin Louie, if I can't have her, no one can, right?
I don't recall saying that.
Nothing further. Thank you.
Your Honor, given our conversation earlier, I'm not going to be able to finish with him.
Oh, that's all right.
Today? Okay.
Yeah, I understand.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to start talking about a couple of things that were discussed yesterday. So bear with me as we move from yesterday to today's conversations, okay?
Okay. Could you pull your mic closer, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
You were asked about doing an internet search for Sean Torres. I think that was one of the very first things that Madam Prosecutor asked you about yesterday. Do you remember that?
I do.
You did not recall at the time having done an internet search on Sean Torres.
I do not.
When you saw today maybe some more information, another question was posed to you about having Google searched Sean Torres?
I actually don't recall ever seeing Sean Torres on any of the results that were shown today.
My question was, well, I guess you did answer that. We didn't see anything
I
about
didn't see
it.
anything
Is that
about
right?
that.
Okay.
Correct.
Give me just 1 second. You and Anna had a conversation over text on 10/19 of 2021 where you said to her, I don't think you ever loved me. I was just Sean's rebound. Do you remember that? Having that conversation at all?
Yeah, I said that to her a few times.
I'm going to approach and show you Defense Exhibit 43. Just keep a hold of this while we're talking about this, okay?
Okay, thank you.
This text conversation occurred on October 21st, and I just want to make sure that I have the control of the computer, or the computer screen, so just 1 second. No, that's okay. Okay. Zoom this out a little bit. Can you see that?
That's good right there.
Okay. And does that look like the very first page of what you're looking at on Defense Exhibit 43?
Yes.
On 10/19 at 6:25 p.m., you said, I don't think you ever loved me. I was just Sean's rebound. Do you see that?
Yes.
And you say, I see it loud and clear now. No woman has ever fallen for me before, so why TF did you? Do you see that?
Right.
And then the next there is this screenshot of having had a having searched Sean Torres, Kadena Air Force Base on October 19th. Is that correct?
Yeah, I guess.
So after accusing Anna of you being only to her Sean's rebound, you then looked Sean up, you Google searched him, right?
I guess so.
Okay. Did you Google search him because Anna had been talking to him in San Diego?
No, there was no any indication of that at all.
You Google searched him right after having accused Anna of you being Sean's rebound, right?
Yes.
And is that the reason you Google searched him?
It sounds like it. I probably was just checking on him to see what he's up to.
When Sean came in and testified and said that he'd been in contact with Anna all this time in San Diego, do you have any reason to believe that that is true?
None whatsoever.
You were asked about all through September and October, all the times that Anna told you over and over again in text message that you were done. Do you remember that?
I do.
Aside from having words from Anna, you were receiving actions from Anna. Is that right?
Yes.
So there were times, say on October 5th, when Anna would say to you that we're over, but then on October 7th, Anna showed up at your house to bring you IHOP breakfast, right?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay, so this is an example of Anna saying something to you, like we're done, but then showing up 2 days later doing something nice for you. Is that right?
Correct.
Overruled its foundation.
On October 8th, you and Anna and Amira went and had breakfast, right?
Yes.
So despite telling you, we're done, I'm over you, here you are again getting breakfast.
Correct.
Is it possible that you invited Anna to breakfast?
Of course.
Did you force Anna to go to breakfast with you?
No.
Did you make her go places with you?
I couldn't get her to do that.
This entire time, you knew that Anna was living with Claire, right?
Yes.
Did you ever show up uninvited at the base?
No.
Did you ever use your government pass to go in and track Anna down?
No.
Did you ever go and push her into your car and make her go to breakfast with you?
Never.
Those were all things that despite telling you she was over you, she did things with you.
Correct.
On October 3rd till October 13th.
Yes, I have.
When?
Well, Julia's party, right?
That was September 11th or 12th,
Okay,
right?
okay. So after that. Sorry.
On October 13th, Amira stayed the night at your house, didn't she?
Yes.
Anna brought her to your house, didn't she?
Correct.
And this was after we all have seen that on September 8th and September 11th or 12th, you put your hands on Anna, right?
Right.
And yet she still brought Amira to your house to stay with you
Correct.
and let Amira stay home alone with you, right?
Correct.
And in fact, the night of October 13th, when Anna brought Amira to your house, she said to you, Claire made pancit. Can I bring you some?
Oh, yeah, yes.
Objection, leading question.
Yes.
And you said, I'd be surprised if Claire wanted me to have any pancit that she made, right?
Right.
And Anna actually said, no, Claire wants you to have it. Do you remember that conversation?
No, I do, yes.
And Anna dropped Amira off at your house, and you texted her later saying, thanks for laughing and being silly with me,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
Because she stayed at your house on October 13th and hung out with you
Correct.
and was silly with you
Yes.
and laughed with you,
Yes.
just like old times, right?
Correct.
And when you said, thanks for all of that, she responded, of course, right?
Yes.
And on October 15th, she said, I'll always have love for you and you're a good dad, right?
Yes.
October 16th, you met up with her and Amira at the UTC Mall, right?
Correct.
Did you force her to go there with you?
No.
Did you ask her to go there with you?
I believe I did.
Could she have said no?
Yes.
Could she have just dropped Amira off with you at the mall?
Correct.
Did she do that?
No,
Did she stay with you?
she did.
And did she hug you at the end of that encounter?
She did.
Later on the same day, October 16th, when you were thanking her for doing that and suggesting to her that maybe there would be a time in the future where you could hang out, Anna told you maybe someday, Ollie, right?
Yes.
This was all happening during the exact same time period that Anna was also sending you messages about being done with you, being over with you. Is that right?
That is correct.
Did this cause you to feel confused?
Very.
Explain that to us.
It's so confusing because I already feel bad for a lot of things. I don't. I'm just trying to move forward. I'm just trying to correct things. But when I'm getting mixed messages, she would say things like, "I hate you. I don't feel comfortable around you. You'll never see your daughter. I haven't loved you for 5 years." But then, just like you said, she would just show up and act perfectly fine, and all that does is just leads me on, and it makes me think that things are okay, and it puts me on this roller coaster ride of like walking on eggshells. Am I good with her? Am I not good with her? You know what I mean? I never at one point, I was never really sure. At no point did I think that we were really split up. I just knew she was angry at me and she needed time away from me, and that's all. That's all. I didn't. All the talks of divorce and TROs, it's just dust. It's just wind.
And between July of 2021 and October of 2021, Anna, before violence in July, Anna had said things to you like, "I fucking hate you," right?
Yes.
So before there had been DV in San Diego, Anna was saying these things to you.
Correct.
And then a domestic violence incident occurred in January or July of 2021, right?
Correct. Right.
And then Anna came back to you, right?
Yes.
What did that indicate to you?
That we could move past it.
And on September 8th, when the incident happened that we watched on the footage from both what you recorded, when Anna called the police, the 911 call, the BWC, and when you made that live video, what happened after that? Did Anna come back to you?
Oh, yeah, eventually, yes. Like the next day, I think.
The next day?
Yeah.
And when that happened, what did that signify to you?
That we're just being toxic. We're in a bad state right now. But that I never really believed that. I knew that we were still in love with each other. Things were just getting bad. I was losing myself. And I noticed that she was changing as well.
And on September 11th or 12th, the night of Julia's party, when there was an issue with the two of you, Anna came back to you after that, right?
Correct.
And a question was posed to you about whether what we saw, what I showed with you, that video of you and Anna arguing over the phone and Anna saying her thumb's in the door, even though the door is clearly closed, you were asked about whether that was from a different night, and in fact, not from the night of Julia's party. Do you remember that by Ms. Brast?
Right, I was really confused about that.
Okay. But in fact, that was the night of Julia's party, right?
Right.
And we know that because in that conversation that's recorded, Anna says, "I'm going to tell Julia to tell security that you're not allowed at the party," right?
Correct.
That's how we know that that was that night. Is that right?
Yes.
After September 11th or 12th, when that incident happened, did Anna come back to you?
She did.
Did you apologize to her?
I always do.
And did she accept your apology?
Yes.
How do you know that she accepted your apology?
Well, because we move past it. We don't talk about it anymore. We start to talk about things we could do together, or we talk about Amira. It's like we just move on.
At any of those times, July 21st, September 8th, September 11th or 12th, could Anna have left the house?
Yes.
Were you holding her hostage in the house?
I was not.
Could she have gone to Claire's?
Yes.
Could she have gone to Julia's?
Yes.
Could she have gone to Diana's?
Yes.
Could she have gone back to Virginia?
She could have.
Did she do any of those things?
No.
By not doing any of those things, what did that signify to you?
that we are still together, but it's still shaky. But I wasn't, I had things I needed to work on, but we are still 100% together.
She was telling you to move on and to see other people. Is that right?
Right.
Was that confusing to you, given that she's back in the apartment with you?
Yes, there would be moments where she would just bring up something old or something that happened that I thought we were already over, and it would just reignite an argument. And she would say things like that because she knows I don't want to do those things. I don't, because she knows the idea of Anna seeing other people or I seeing other people. That's not what I want. I want us to be together. But she says those things to get under my skin.
And after the incident of Julia's party, at some point Anna up and disappeared, right?
Yes,
Did she take a mirror with her?
she did.
Did she block you?
She did.
Did she tell you where she was going?
No,
Did she tell you where she was going with your daughter?
no,
Did you hear from her for a period of a week?
no, I didn't.
And during that time period, before Anna left, she told you you need to work on yourself and date someone else, right?
Yes,
And that is when you ran into Nikki Sanchez in the elevator. Is that correct?
that time frame, yes.
When someone is telling you during this time period, we're over, I'm out, she disappears, she takes your child, she blocks you. And before doing that, she tells you other people is what you should focus on, seeing them. What are you thinking?
Well, it scared me because it's very confusing to decipher what she's really saying. It just confuses me. I don't know what to do with that information.
And during this time period, are you sleeping?
No,
Are you using coke?
I am.
Are you suffering from symptoms of mania?
I was.
And did you make a mistake?
I mean, yes,
You slept or tried to sleep with or had some sort of sexual encounter with Nikki Sanchez. Is that right?
correct.
After that happened, over the course of some period of time, you confessed that to Anna. Is that right?
That's right.
And what was Anna's response to that?
She went crazy. She started cursing at me. She's like, I always come back to you. I always give you a chance. I'm the only one that'll ever love you. She started packing her stuff and she just left the house again.
And she was fighting for your phone,
Yeah.
and she wanted to know who the girl was.
Right. She not only did she just take that information, she wanted to investigate it. She wanted to confirm it for herself.
Because the idea of either of you being with someone else was not something that was acceptable in this marriage. Is that right?
100%.
Not acceptable to you
No.
and not acceptable to Anna.
No.
And we heard a 45-minute recording of Anna coming into the apartment asking, where is she? Where is she? Who is she? Right?
Correct.
And trying to take your phone to look up who this person was that you were telling her you had been with. Is that right?
That's right.
Asked and answered.
And based on that conversation that continued, you and Anna both had pretty much an emotional breakdown and you came back together at the end of that. Is that right?
Yes.
And did you think at the end of that, which culminated in the two of you making love, that you were back together
100%.
and that Anna had forgiven you for that terrible mistake you made?
Yes.
September 21st, September 22nd, September 23rd, Anna is saying, I love you. You're saying, I love you. She's taking you to the airport. Is that all correct?
That is correct.
She's telling you, you better not do anything stupid in Miami, right?
Right.
And you went to Miami and she blocked you while you were in Miami, right?
Right.
After doing all of these things with you up to this date, she blocked you.
Correct.
What were you thinking in that moment?
That she's cheating on me. Or that she's doing something bad.
Did it make sense to you that she was acting that way given what you had all just been through and her, what seemed to be, accepting you back?
And no, it doesn't make sense. It's just frustrating. It's confusing. It's like, I said it before, it's like she pushes me away, she pulls me, she pushes, it's nonstop. And She even knew how important that Miami trip was for the brand that I have. I was meeting someone from the movie. This was huge for me, and I begged her to come with me to experience that. And she knew how important that was, and she even told me, "You deserved it. You worked for this." But for her to block me at that moment, I felt like she was trying to take away, to confuse me, to distract me from being in that moment, which is exactly what happened.
When you got back from Miami, things seemed off to you. Is that right?
Very off.
And you confronted Anna about those things, right?
Yes.
Anna cheating on you, right?
Yes.
And every single time she denied it, correct?
Correct.
And we know that in fact she was cheating on you with Ray during this exact same time period.
Yes.
You were so concerned with her cheating on you, you actually thought maybe she was cheating on you with someone else from the group, right?
Correct.
On October 19th, you sent her a message. "I wonder who's railing you. Probably someone from our circle. Let's see." I'd say most likely it's Nick, right?
Right.
You did not say, "I bet it's Ray," right?
No, I never thought in a million years.
Did you have any idea on October 21st, before going to your house and opening that door, that Anna and Ray were having a relationship?
Never.
When you would accuse Anna of cheating, it wasn't just that she was denying it, right? It was worse than that. Because she was denying it in a way by saying, "I could never," right?
Right.
"We're still married," right?
Yep.
"Unlike you,"
Correct.
right?
Correct.
And she sent all of these messages. This was on October 5th when you had accused her of cheating. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach, please? Sure. I'm going to show you what is marked as Defense Exhibit 45. It's 3 pages. Just hold on to that while I show you some things on the screen. Does that look like what's starting out on the first page of D45 that's in front of you?
Yes, ma'am.
October 5th. "Love yourself and stop with drugs," Anna sending to you, right?
Yes.
You said, "Okay, thanks, good night." And then 2 minutes later, you followed up with, "Have you slept with anyone else?" You could be honest,
Correct.
since you're over me now, right?
Yes.
Anna, not even 30 seconds later, "No, I could never." Is that right?
Correct.
"We're still married," right?
Right.
"Unlike you," right?
Right.
Anna was having an affair with Ray during this time period, right?
Objection asked and answered.
Actually, also saying is leading, so.
Do you know, as you sat here through this trial, whether Anna and Ray were sleeping together during this time period?
I do.
Objection asked and answered.
They were, right?
They were.
And then you loved "We're Still Married." Why did you love that?
Because it gave me hope. These are the things that I wish she would say to me. Like, I've been craving for her to say. It's assurance for me that we're still good.
She never once said to you, "It's none of your damn business who I'm sleeping with," did she?
No.
She never once said to you, I can do whatever I want. I can sleep with whoever I want. It doesn't matter. It shouldn't matter to you, right?"
Objection,
She
leaving
never-
compound.
She never said those things.
On October 18th, she sends you a message, "I hate you so much," right?
Yes.
You say, "If that's the case, then tell me everything I should know," right?
Correct.
Are you or have you had sex or been talking/seeing anyone since we split? And she said no, right?
Right.
Objection asked and answered. These statements have been read into the record already.
And then after she said no, that wasn't enough. She said, "I can't do that," right?
Right.
You said, "Just need the truth." And she said, "I told you already."
Correct.
I do not and will never do that, right?
Right.
I'm still married, right?
Right.
Unlike you.
Objection, asked and answered.
Correct.
When you are asking her these questions, why are you asking her? If we're over, if you say we're over, just tell me, have you slept with anyone? Why are you asking her that?
Well, one, because I always had the suspicions. And two, if we're truly over it, then we should just be honest. And I needed some kind of information like that to help me to stop hanging on to the thread of hope that there's reconciliation. You know, if she would have just been honest with me, it would have been just as painful, but I would have at least been able to move on and say, you know what, there's no hope. You know what I mean?
And in fact, you sent her a video that we watched where you said just that, right?
Correct.
Be honest with me so I can leave, right?
Right.
And 4 days later from that, you're asking her again, and she's still not just denying it, but I could never and would never do that to you, right?
Right.
There've been a lot of questions asked to you about during this time period, whether it's okay for you to do certain things and not okay for Anna to do certain things. Is that right?
That is right.
Was it okay for you to sleep with Nikki Sanchez?
It was not okay for me to attempt to sleep.
Did Anna forgive you for that?
She did.
Objection, asked and answered.
After that moment of sleeping or having, however you define that, having sex, attempting to have sex, whatever that means to you, from that day forward, was there anyone else that you physically had sex with, touched, massaged, used a vibrator with, anything that could be under the category of sex?
No.
You looked up escorts, right?
Yes.
Did you call them?
I called a few.
Did they come to your home?
No.
You looked up porn, right? It's okay if you looked up porn. It's not illegal. Did you look up porn?
Sure. Yes.
Did you hire a hooker?
No.
Did you go to a strip club?
No.
Between the time that Anna forgave you for your transgression with Nikki up to October 21st, was there anyone that you were sexually with in any way?
No.
Did you call Anna terrible names?
Yes.
Did you say vile things to her, and sometimes did those things happen in front of a mirror?
I did, and they did.
Were you planning at any point in October to kill Anna?
No.
Were you planning at any point in October or any other time to kill any man that Anna was with?
No.
You were asked questions about when you turned on the Discord app. Did you turn on the Discord app before October 21st to listen in on Anna?
No.
You moved out of the apartment on October 17th or 18th?
18th.
Did you turn the Discord app on then?
No.
When you put the Discord app on the iPad, it was sometime on the morning of October 21st, is that right?
Yes.
Prior to going to the apartment and having a phone conversation with Anna, you were texting with her, right?
Correct.
And you were asking her why she ignored a FaceTime call that you tried to place with her, right?
Yes.
Going to the apartment that morning was not the first time that you had had contact with Anna that day, right?
Yes.
When you went to the apartment, what was the point of putting the iPad behind the bed?
It was to catch her in the act of having sex.
when you left the apartment, you had information that Anna had blatantly lied to you.
Correct. Correct.
What were you thinking when you had this information?
I was thinking that she is in fact cheating on me, and she's probably with him right now. And also, everything else that she told me up to this point have been lies.
Did you stay in the apartment to ambush her when she came through the door?
I did not.
Did you hide in the elevator or in the stairwell to ambush her and this person that you thought she was having an affair with?
No.
Did you follow her in any way, attempt to find out where she was that morning to track her down?
I did not.
We spent probably about 30 minutes talking about trash cans in this cross-examination of you. Did you search for trash cans?
I did.
Did you take one of those Google images and replace Anna's picture in your contact with a trash can?
I did.
Were you calling Anna trash in that moment?
I was.
Did you look up trash cans to hide bodies in them?
No.
Did you think when you looked up Googled decapitated heads plus cartel that you were planning a cartel hit on Anna?
Absolutely not.
Were you planning a decapitated head cartel hit on anyone that Anna was with?
No.
You were asked about messages that you sent to this person, Mediterranean, saying, I will go to jail. Who is Mediterranean?
He's one of my followers on Instagram.
What's his name?
I don't know.
You don't have any idea what his actual name is?
No,
Have you ever met this person?
I have not.
Do you have any way to contact him aside from this like IG Instagram account?
No, I do not.
And you told him, if I see Anna with a guy, I will go to jail?
Correct.
Why did you say that?
Again, it's just me just spewing out words to vent my frustration. It was in no way intending that I'm actually going to do something that will wind me in jail. I'm just venting because I didn't have anybody to really vent to.
You were asked about a flirtatious conversation you had with some sort of medium. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay, so you saying you're my healing Egyptian goddess, is that how you flirt with people?
No.
Who is that person?
She's some woman who follows me. She commented on one of my videos. Her name stuck out to me. I clicked on it and I followed her. And then she messaged me with an audio message telling me that I'm a spiritist and the spirits are telling me to tell you this. What I had already said.
And didn't you actually encourage Anna to talk to this same person?
I actually asked her if she would be able to speak with Anna and work with Anna to see if maybe this could help both of us.
So did you try to put this woman that you're having a flirtatious conversation with in touch with your wife because you wanted your wife to know you were having a flirtatious conversation with her?
No, that's not what I was doing.
Is that really a flirtatious conversation?
No, I think I was just being corny. I was just being silly.
When you told your cousin, I'll kill a guy. Do you remember that?
Yeah.
Were you putting out in the universe that you were premeditating, that if you saw Anna with someone, you were going to kill him?
No, I was just...
Calls for legal conviction.
No, again, I was just being stupid. I'm just venting my frustration, trying to sound tough. Like he even said, this is stuff I say quite often. And to be honest, when I play these characters in my videos, I do say that a lot jokingly. Like, I do. And maybe sometimes that bleeds into my normal speech, you know?
When you were asked that you convinced Anna multiple times not to get a TRO, did you tell her you would hurt her if she didn't get a TRO?
No.
Did you tell her you would kill her if she didn't get a TRO?
No.
Did you prevent her from physically going to the courthouse to get a TRO?
No. In fact, she had me believe that she actually had one on me.
All of these times that you and Anna were talking about divorce, did you prevent her from going to the courthouse to get a divorce?
No.
Anna had her own car during this time period, right?
Correct.
She was driving all over the place, right?
Correct.
And yet she never once went, actually, to the courthouse to get a TRO.
Correct.
And when the police tried to follow up with her on September 8th, she let it go, right?
Correct.
When she was with her friends, driving to PB or driving to Diana's house, she didn't have them ever once take her to get a TRO, right?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained praise.
Do you know, have you heard any evidence at all in this case that Anna ever sought a TRO?
Objection, speculation.
Thank you. No, there's no evidence that she attempted at any point.
Okay, and that's because she did it.
She did not.
She had multiple opportunities to do it. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And she didn't do it.
She did not.
When someone says to you they're going to get a TRO against you and then they don't, in this case your wife, how do you interpret that information?
But I can't take anything she says serious.
Even if you told her, don't get a TRO, she could have gotten one, right?
100%.
So when you're saying go, your mom's testified and said, we told her, go get one. We told her, have him arrested. And when she doesn't do those things, what does that say to you?
That she's not serious.
Because why?
Because she's just hurt and she's upset with me, but she still loves me and she still wants to work this out with me.
On October 21st, when you went into that house, you were on your way up the elevator. Before getting on the elevator, you parked your car, had your pants on, that had your gun, belt, and holster on it. You parked at that apartment building. Did you intend to kill anybody?
No.
When you were driving over to that to that apartment building from your hotel, were you thinking, I'm going to kill someone?
It's never crossed my mind.
What were you thinking?
I'm thinking that this is it. I'm going to finally get some truth. I'm going to find out what's really been going on. I'm going to finally prove that my suspicions are not completely crazy, that there is some validity to what I'm stressing about and have been continuously worried about, and that I'm about to catch Anna cheating with some unknown man. And then at that point, I would know that this relationship is over.
And why was it important for you to catch Anna cheating?
Because that's the worst thing that could break my heart. That's the thing for me. It also, she had turned to I don't want to blame her. Everyone was calling me a cheater. My dad was calling me a cheater. My sister's calling me a cheater. Everybody's calling me a cheater. Even her girlfriend's saying, you lost us the moment you brought that girl in your apartment. Everybody was shunning me as this terrible person. And I just wanted to prove that she's doing the same thing. And it's not fair. It's not fair because I'm over here being told, oh, I'm the cheater. I could never do what you're doing. But yes, she's doing it. And she's been lying to me. And she's been toying with my mental health, toying with my vision or our vision for the future of our marriage. She's telling me, I'm still thinking she's with me. You know, despite 1 minute she's with me, 1 minute she's not. I don't know what's real. So I was just trying to get some answers.
You parked your car. You went upstairs. You opened the door. That door opening makes a sound, right?
Correct.
Prior to even the door opening, there's a sound with that door, right?
Correct.
It makes a beep, 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 right?
And the locking mechanism goes.
The moment that door was opened, Anna looked to the door, right?
Correct.
You saw Anna, she saw you. You immediately saw Ray and you were inside the apartment. You racked the gun and shot based
Objection,
on what
lady.
you saw, right?
I'll see.
Tell us, what happened in that apartment?
I opened the door. Before I was even fully in the door, I could see the couch. So as I was walking into the door, before it even shut, I had already seen Anna. I go to look at the man. He leans forward. I recognize him as Ray. And next thing you know, I just shut off. I felt like I got kicked into like some strange secondary passenger seat of my body where I'm just seeing these things happen, but I'm not doing it. And I can't stop it. And that's it.
I want to show you what is People's Exhibit 91. This was taken and testified to by Detective Escalante, standing really even outside of the door frame. When you're standing even outside of the door frame, you look right into the couch. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is this the same door you went through?
Yes.
Is this the same line of sight you had from the moment you walked inside that apartment?
Yes,
Did you see Anna and Ray cuddled on the couch?
I did.
When you saw that, were you thinking, I'm going to kill them?
No.
When you saw them, did you think, this is my chance to get revenge and murder them?
No.
We know that this happened in a matter of seconds. And is that exactly how it happened?
Exactly how it happened.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, good time for us to take our afternoon recess and see everybody back here in 12 minutes.
You were asked on cross-examination about the drug use on 10/21. You told us you did 4 bumps before you got into the car and drove over to the apartment, correct?
Correct.
And that was 4 times more in one sitting than you had ever done before. Is that right?
Correct.
And that you used on the drive, the 15-minute drive to the apartment building, right?
That is correct.
When you got into that apartment building and into your apartment, were you under the influence of cocaine?
I was.
When you left that apartment and got back into your car, you used the remainder of what you had.
Correct.
7, almost 8 hours later, when your blood was drawn, you still had cocaine in your system, right?
That is correct.
You talked about neurofeedback and that you were asked whether you had sought any sort of domestic violence classes or anything like that. When you were trying to explain the reason for seeking the neurofeedback treatment, you were saying that it was, in your mind, going to fix the whole picture. What did you mean by that?
I was aware that there are things about me that seem different, like my mood's changing, or having good days and bad days on a frequent basis. And I always saw that any time where I would use physical violence or reach that point, I always saw that as a result of a bigger issue. Not that I want to hit people or that I want to hurt somebody. I don't get any pleasure out of that. But I know that it must have stemmed from something much deeper at a longer time. And I didn't have that information. So I it's easy to say you could have just looked up that specific treatment, but I was trying to figure out what's wrong with me as a whole.
And when you went to Virginia and sought treatment with this neurofeedback type of therapy, you were asked whether the doctor was a chiropractor. Do you remember that?
I do.
You saw 2 doctors there, right?
In Virginia, yes.
You saw Dr. Band and Dr. Carlton.
Yes.
Dr. Band is one of the doctors who treated you,
Yes.
and he is a psychologist, right?
Yes.
And when you were there, you did more than just a brain scan, correct?
Yes.
What else did you do while you were there?
I actually sat down and we had he let me vent. I think I spoke for maybe almost 2 hours without a single interruption. And he wanted me to express it, everything I've been going through, and he gave me an assessment or advice.
And did you tell him about what had been happening in your marriage?
I did.
And did you tell him that you had been physical with your wife?
I did.
You were asked about whether you were bragging to Amira, your daughter, after you picked her up from school. Were you bragging to her when you said, I hurt mommy?
No.
You didn't say, I killed your bitch mother, right?
No.
When you were asked about whether you were bragging to people in jail and the name Brian Edwards came up, have you ever met that person?
Never.
Do you have any idea who that person is?
I do not.
Have you ever had a conversation with anyone named Brian Edwards?
No, I have not.
You were asked about things that Ray said to you or didn't say to you upon the very first meetings with him in San Diego at the first couple parties. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And you told us exactly what Ray said to you. Is that right?
Verbatim.
Is it also experience of yours in life, generally, in meeting people? Sometimes you get good vibes from people,
Yes.
and sometimes you get bad vibes from people.
Correct.
It isn't always just the things that people say, right?
No, it's also the feeling.
And in that moment of meeting Ray on those two occasions, did you get good vibes from him or bad vibes from him about the way he was reacting to Anna?
Very bad vibes.
And when we heard Gene testify, he told us that he tried to smooth things over between you and Ray, right?
He said that.
Did you have a conversation with Gene and Ray over FaceTime or something like that at some point in 2021?
Yes, actually.
And how did that go?
So I called Gene because we would hang out pretty frequently. And he was at his home. And I asked him, hey, what are you doing? You want to hang out? He goes, hey, man, I'm just hanging out in the kitchen with Ray. We're drinking. And I said, oh, Ray's there? Can I speak to him? And he gave Ray the phone.
You mentioned, did that end up with the two of you getting into a physical fight?
No.
Did you say to him, I hate you?
No.
Did he say, I hate you?
No.
You were asked about a time when Ray commented on your Instagram about a family member of yours passing. When he commented, did you say, go fuck yourself or anything like that?
No.
You started to tell us about a time that you commented on his Instagram because he was in Mexico and had an injury or something?
I responded to one of his story posts. I sent him a message. He posted a clip of him, I guess he was diving off of a cliff in Mexico, and he had a huge gash on his forehead that was open. It was clearly an open wound. And he was filming hey, I got this, And I was like, dude, that looks really bad. You should probably get stitches. And he says, haha, I think I'll keep it. So, I tried.
Did he block you on Instagram?
No.
Did you block him on Instagram?
No.
After that response of, haha, I think I'll keep it, did you say any bad words to him?
No.
Did he say any bad words to you?
No.
Did 1021 start off when you sent that apology message to Anna in the morning on a good note in your mind?
Yes, because I felt that it was a moment of me taking responsibility for things I could have done better. It was a moment of clarity.
And were you planning to go to LA that day?
I was.
Were you planning to make more videos with your friend Sammy?
Yes.
You sent items to Anna?
Yes.
Food?
Groceries.
And roses?
Yes.
And it was the lack of response to what was your romantic gesture that started to turn 1021 into the day that it was.
Correct.
When you received no response about this romantic gesture, what was the first thing that your mind jumped to?
Something's not right. She clearly ignored that. Her mind is on someone else.
You went to the house to try to confirm what was happening.
I went to the house to go talk to her, to try to get an understanding.
And on that morning, when you tried to get an understanding, she had, in what is in your mind, the first blatant lie to you.
That I know of, yes.
Your plan from that moment, when in your mind this is the first time she's ever blatantly lied to you, was to do what?
to discover the truth.
Why was discovering the truth so important to you?
Because I was at a very pivotal moment where I needed to know what is going on. What am I going to do? A lot of the reasons why I wasn't able to stay away from Anna or that I would call her all the time is because I'm used to being with her. And she's such an essential part of my daily life. Everything we do revolves around each other, and she wasn't there anymore. And so that was very hard for me to disattach from that. A part of me wanted to disattach if that's what she wants me to do, but I wasn't getting the full clarity that that's what she wanted. So I didn't want, me going to LA was my attempt to focus on me and give her the space that she had been saying she wanted. But deep down, did I want to go to LA? Probably not. I want to be with my wife. I don't want to give her any indication that I'm out of this or that I can move on, you know? So by me receiving the truth, I looked at it as this is the final pain, the final thing I needed in order for me to just disassociate from her and finally take a stand and leave.
If you had gone there to the apartment with the intent or had the idea at any moment on your way there or walking into the apartment that you were going to kill them, that this was your plan, would you have recorded this on your phone?
Absolutely not. There's no need to make incriminating evidence.
All the times before that you had recorded your interactions with Anna, it was to protect yourself.
Correct.
Just like it was on 10/21 when you recorded yourself going into the apartment. Is that right?
That is right.
Thank you. Nothing further.
You don't know if Anna ever tried to go to the courthouse to get a restraining order and then changed her mind, right?
I do not.
And we talked a lot about your violence on Anna and her wanting the restraining order. Why would Anna ever tell you that she was with another man?
Object this phrase to speculation.
Overruled if you know.
I don't know why she would tell me that.
Anna was scared to be honest with you about another man because of your violence, right?
Judge Connor calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Anna has told you that she's scared of you, correct?
She has said that.
Anna was trying to move on from you and you didn't want to let her go, right?
I don't know that she actually wanted to. She would say things that certainly seemed that way.
But she told you that she wanted to move on and told you to move on too, right? So
Correct.
you knew that she wanted to move on from you, correct?
She has told me that before.
Right. But you didn't want to let her go and do that, correct?
Correct.
And you were asked about some recordings that you made. In fact, you did make recordings that had bad information or, evidence on it, correct?
Ultimately, yes, it resulted to something that would not be favorable for me, but that was not my intention by starting the recording.
Right, you made a recording where you admitted to beating Anna, right? Beating the shit out of her. Or, I'm sorry, that's why you get your ass beaten. You made a recording where you said that, right?
That was a statement I said during one of our bad interactions.
Right, but that's an incriminating recording that you made that you kept on your phone, right?
Right, but my intention wasn't to have an incriminating moment. It was to prevent an incriminating moment, or should it become a moment like it did, at least I have the evidence. But it doesn't always guarantee how it's going to play out.
What do you mean like it did? You were recording an argument that you were having with Anna.
Right, because Anna had gotten into the habit of manipulating facts or threatening to call the cops and put me in jail only to scare me to run off, or she would break my stuff, or she might scratch me in the neck. I just wanted to have records of that. I would argue that even the fact that I have recordings that shows incriminating stuff shows that that's not my intention. That's how it would have ended.
You have no recordings where Anna was violent with you, correct?
There is a recording where I said, "Don't touch me, don't touch me, don't touch me."
She wasn't touching you. She was just looking at your phone, right?
My phone was in my hand. She was attempting to grab it from me.
But that's what you guys were arguing about. You kept telling her that you had slept with someone else, and she was trying to get your phone to see or call that woman, right?
I'm not sure, but she was reaching for me and she was grabbing me.
But she wasn't being violent with you. You never recorded anything where she was violent with you, correct?
During the September 9th, when she tried to unpack the suitcase that I was trying to leave, she clawed me in the neck before I pushed her.
That is not on any recording, correct?
That was during the scuffle. Or I don't know if it's on the recording, but
And you made a recording the morning of October 21st where you were essentially vandalizing the apartment, correct?
that wasn't why I made the recording, but yes,
But you have incriminating recordings on your phone.
I do.
And then that also includes the shooting, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Nothing further.
Just briefly, do you feel like in the months of September and October that very often Anna's words did not match Anna's actions?
Correct.
And when you were asked why would Anna tell you she was with another man, Anna said to you, not just, I'm not with another man, but I can't, I never would, we are still married, right?
I shouldn't ask an answer.
Overruled, it's leading, but I'll allow, go ahead and answer first.
That is correct.
She never said to you, I'm not going to tell you this because I'm afraid of you, right?
Correct.
She said it's not, she never said it's none of your damn business, right?
Correct.
She was telling you in a way, responding back to the fact that the two of you are still married. Is that correct?
Objection, leading, ask an answer.
Go ahead and answer.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes.
Thank you, nothing further.
Any other?
No, Your Honor. I do have one more exhibit to admit.
We're going to take all of that outside the presence of the jury. All right, any further evidence?
Subject
To what we talked about?
Correct, no.
All right. Yes, essentially. All right, ladies and gentlemen, rather than keep you around, which I don't like to keep you waiting, I'm going to go ahead and send you home because I've got to go through the packet of instructions with the lawyers. It's obviously the law, and it's a very important part of the trial. So I'm going to spend the rest of the afternoon with them. So essentially, for all practical purposes, things could change, but we are in all likelihood done with the evidentiary portion of the trial. So what's next? I instruct you on the law based on the look at this packet. This should take me about a half hour. And then we'll go into closing arguments, which should take the remainder of the day tomorrow. So again, you've been great. You've been very focused. No media, no news, none of that. Don't talk to each other. Let's everybody just here just before 9 tomorrow. And the arguments of the lawyers will probably take the majority of the day, probably the whole day, to be honest with you. At this point, then, thank you again, and we will see everybody tomorrow. Telling Mr. Abulaban that he set a record in this department. We've never had anybody on the stand for 3 days before. So,
The detective was close. He was 3 different days, but parts of it.
not uninterrupted back and forth. But in any event, all right, I want to go back. I actually had Lori pull that exchange that we had that we were talking about earlier. So let me go ahead and read that to you because it. Well, I'll just go ahead and read it. Question by Ms. Brass. You have, after October 21st of 2021, you bragged about killing Anna and Ray, correct? And she said, don't look at your attorney, answer my question. Answer. I was just seeing if she was going to object. I'm sorry. Question. You bragged about killing Anna and Ray, correct? Answer, did I? Question, you told inmate Brian Edwards that you killed your bitch and the man she was with, correct? Answer, who's Brian Edwards? Question, you said that to Brian Edwards, correct? Answer, I'm going to have to, can we talk because I don't know what this is about? We're talking about inmates now like an informant. What's going on? We never had this conversation. Question from the DA. Mr. Abulaban, answer my question. You told an inmate, Brian Edwards, that you killed your bitch and the man she was with. Answer, no, I did not. Question, she was with, correct? Answer, no, I did not. I did not. You have, then a question, from Mr. Abulaban, do you have an audio recording of this? Question from the DA, I am asking you. Answer by Mr. Abulaban, I did not say that. You would have brought this up if this was real. This would have been an exhibit. And then the next question, all right, I want to talk about some statements you made to Dr. Layman. So that was the entire exchange, all right? So I want to hear what, obviously you can both go back and listen to the tape. At this point,
Do we care about this part? Right? I don't think, this to me doesn't really seem, we're just talking about what he said, plus it's going to be over in a second. Right? We don't care about this part. Ellen says, did some research on him instead of watching this. He's horrible. Ellen, you're supposed to be watching us, not doing research. What a coward, what a liar. Obviously warnings on behavioral science alone, yuck and barf. What are you doing not watching us, Ellen? All right, I'm going to end this poll. I'm going to end the poll, and then we're going to go to verdict. So, Rank the Ego takes the stand to date. So, let's see, out of 202 votes. Let's put it up here. All right, Ali Abulaban, 52%. Robert Tellis, 33%, and Scott Nelson, 13%. All right. Ellen, what are you doing? You're watching us, not going somewhere else and Googling research. All right, let's get to the verdict. Need answers fast and like doing research. All right. We'll forgive you. All right, so here's the verdict, and then after that is going to be sentencing, and that's like 2 hours. So we still have a little bit to go. All right, let's get to the verdict, which is only 10 minutes. And as Psychosaurus Rex said, it is so on brand. Yeah, it is so on brand. All right. I'm personally, I'm not a fan of what happens on the one side, but I mean, I understand people, I get it.
Seated and come to order. This court.
I get it. I'm not really a fan of it, but it is what it is. Okay. You accidentally clicked the wrong vote, Tattletales. Which would you have? What did you check, and what would you have checked? All right, here we go. Verdict time. We've put like 4 hours of this Yahoo into our coffers, right? 3 hours and 43 minutes, an hour and 24 minutes. That's 4.5, 5. We've been streaming for 7 hours, so we've listened to him for probably 6 of them. 7 of them. What am I talking about? All right, let's get to it. Enough of me carrying on. Here we go. Here's verdict. Verdict time. Robert, I'll get to that later. Tell us. Okay. All right, let's go.
Please remain seated and come to order. This court is now in session.
The record will reflect we have both counsel, Mr. Abulaban, we have our jury, and I've been told that you have reached a verdict. Is that correct? Looks like juror number 12 is our foreman. If you can hand that verdict form to Henry.
In the Superior Court of the State of California, in and for the County of San Diego, the people of the State of California, plaintiff versus Ali Nasser Abulaban, defendant, case number SCD 292181, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulaban, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree. Of Rayburn Cardenas Baran, in violation of Penal Code Section 187, Parent A, as charged in. Oh, it is. In count 2 of the information, and we further find the allegation that in the commission and attempted commission of the above offense, the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulaban, intentionally and personally discharged a firearm, to wit, a handgun, and approximately caused great bodily injury and death to a person within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022.53, Parent D, to be true. Special circumstance as to count 1 and 2, and we further find the allegation against the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulaban, that he has in this proceeding been convicted of more than one offense of murder in the first or second degree within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2, Parent A, Parent 3, to be true. Dated May 29, 2024, jury 4-person. Same title, same cause, verdict. We, the jury in the above entitled cause, find the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulaban, guilty of the crime of murder in the first degree, Anna Abulaban, in violation of Penal Code Section 187, Parent A, as charged in count 1 of the information. And we further find the allegation that in the commission and attempted commission of the above offense, the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulaban, intentionally and personally discharged a firearm, to wit, a handgun, and approximately caused great bodily injury and death to a person within the meaning of Penal Code Section 12022.53, Parent B, to be true. Special circumstance as to count 1 and 2, and we further find the allegation against the defendant, Ali Nasser Abulaban, that he has in this proceeding been convicted of more than one offense of murder in the first or second degree within the meaning of Penal Code Section 190.2, Parent A, Parent 3, to be true. Dated May 28, 2024, jury 4-person. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, was this and is this your verdict as I have just read to you?
Yes. You decide which to poll the jury.
Yes, please.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I will ask you individually, was this and is this your verdict as I have just read? Please answer yes or no to that question. Juror number 1, was this and is this your verdict?
Yes.
Juror number 2, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 3, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 4, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 5, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 6, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 7, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 8, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 9, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 10, same question.
Yes.
Juror number 11, same question.
Yes.
And juror number 12, same question.
Yes.
Your Honor, all answer in the affirmative.
Charlie, record the verdicts. Ladies and gentlemen, you have now completed your jury service on this case. On behalf of the judges of this court, please accept my thanks for your time and effort. Now the case is over, you may choose whether or not to discuss the case and your deliberations with anyone. I will remind you that under California law, you must wait at least 90 days before negotiating or agreeing to accept any payment or information about the case. Let me tell you about some rules the law puts in place for your convenience and protection. The lawyers in this case, the defendant or the representatives may now talk to you about the case, including your deliberations and verdict. Those discussions must occur at a reasonable time and place and with your consent. Please immediately report to the court any unreasonable contact made without your consent by the lawyers in this case, the representatives, or the defendant. The lawyer, representative, or defendant who violates these rules or violates the court order may be fined. I will now order that the court's record of personal juror identifying information, including names, address, and telephone numbers, be sealed until further order of this court. If in the future the court is asked to decide whether the information will be released, notice will be sent to any jurors whose information is involved. You oppose the release of this information and ask that a hearing on the issue be closed to the public. The court will decide whether and under what conditions any information will be disclosed. Ladies and gentlemen,
It's been a long trial. Thank you very much for your service on this case. I spend a lot of time watching you, and you were very focused, very diligent in assessing the credibility of people, and I appreciate your effort in this. The attorneys appreciate your efforts, so thank you very much, and we will see you in 3 years. So you are now allowed to leave. Thank you very much.
Council, due course sentencing is June 27th. That is a Thursday. It would be at 9 o'clock.
Would the court prefer to do it on a Friday, or does it have any preference to when to do it?
Whenever you test. What date is it?
It's a Thursday, Your Honor. June 27th. At the end of the month.
One we could do Friday morning.
The 28th? That's fine.
Sir Abulaban, you have a right to be sentenced within the statutory terms. Do you waive that right, and I will put it over 1 day?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, Mr.
Probation hearing and sentencing will be on June 28th at 9 o'clock a.m. in Department 2002. Yeah, give me a second. No. You guys take it all back, and then that's just the way I operate. So in case anybody says anything, it's like, nope, detective has it. I've always done it like this. 25 years, I work that way. So
Charlie, this is yours, right?
no, none of that's mine.
So all of this, okay.
I think it might be you guys.
Okay, just throw these away. I want to make sure that's.
Yeah. Just toss it all. You can just toss it over there.
All right, I'll just throw it all on Peter's.
All right, so next up is sentencing. I thought in Psychosaurus Rex we're like talking there. Victim impact statement. So this is 2 hours. So this is going to probably be emotional. So just be aware that this one's probably we may cry a little bit here, but we'll see. Let's see how this is going to be. Anna's family and Ray's family. So this is probably going to be emotional. All right, hold on. Actually, it's less than 2 hours. Hold on. It's it starts 30 minutes in, so it's like an hour and a half. Oh yeah. Okay, Rex. Yeah, he's got short hair here, so this is going to be. All right. So this. Okay, so he has a different reaction here. All right, here we go.
Judge, we're ready to go. Speak into the microphone. His team and everything. Yeah.
Please remain seated. Come to order. This court is now in session.
The Abulaban matter, I've got both counsel, Mr. Abulaban. Before we begin, there's a few things that we need kind of in order, so I want to make sure that we can do that. Mr. Abulaban, you have the right to appeal the judgment of this court. That must be filed within 60 days in this court and not the Court of Appeal. Do you understand that?
Yes.
Thank you. All right. A couple things before we begin. We have a new trial motion which we will do first. So I will start with the defense. You're up.
Thank you. Good morning, Your Honor. Jody Green, Deputy Public Defender on behalf of Mr. Abulaban. Your Honor, we did file a motion for a new trial pending what was the verdict in this case. This was something that we had addressed with the court and counsel during trial as it happened right after, or right during, I should say, Mr. Abulaban's testimony. The court at that time asked us to return the following day with a transcript from Mr. Brian Edwards' phone calls to his family members, which was the subject of the questionable conduct by the prosecutor that we believe rises to the level of prosecutorial misconduct. When we returned the next day, we provided a transcript to the court. The court had an opportunity to review it. At that time, the court offered a remedy which the defense did not believe was proper and fully addressed the issue. The remedy offered by the court was to instruct the jury that they could disregard, or that they should disregard that line of questioning, as well as the answer provided. I felt was not proper and didn't fully address the issue to argue it to the jury. After closing argument, the court instructed counsel that it had reviewed the transcripts again, agreed now with defense that that question should not have been asked by Madam Prosecutor, but since it was post-closing, the court reiterated its earlier argument that it didn't think that it rose to any sort of level of error, in the sense that Mr. Abulaban had been on the stand for 3 days and it came towards the end of his testimony, and that ultimately it wouldn't impact given the length of the testimony. The defense disagrees. We filed this motion asking the court to reconsider and to allow a new trial in the matter, given all the arguments laid out specifically in our papers. We would just like to point out that in a case, in any criminal case, an elevated standard of conduct applies to the prosecution. They have a duty not to just get a conviction, but actually to make sure that truth and justice are done. In this case, we know that a question was posed to Mr. Abulaban that was not going to be substantiated. The prosecution did not have Mr. Brian Edwards as a witness. The prosecution did not have a transcript of these phone calls. where the prosecution was alleging that Mr. Abulaban had bragged to inmates about having killed his wife and her friend. This was simply a line of questioning where the prosecution had no ability to prove what they were asking Mr. Abulaban, and instead the jury was left with the impression that as the prosecutor stood up with a giant binder full of questions that she was marking off, the jury is left with the impression that this is yet again another situation where Mr. Abulaban cannot be believed. But the defense is left hamstrung and not able to really rehabilitate in that moment because Mr. Edwards is not here as a witness. Mr. Edwards' phone calls were not transcribed to provide to the jury. Ms. Brast told us at the time that this was raised during the trial and again in her moving papers that she reads the transcripts of Mr. Brian Edwards' phone calls very differently than I think the plain language of those phone calls, which in our review of those phone calls and the transcript, it is clear that Mr. Edwards did not ever have a conversation with Mr. Abulaban about this case. They were separate. Mr. Abulaban was in the hole, Mr. Edwards was in the hole. There was no communication, and there is nothing in these phone calls to substantiate that there was ever a conversation between the two. If the prosecution really believed that that was the case, they would have brought Brian Edwards in, they would have had those transcripts, they would have done things to be able to fully substantiate, and that's where the issue lies, is that they asked questions that they could not substantiate. A sort of idea that this was done accidentally or with misremembering what the transcript says, it really is not the question. This does not have to involve any sort of ill intent or ill will on behalf of the prosecutor because they're held to a different, higher standard than other lawyers in court. And so we are asking the court for all of those reasons to order a new trial. Although the court did offer a remedy, we do not believe it was a proper remedy that would fully remedy the situation in front of the jury. The damage had been done. That bell could not be unrung. The only way to properly fix that was to instruct the jury that the prosecutor had committed prosecutorial misconduct and that that was something that they could consider in the totality of the case as they evaluated it and deliberated. Thank you.
All right, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you, Your Honor. There was no misconduct or error in this case, and the defense has not cited any legal authority showing that the two questions that I asked the defendant on cross-examination require a new trial in this case. And the two questions I asked were based on discovery jail calls that had been out since March of 2023. The defense was fully aware of these calls, as was the defendant. There were multiple statements made by Brian Edwards on these jail calls to his sister and to his wife, indicating that Mr. Edwards had a lot of information about the defendant that could only have come from the defendant. Mr. Edwards knew generally what the defendant looked like. He knew that he was involved with TikTok. He knew the defendant's defense in this case as a heat of passion defense. That is not common knowledge. That was not knowledge that was brought forward at an arraignment or the preliminary hearing or anywhere in court. That was the defendant's defense that we heard during this trial. The defendant had talked in similar jail calls to his parents about his heat of passion defense, about raising that defense so that would allow him to get out earlier. He told Mr. Edwards and or inmates at jail about this defense, which is how Mr. Edwards knew about it and why he was relaying that the defendant had to prove that he killed his bitch and the other woman or the other man in the heat of the rage, and that's what would get him only 5 years per victim. Mr. Edwards had a lot of very specific information about the defendant's, not only his defense of heat of passion, but also details about the killings. It was very apparent to me in reading the transcripts and listening to those calls that the defendant provided this information. There was one particular quote from Mr. Edwards. First of all, Mr. Edwards was arguing to his wife that, his wife and the other man were inside his house, meaning the defendant's house, as if that was some kind of excuse or justification for killing. Mr. Edwards relayed to his wife that the defendant's wife and the other man were doing drugs inside the apartment. That is not public knowledge. That is not even the truth. That is information that besides SDPD knowing about a potential bag of cocaine, presumably at the scene, the only other person that had information about drugs at the crime scene was the defendant. Not Mr. Edwards, not anything Mr. Edwards heard on TV or read in the newspaper. That was nowhere in any of the media. So the information that Mr. Edwards had about any potential drugs at the scene came from the defendant. The defendant is the only person that had that information. So to say that Mr. Edwards and the defendant never had a conversation, that is not apparent to me. That is still not apparent in those calls. Mr. Edwards never said in either of those jail calls that he had never met the defendant during his whole time in jail. Mr. Edwards never said, I have never spoken to the TikTok killer or the defendant at any point in time in jail. All he said during those calls was that the defendant was in the hole that month. So maybe he didn't have a conversation with the defendant that month. But there is nothing in those calls that indicates that the defendant had never had a conversation with Mr. Edwards. So based on all the information contained in the calls, I certainly had a firm belief that the defendant provided that information. And when the defendant is testifying in a first-degree murder case and has a heat of passion defense and is testifying that he felt either badly about what he did, that he was sorry, or that he didn't mean to do it, he testified that he didn't even realize he shot Anna. When the defendant is making all those statements during his testimony, it is certainly relevant for the prosecutor to ask him questions on cross-examination that go towards his lack of remorse. And the fact that he was bragging to inmates, making statements to inmates about killing Anna and Ray or killing his bitch and the man she was cheating with, the kinds of statements that I heard in those jail calls, it is certainly very relevant for me to ask those questions on cross-examination. Because that shows the defendant did not have remorse for what he did. It wasn't in the heat of the moment. It was planned, and then he's bragging to inmates about it. I limited my inquiry to 2 questions, and then I moved on. I didn't argue it further. I didn't even argue it in closing. Mr. Edwards was in jail for a murder case as well. I'm not going to bring in another suspected murderer to testify in a case where there's overwhelming evidence of the defendant's guilt. The prosecution can elect what witnesses it will call or not, and that's what I did in this case. The defendant, his response was certainly showing consciousness of guilt. When I asked him, did you ever brag to Mr. Edwards, his response should have just been no. If he really never had a conversation with Brian Edwards or any inmate in jail about the killings, his response would have just been no. That was not his response. He had an outburst. He told me, is this some kind of jail informant that you're asking me about? That shows his guilt in the fact that he knows he made these statements to inmates in jail. And so it's perfectly reasonable for me to ask those questions.
Bullshit.
Yeah, you're bullshit.
All right, let me make something clear right now.
I'm sorry, son.
If there's any disturbance, you will be put outside. All right? That happens only once. It's happened now. It will not happen again. And that includes you, Mr. Abulaban. I don't want. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. The defense cited numerous cases in their brief without the facts, and those facts are not the same scenario here. The defendant cited just very briefly the case of People versus Centeno, a case where the prosecutor argued to the jury a misleading standard of proof in the case. That did not happen here. I never argued an improper standard of proof. The defense cited People versus Force, a case where the prosecutor made a comment to the defense attorney that, oh, I may charge your client with perjury if he testifies inconsistently. So the defendant in that case did not testify during that trial. That did not happen here. I didn't raise any perjury charges. The defendant was able to testify fully for 3 days, showing his side of the story. So the factual scenarios in those cases cited by the defense in their moving papers are completely different than the factual situation here. The other cases cited were People versus Fasaro and People versus Jasso. Those cases were not overturned. New trials were not granted in those cases. The court may have found misconduct for arguments by the prosecutor. However, it was harmless error and those cases were not overturned. The People, in my moving papers, I cited People versus Watkins. That is a case with a very similar factual scenario to this one. In that case, the prosecutor asked the defendant on cross-examination a question about him laughing and carrying on outside the presence of the jury. That question was objected to, it was sustained. However, the court ruled in that case there was no misconduct based on the prosecutor having a good faith belief in asking a question that explores the remorse of a defendant for a killing. That is similar to what happened here. I was asking questions to explore the defendant's remorse and the fact that this was not a heat of passion case, that it was a planned killing. So there was no misconduct in this case. I know the defense brought up that the court also committed error. That was not the case here. If the court doesn't believe that there is misconduct, which there was not here, then the court is not required to instruct the jury that there was misconduct. So the court did not commit error in that sense. The court did offer a remedy to the defense, which was striking the questions and the answers, and the defense chose strategically not to do that because the defense wanted to be able to ask Mr. Abulaban further questions on redirect and to be able to argue things in closing, which is what she did. And so the defense can now not come in here and say that there was not a proper remedy by the court when she chose not to take that. The court also has to find that there would be prejudice to the defendant or that there would be a more favorable outcome if those questions had not been asked. And neither of those exist here. There was no prejudice in asking the defendant two questions that he was able to explain on his own, and the jury is left to either believe him or not believe him. That is true of all of the questions asked of him and his testimony in general. There would not have been a more favorable outcome here. This is a case where there was overwhelming evidence of the defendant's guilt, and that was shown through his testimony, through the crime scene, through his admissions, through video evidence, through audio evidence, through evidence in his vehicle, social media. There was an abundant amount of evidence proving the defendant's guilt. And so one or two questions asked of him on cross-examination that does not prejudice him. He certainly received a fair trial in this case. He was able to fully testify and tell his side of the story, and there would not have been a more favorable outcome. What I also attached to my opposition was a declaration from District Attorney Investigator Elliot Schaefer. That's S-H-A-F-F-E-R. And in that declaration, Mr. Schaefer reiterated the comments made by the jury foreperson after the verdicts. And the jury foreperson indicated that the jury looked at all of the evidence in this case, and they based their verdicts on the defendant's actions and all of the evidence, not on his words on the stand. And so it was certainly evident to the jury that there was not a single question and answer that would have swayed them into changing their verdicts. And so I would argue that there was no misconduct either by the prosecutor or by the court, and that the court should deny the motion for a new trial and proceed with sentencing. Thank you.
May I just briefly respond?
Sure.
Thank you. Just to the last point the prosecution made about Mr. Schaefer having overheard something that the jury foreperson said. I wasn't present, but I do know that Fox 5 News was present, and there was a quote, not just something that they overheard, but a direct quote by the jury foreperson, and it was more complete than what Mr. Schaefer reported in his declaration, which was that immediately after the verdict, the foreperson explained that they made their decision based on Mr. Abulaban's actions on the stand when he was testifying, not his words. And so I think what Ms. Brast is missing the point of here is that Mr. Abulaban was put in a position where he had to deny accusations that simply were not true. And when Ms. Brast is standing up with very thorough notes for her cross-examination, and I can't express enough to the court sort of the optics of it, as Ms. Brast has a giant binder that she's checking off question by question by question. And what's left in the juror's mind is an impression that she somehow has information that would exactly corroborate everything that she's asking of Mr. Abulaban, but yet here he is up on the stand denying and lying to them, which is exactly what the jury is asked to do when a defendant testifies. We all know that that jury was absolutely salivating, waiting for Mr. Abulaban to take the stand, to hear what he had to say. And it wasn't a matter of, as we know, what he said, but how he said it. Ms. Brass put Mr. Abulaban in a position where he was forced to deny something that frankly is just not true. And they had no evidence to corroborate it. They had no evidence to bring in to show the jury that what they were in fact asking was true. I don't know if Ms. Brast is unfamiliar with the way a jail works, but they have televisions, they have access to news, they talk to each other. And this case, as we can see in this courtroom right now, was all over the news in October when it happened. The news was constantly speculating about who was involved and what the facts were, and what sort of defense this individual may have. Heat of passion is a very common, well-known defense when someone is charged with the murder of their spouse. So just because Mr. Edwards had some sort of knowledge that this might be a heat of passion case and it involves Mr. Abulaban, a TikTok star, when the media is constantly plastering this all over local news that jail inmates have access to, there is still no credible proof that exists in the transcript of these calls that Mr. Brian Edwards had a conversation with Mr. Abulaban. And if the prosecution thought that was true, when they got these jail calls, they most certainly could have sent an investigator to ask Mr. Edwards about that. But they didn't. And they didn't for good reason, because it simply is not true. And what we have here is a situation where Mr. Abulaban was prejudiced. And we can see that from the jury foreperson's quote to Fox 5 News, that it was not a decision based on his words, but his actions on the stand. Ms. Brax was trying to get a rise out of him. She succeeded by asking him an unsubstantiated question that she simply could not prove. The court offered a remedy that was insufficient to fully address the prejudice and harm already caused to Mr. Abulaban, and based on that, we're asking the court to grant her motion for a new trial.
All right. A few things. Let's kind of understand what we're talking about here. First of all, I have reread the transcripts. The transcripts speak for themselves. To a certain extent, I will adopt my earlier comments on this, quite frankly, when there was a motion for a mistrial. There's a few things that we need to talk about here. The first thing is, was there misconduct? That is judged by an objective standard. And here we have a situation where obviously the prosecutor asked a question that, in her mind, which I will accept, she believes was in good faith. It really wasn't answered. Everything kind of stopped at that point. But the question is this in and of itself misconduct? And as I've said earlier, the question should not have been asked, but we have to analyze, was this objectively misconduct? And again, I would, based on looking at other cases involving prosecutorial misconduct, no, it doesn't amount to that standard. Again, it was not a very smart thing to say, but again, you ask that, is it misconduct? No. But moving on, this is more important. Did the defendant suffer prejudice? And the answer to that is absolutely not, even if there was misconduct. So we're even assuming that there is prosecutorial misconduct. The question was whether or not these two questions contributed to the verdict. And the answer to that is no, not at all. And I think what you have to do is look at the totality of the circumstances. And if you do that, you'll see that the questions themselves, by themselves, not just it didn't have impact on the verdict, were fairly insignificant, Also, we tell the jurors over and over again that the attorney's questions are not evidence. It was a question. It's not evidence. And we, of course, presume that the jurors follow the law. The court did offer various remedies. The defense made certain tactical calls. And here we are today. But the bottom line here is I don't know what the jury foreperson said about the defendant's actions on the stand, but there's no question that if you look again at the totality of the evidence, of which we will outline in a few, that's what the jury is looking at. Yes, I would agree with counsel, and I have a quote here that his state of mind and intent were at issue. Of course they were. There's no question about that. But when we look at the defendant's state of mind, we're just not looking about what he says on the stand. We're looking at all of the circumstantial evidence that shows his state of mind. And that's what the jury did. And the jury came up with their verdict. They basically had the choice of whether or not this was a willful, deliberate, and premeditated, for lack of a better word, a cold-blooded murder, or whether or not this was heat of passion, which is basically a lapse in judgment under extreme circumstances. The defendant was on the stand for 3 days. I've been doing this a long time. This is probably my 37th year. I have never seen anybody on the stand for 3 days. So the jury had an extraordinary amount of time to evaluate the defendant's credibility. And the idea that it would come down to, again, 2 insignificant questions is just not, it's not reasonable. So based on the 2 prongs of was this misconduct? No. And again, was there prejudice? No. Moving on to whether or not this court made an error in refusing to either grant the mistrial or finding some other remedy, for lack of a better word, I had suggested at the time that we simply strike it, because again, the jurors are presumed to follow the law, and it's been my experience they do. I gave the defense the options to this because I think that's only fair, and for certain tactical reasons they elected their remedy. Obviously they don't like the verdict the way it came back, but elections have to be made. So based on all of this, then, the defense motion for a mistrial is denied. All right, so now we will go on to Madam Prosecutor. I have the prosecution go first because I always give the defendant the last word.
Thank you, Your Honor. First, I would like to start with the victim impact statement. There are several members of the family present here in court today, and some family also on Microsoft Teams who would like to make impact statements. I would just let the court know I did submit numerous victim impact statements from both friends and family, both Anna and Ray. I know the court has had an opportunity to read those. Many of those members are here in court today. Not everyone will give their impact statement again, but there are some family members that would like to, and I will just go in order.
Can you just make sure to say your first and last name and spell both for the record?
Open up. Because I can't see sometimes.
Ma'am, please state your first and last name and spell both of those names for the record.
Yeah, Hermé Sarton. Your Honor.
Angel and promised he would never hurt my sister. And Ali, if I had known what my sister had been through with all the abuse, if I had known, I would have flown again to see her and do my best to take her and Amira away from you. You didn't take away my sister's life, but also my niece's future because of your selfishness. The damage you have caused impossible to measure. And my parents trusted you when you brought Anna Marie and Amira from the Philippines to the States. You promised my mom that you would take good care of them, as my parents did for Anna Marie and Amira back in the Philippines. But I had no idea that my sister's life would be miserable living with you. Treated my sister like she didn't matter, but she mattered. We love and miss her so much. My sister wanted the best for you and Anna Marie, but you messed up, Allie. And you messed up. The person who said good things about you was my sister. I can imagine how this evil act has changed all of our lives, especially Amira's life. Amira lost the two people that were supposed to love and care for her, especially her favorite person and loving mother. You took that away from Amira. But of the people you killed had a beautiful life ahead. Many people love and care for both of them. You ruined so many people's lives because of your selfish action. You were the one who messed up, and now you are trying to make people believe you're a victim in this case. I knew when I first met you in the Philippines that you were not a good fit for my sister. After you disrespected my mother in front of me, and I should have followed my instinct. Only you know how many years my sister suffered from your hands. But she still tried to stay and love you, hoping that you will change. I told you before that if you didn't want her, you could have brought my sister back to us. You could have brought my sister back and Amira back to us. But you made a choice. You made a choice. I am not realizing why she was afraid to visit us, even though we're just like a few hours away. It is because you were controlling her and Amira, so they couldn't tell how evil you were. Anna Marie and Amira were planning to visit us in December 2021 for family gathering, but you didn't give my sister that chance. Nobody deserved to be treated like you treated my sister. You ruined her life, you mocked her, you disrespected her, you abused her, you controlled her, and then you killed her. You killed the only person who cared for you and loved you. In your honor, the loss of Anna Marie is an unimaginable tragedy for our family. Her death has left us all heartbroken, and family gathering feel empty without her laughter and her presence. Her daughter Amira had lost a loving and nurturing mother, and we lost a sister, a daughter, and a friend. The pain of her absence is the constant reminder of emptiness that can never be filled. We wake up every day wishing that this nightmare was just a bad dream. But the reality that we are forced now to live without her. The trauma of losing my sister in such a horrific is something we will carry with us forever. No sentence can ever bring my sister back to us. But we hope that justice will be served and that the person responsible for the highest crime will be held accountable. We hope that through this statement you can understand the depth of our loss and lasting impact it has had on our lives. For me, the death penalty is what this man deserved. He has no more place on this earth, but I would agree with what my parents say, a life sentence without parole. Thank you for allowing our family to have a voice and for considering the profound impact this loss has had on our family. Thank you, Edward.
Thank you.
Oh, I can read it.
And now she's going to read a statement from Anna's mother, Amalia Miller, A-N-A-L-I-A.
Your Honor, hello, I am Amalia Miller, the mother of Anna Marie Abulaban. the wife of Ali Abulaban. I cannot fully comprehend why Ali would kill my daughter. The pain Where am I? The pain is unbearable, and I cannot accept what happened to her. As her mother, I knew my daughter well. She was a kind and loving child who never caused me any trouble. She was a caring parent, a thoughtful sister, and always cheerful and playful. Her loss is incredibly painful. Painful for me as a mother. The impact of what happened has left me devastated. I cannot sleep when I think about her. My only prayer now is for justice to be served for my daughter and for the person responsible to be punished. We ask for justice and for life sentence without parole for Ali Abulaban. Only then will I and my family find some peace of mind. It is also painful for me to know that my granddaughter will grow up without her mother. Every time I remember, I cannot help but cry. And I have lost my appetite. My prayers are my only source of strength, and I pray for the end of this mourning for my daughter. I love her dearly, and the pain is overwhelming. I pray for the strength to cope with this agony. I rely on the Lord to help me end this pain and longing, as does my family. I am grateful for the answered prayers, and I hope my plea for Ali Abulaban punishment, life imprisonment without the possibility of release, will be heard. I trust that you will listen to my request. Sincerely, Malia Milner. Thanks.
Okay, next it will be Maria Cardenas. She would like me to read her statement. My son Ray was a good man, hardworking, noble, without malice. A good son, brother, grandson, uncle, nephew, and friend. Full of light, with a whole life ahead of him that had so much to live still. I, as a mother, ask of you to be just and give Ali Abulaban a sentence of life in prison for taking the life of my son and his friend Anna in such a cruel and coward way. For him to pay the unbearable damages that he has caused us. Please free us from suffering this agony and despair, and give us full and legitimate justice that our soul, mind, and broken hearts from such pain need. The loss of my son has left unimaginable pain and a huge hole in my heart and soul. Your Honor, we thank you for your attention. Okay, next, Jordana Barron. Okay, Elizabeth Barron, you next.
Your Honor, my name is Elizabeth Barron, and Rayburn Barron was my baby brother. Even though Ray was the youngest of the five of us, he was very responsible and mature from a young age. A true gentleman, always respectful. He was the most loving and kind person to everyone, family, friends, partners, even strangers, no matter the age. He loved to spend time with family and friends. Even if he could not be there in person, he would take time to reach out by call or message. In every family event, he would go around and have a moment with each and every one of us, from the oldest to the youngest. His motto was family comes first. He was a peacemaker, always bringing us together. He was loved by many people, and he touched the hearts of everyone that had the privilege of meeting him. There was not an ounce of bad in him. Always tried to help others, even animals. We were not allowed to kill even a spider in his presence. He would kindly just remove it from our home and safely take it outside back to nature. Many of us suffer domestic violence or traumas in our lives, but we choose to be different, to be better. Ray did. He was a great son, brother, cousin, nephew, grandson, friend. And he would have been a great husband and father had the opportunity not be taken away from him. We appreciate and thank all the hard work that the DA team did and the jury for the fair verdict decision that they made. It has taken every strength left in us to be present at court for almost a month and hear and see things that will forever haunt our minds and hearts. But we felt it was important to show our support for everyone that has been hurt with these horrible crimes and see that justice is served. We often are told that we are such a strong family for surviving such tragedy, but the reality is that this has been the most difficult event we have ever experienced, and many of us are left broken. The pain and trauma of losing our brother the way we did is so painful that we have difficulty living a normal and healthy life. Some of us are struggling with depression, anxiety, panic attacks, nightmares, and more. It has been almost 3 years since our loved ones were taken away from us, and we have not been able to have closure waiting for this.
I refuse to accept the reality of what I was hearing. It just did not make sense. And I kept thinking, this only happens in movies, it happens in maybe in other people's lives, not in ours. Suddenly, all I could think about was my dear sister-in-law, Lupita, Ray's mother. How was I going to face her as a mother myself? How could any of us mothers know, except that we lose a child in such a way that is making no sense? No one will ever grieve more the loss of a child than a mother. Just a few months before, Ray, along with all of his cousins and brothers, spearheaded a Mother's Day celebration for their grandmother, my mother, who is now 91 years old, who to this day believes that Ray died of a heart attack because we had to keep it away from her, the horrible murder that he died by. I couldn't make myself, like I said, see him in his coffin. I will hang on to that sweet image of him making over his mother, his grandmother. He was the perfect nephew, the perfect brother, the perfect citizen. He was a great man, something you will ever know what it's about, Abulaban. How many victims did your cowardness leave behind? Let's start with your own family. The disgrace of being related to a criminal that will hopefully rot in jail. Your mother, who will see you die day by day in prison. You won't be dead like Ray, but you will also not be living. And then there's Amira, poor child. Not even your own daughter, now an orphan, mattered to you. And let's not forget Anna's mother and sister and all of the family who also lost a granddaughter, a niece. And then there are all the wonderful friends that Ray and Anna had. Your sick narcissism cut short 2 beautiful lives at their prime and left a devastation of broken hearts on Ray's and Anna's side, and your side as well. And I hope that you will get the maximum sentence, what you deserve. You deserve no better. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
There should be one more speaker, and let me make sure he's on Teams.
All right, while you're doing that, to the victim's family, there's something that I like to point out in these circumstances because it's often not understood. Sure. Is the sentence pronounced today does not reflect the value of your loved ones, the value of human life. It can't do that. And I want to emphasize that the sentence today does not reflect your love for them or their value as human beings. It's society's only way to punish people who have done wrong. But it obviously cannot restore their lives. The only thing this court can do, and society in general, is to take away his freedom. But that's it. And I just want to point that out because oftentimes people think that the sentence that is handed down is a reflection of either the crime or the person who is now deceased, and that's just not true. And I just want to point that out to you so that you understand that. All right, Madam Prosecutor.
Thank you. Next statement will be from Ron Miller.
All right, this is Ron Miller. I'm the father of Anna Marie. My wife and I received a phone call from one of Anna Marie's friends from San Diego back in the day of the murder. And nobody knew what happened. They just knew that they just almost said they couldn't get in to see Anna Marie. The apartment was surrounded by police. Well, I called the San Diego Police Department from the Philippines here where we live. But I was informed that even though I'm the father and the mother is right here with me, that they could not give us any information over the phone. They couldn't tell us anything. And I gave them the name of our daughter in New Mexico so they could call her. And my God, I already knew what happened. I already knew that she had been murdered. And we just waited for the final word from our daughter when they got the word from the police department that she was murdered. I'm kind of off script here a little bit because please understand this is extremely hard. We had Anna Marie's body returned here to the Philippines where we could lay her to rest here and where we go and visit her once a week. We go to the cemetery and visit with her. We haven't got over this. Imagine if you get her, maybe you can, but how I feel about losing my youngest child to the man that promised to love and take care of her and her granddaughter. And he ends up murdering her. My wife and I, we tried to understand why or what could we have done to have changed the outcome of this. Watching the trial, hearing the verdict of guilty of first-degree murder does bring some closure. But I would love to see a sentence of life in prison without parole. This is what this guy needs. I don't consider him a man. A man would not do this. But I hope he gets life in prison without parole. I want him to rot in prison for what he done to my daughter. She was a beautiful, loving woman. She done everything for everybody else, always putting herself flat. I ask you to please take into account all the consequences of the suffering that we as the victims and the family of the victims have gone through and continue to go through because the choice is made by this person. I believe right now that the defendant is a danger to the defendant. He knew what he was doing from the first moment that he started abusing Anna Marie. And I ask you please not forget who the victims are here, because he is not. He deserves to be punished after terrifying and abusing Anna Marie and his daughter, who witnessed so much of the abuse, and for making us live in this deep pain for the rest of our life. He doesn't deserve her. that she has no mercy for my daughter, Anna Marie. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor, for listening to all the impact statements. I would ask the court to sentence the defendant consecutively on this case for counts 1 and 2. I did, in my brief, cite a case, People versus Garnica, that stands for the fact that the court can impose consecutive life without parole sentences for each murder. Since there are 2 murders here, there's no murder more deserving than another for the LWOP sentence or a state sentence, and so I would ask the court to sentence the defendant consecutively. Count 1, LWOP, life without parole, plus 25 years to life for the enhancement, and a consecutive LWOP sentence on count 2 with another consecutive 25 to life sentence for the enhancement. I laid all of the aggravating factors in this case out in my brief. I would ask the court not to strike any of the enhancements. The aggravating factors here far outweigh any mitigating in the fact that this crime involved great violence, it involved death, it involved the use of a firearm, it involved 2 vulnerable victims who were unarmed. The defendant took advantage of a position of trust, using a key card to enter an apartment he no longer was living in. These were planned crimes, planned executions, not heat of passion crimes. And the defendant has shown that he has exhibited violent conduct, proving he's a danger to society. So for all of the aggravating factors here, I would ask the court not only not to strike any enhancements, but to give the defendant a sentence of consecutive LWOP terms. I would also ask for restitution. There is a victim compensation board claim for $12,890. That is for the funeral expenses for both Anna and Ray. There are also 2 other requests. Amalia Miller and Ron Miller, Anna's parents, live in the Philippines. They had to get a visa to fly out here. That was quite a lengthy process. They wanted to be out here for the trial. They did fly out here. The trial ended up being continued after they were here. That flight cost was $3,324.24. The other request for restitution is to Hermae Sartin, HERMAE SARTIN. She had to fly out here 3 times, once for the funeral, once to take care and close up Anna's apartment and take the items from the apartment, and then flew here for sentencing to represent the family and make an impact statement. That amount requested is $1,214.66. Under Penal Code 1202.4, families of victims are entitled to economic losses. That includes economic losses for trial. I can give the court a citation to People versus Chrysler.
Well, I'll tell you what, today is really not the day to talk about this, I don't think. Counsel, will your client waive his right to be present at any restitution hearing, and we can sort this out at a later date?
Your Honor, I had an opportunity to speak with Mr. Abulaban prior to beginning the sentencing, and he is prepared to stipulate to the restitution being sought by the prosecution.
Okay.
Thank you. So the people would ask those amounts be ordered, also for the court to reserve restitution for any remaining amounts or counseling that is sought in the future. I would ask the court, as the victims that have asked, for the maximum sentence. That is the only sentence that will properly punish this defendant, prevent his future crimes, deter others, and protect the community. After judgment in this case, I have informed all parties that people are filing a Penal Code Section 1203.01 statement. That's a packet that gets sent to CDCR with the defendant. Thank you.
You're up.
Your Honor, we just want to start off by saying that Mr. Abulaban and his defense team and everyone involved in representing him does have great sympathy and empathy for the victims of this case and their loss. Hearing their words is unimaginable, the pain and suffering that they're experiencing. But I think the court's comments reflect very sadly, what is the reality in that what they are actually seeking and what they really want, very sadly, they will never have, which is their family members returned to them. And what we have to do here is decide what is a fair and just punishment, not only based on the crime that was committed, but also judging the person who was accused and ultimately convicted of this crime. While we have expressed remorse and sympathy for the victims, it's also important to understand who Mr. Abulaban is. We know that it makes common sense and is common knowledge that we as people are a product of the environments in which we grow up, the environments in which we spend our formative years learning how to respond to emotional crises, how to properly reflect on our decisions and the consequences of our decisions. And when someone is exposed to the type of violence that Mr. Abulaban was exposed to as a child, it leaves an imprint. As we know, again, it's common sense, but we know this from the literature, it leaves an imprint on the human mind. And Mr. Abulaban is someone who I think the court can see from his mother's testimony, from the doctor's testimony, and from his own testimony. He is someone who was fundamentally and is fundamentally stunted emotionally. He is someone who suffers from extreme mental illness that for the majority of his life went undiagnosed and untreated. He is someone who, because of the impact of the violence and trauma that he experienced growing up, that left this imprint, that formed him into the person that he is, because of the mental illness that was left unchecked and went raging throughout his brain, developed an extreme addiction to cocaine that also then had an impact on the decisions that he made, in particular leading up to the incident and on the day of the incident. And while we respect the verdict that was handed down by the jury, we still believe that Mr. Abulaban was acting under a heat of passion when he committed the crimes that he did. We are asking the court to consider all of the evidence that it heard, both from the prosecution's witnesses as well as the defense witnesses, as well as from Mr. Abulaban, from his family, from his friends, from the people who knew him and loved him as a son, as a father, as a friend, as a brother, as a husband. With all of his flaws and all of the terrible decisions and reactions that he had, we are asking this court to sentence him to a just sentence, imposing the court's hands are tied with the ultimate sentence of life without parole. But I would ask the court to run the life without parole concurrently. I would also ask the court to strike the punishment on the 12022.53D. I don't think that there is any justification for imposing an additional 25 to life on each count, given that Mr. Abulaban, based on what is the anticipated sentence, will spend the rest of his life in prison without the possibility of parole. And we are asking the court to make this tough decision, but the just decision and the right decision in sentencing Mr. Abulaban. Thank you.
I'm sorry that in that moment I was not mentally strong enough to control myself. I'm sorry that my horrendous action that day resulted in the undeserved deaths of Rayburn Barone and Anna Marie Abulaban. My partner, my best friend, the mother of my daughter, and the love of my life. I am ashamed of what took place. I am devastated by the damage that I've caused to Anna's family, to Ray's family, and to my family. If I could undo all of this, I wouldn't hesitate. If I could go back to that day, I would have left for LA first thing in the morning as I had originally planned. I would have given Anna the space she wanted, and I would have used that time to focus on getting the proper help I so desperately needed. And I would get on my knees and beg Anna for forgiveness. Forgiveness for becoming distracted, for letting my anxiety and my insecurities affect my thoughts and my behavior towards Anna and towards her friend. Forgiveness for using cocaine as a remedy and becoming addicted because of it. for neglecting my responsibilities to you, Anna, as your husband, and my responsibilities as a father, and for allowing the drugs to turn me into a pathetic empty shell of the man that she fell in love with. Because of those factors, I lost myself. And because of those factors, I lost Anna. I am so deeply sorry to each and every one of you who have suffered for the last 3 years. To the Cardenas Barone family, to Ray's mother and father, I am so sorry for what I've done to your son. To Jordana and his siblings, I am so sorry for what I've done to your brother. I really wish I could have gotten to know Ray the way that you all do, the way his friends did. And now, after seeing just how consistently you all showed up to this trial in support of him, I have no doubt in my mind that Ray was a good person. The world has truly suffered a great loss, and for that, I'm terribly sorry. I wish this never happened. To Anna Marie's family, whom I still love and consider to be my family, there's so much I want to say. To Anna's mother, Amalia, and to Ron, you trusted me to protect your daughter, and I failed you. I wish there was something more I could offer besides an apology. I wish there was a way for me to fix this. I'm so truly sorry for what I've done to Anna, her parents, her siblings, aunts, and her uncles. I feel terrible. Anna was the most beautiful woman I've ever met, and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. To love and cherish her, never to hurt her, to build her up, not to break her down. But I failed. I am thankful, however, that Anna and I were able to have a child, a granddaughter for both of our families to rejoice with. It is my belief that the love and spirit that Anna radiated will continue on through her. To Amira, my beloved daughter. Amira, when you're old enough to see this, please don't blame yourself. None of this is your fault. Your mom loved you so much, and I love you so much. You are the strongest girl I've ever known, and I'm so proud to be your father. I'm sorry for what my foolish actions have costed you, from what's been taken from you. I'm sorry that now you not only have to grow up without your mother, but now you have to grow up without your father too. I'm ashamed. But that is why I will strive each and every day to better myself, to seek rehabilitation, and to hopefully one day come back home to you. Because not being a part of your daily life tears me apart. To the Honorable Judge Frazier, I want to thank you for being extremely fair to me throughout this trial and for giving me the opportunity to defend myself. It is truly unfortunate that despite the compelling evidence that this was a crime of passion, somehow the jury still landed on this verdict, and they certainly wasted no time in doing so. The fact that I spent more time on the stand than the jury took to deliberate my fate is very concerning. In fact, the jury foreman himself told Fox 5 News reporters that a few of the jurors wanted to pick second degree, but were pressured not to by the rest of the jury.
To the first degree murder, I look at various factors, having sat through the trial. And I do this in every murder trial. And I don't take this lightly. I truly respect jury verdicts. Have I reduced a first-degree murder to second degree? I have. In fact, I did it 2 weeks ago. But I'm not doing it today. And I'll explain why it's not happening today. Very simple reason. The jury heard all of the evidence. The jury evaluated all of the evidence. The jury came back with a first-degree verdict, which was the correct verdict. It was a verdict that, when you look at the totality of all that happened during this particular crime, it's the only verdict a reasonable person could come up with. And considering all the evidence, and I'll just hit a few high points that I think, honestly, the jury was looking at. The defendant's text message to his cousin about killing. Defendant's controlling, demeaning behavior. When he said just a few minutes ago, he wants us to know who he is, that's who he is. It's very clear from the videos. His driving over to the apartment with a loaded gun. The fact that the victims were helpless, completely taken by surprise. The planning of a listening device. Firing within seconds of entering the apartment. Clearly showing an intent to kill. Not heat of passion. Willful, deliberate, premeditated, cold-blooded murder. And something that is hard to explain, Ray was not involved in their problems at all. But he shot Ray first. Shot him in the head in an attempt to kill. You don't shoot people in the head unless you want to kill them. And in front of Anna. That was deliberate. He wanted her to see it. Very cruel. He took photos immediately afterwards. Who does that? He calls his mother. He had 3 days on the stand to explain his actions. He explained them. And the jurors came up again with the only reasonable verdict, which is a first-degree verdict. They also found, because there was 2 deaths, that this was multiple murder under Penal Code Section 190.2A3. The next thing this court has to consider is the gun enhancements. In the state of California, the legislature has, both slowly and quickly, changed certain enhancements. And the court is obligated to look at reducing certain enhancements, including those that require or have a 20-plus year addition to the sentence. And again, I look at both mitigating and aggravating factors. Of course, it goes without saying this crime involved great violence. It involved a firearm. It involved vulnerable victims who, again, had no time to react, no time to defend themselves. It involved planning. I don't think you could say it was sophistication or professionalism, but it certainly involved planning. When you load a gun, arm yourself with a gun, drive 10 or 15 minutes to an apartment complex, as we saw on video, his demeanor going up the elevator, his demeanor going down the elevator, that showed planning. And obviously he took advantage of a position of trust. There's clearly that she didn't know he had a key, but he took advantage of that. Now, there are certain factors that, as for mitigating factors under the rules of court, I don't find any. Zero. None. There are certain factors with the defendant that I am obligated to take a look at. I acknowledge he has no prior record. I acknowledge the fact that at the time of this killing, he was suffering substance abuse and had some mental health issues. But I reject the fact that his childhood contributed to this at all. I hear terrible childhoods day in and day out. And his was not ideal, but it wasn't what we hear in this particular court. And I don't think that any of these crimes were connected, in fact, to his mental health or even his substance abuse. He was over 26. It did involve intimate partner violence, but he was the one that was committing the violence on her. And of course, he denied when confronted with it what happened initially. So the court is not going to strike or reduce the gun enhancements. The question then becomes one of whether or not these life without possibility of parole should be consecutive or concurrent. And that's a big deal. That will, in all likelihood, determine whether or not he dies in prison or out of prison, whether he dies a free man or one who's not. And this is the bottom line on this is I've watched him here during all of this time. He's a very talented actor. He is a very talented actor. He became that persona of Scarface, of just the cold-blooded killing without remorse. Any tears that he's cried in this courtroom have been for himself. They are not for Ray and Anna. It's just, that's the reality. He fears the consequences, as he should, of his actions. But as he sits here today,
and that's that. Off he goes. Off he goes. So, yeah, well, that brings us to the end of episode 3 of The Ego Takes the Stand. I hope you guys enjoyed this one. And we cannot forget, we definitely cannot forget Ray. You know, obviously a lot of talk goes with Ali and Anna, but we definitely can't forget Ray. You know, he was basically an innocent victim. He's just hanging out. Maybe he was in a relationship with Anna, maybe not. Who knows? Who cares? You know, it's their life. It's their right to do whatever they want. But he was just at the wrong place at the wrong time, perhaps. I don't know. So before you guys go, though, I got to show you some pictures. I always show you a Super Bowl, but I'm going to show you. You guys are going to like this. This is really cute. So Aaron is sending me pictures throughout the day of little. Okay, so here's the progression. Hold on, let me see if I can find the progression. All right, so here's first and foremost. Oops, hold on. So there's little Rafa's on the left side, right? And little Cheddar Federer, he's on the right side, right? So that's one. And then let's see. Oh, here's the two of the meeting. This was a couple days ago, but that's the two of the meeting. Look at that little fuzzball. So Rafa's on the bottom, and little Cheddar Federer, he's on Cheddar Federer. He's on the top, but let's see. there's Rafa. Now he's got a very, very oddly placed toy. Oh, come on, Super Bowl, stop it! He's a baby. Stop it. Stop it. Stop being so mean. Ugh. Super Bowl is so mean to them. She hisses at them. She smacks them. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Here's Super Bowl, right? Just stop it. There's a little one there. Just stop. Hi. Come here. Come here. Oh. Got a little one here. Let me put this way. Hi. So this is Riker. This is the firstborn. They turned 8 weeks old. Want to look up here? Look up there. Hi. Yeah, it's a good girl. I'm going to feed them in a minute or two. Okay, so hold on. I wanted to show you. Okay, so there's the progression, right? So Cheddar Federer is making his move. Will he get closer? Will he get closer? Next photo. Oh, he's a little bit closer. He's a little bit closer. He's making his move. And then finally, he makes his move. Right? Isn't that cute? So those two are bonding. They're the boys. They're the boys of the family. Everybody else is female. So Superball is head of the household. Yep. They are invaders. That is true. All right. Are we keeping them? Yes, we are keeping all of them. We're going to keep every single one of them. Everybody's going to be kept. All right. What are some questions you guys have? Ego takes the stand was a brilliant idea. Thank you, Hector's mom. Aaron came up with that idea, and we fleshed it out. And this is our third episode, so appreciate you guys liking it. Let's see. Nanar, I adore your kittens. Thank you. So what trial are we watching next? Lori asks. That's a great question. Because the next one on the docket, as they say, is Houston Danker. That's August 12th. Then we also have Donna Adelson, August 19th. So those are the two big ones coming up. We also have a Sean Higgins hearing on the 21st, but we'll record that. It's a Friday. We'll record that and play that on a Saturday. So we have a Saturday stream coming up, but that's later in the month. But as far we're planning on doing like a deep dive on Donna Adelson, probably starting the week of the 11th. So this coming week, Aaron and I have to think about this over the weekend. We got to figure out how much of a deep dive we're going to do on Donna Adelson, because there's so much. There's Charlie's trial. There's the phone calls. There's Magbanawa. There's Rivera. There's so much, right? There's so much with Donna, and all of that goes with that. So we got to figure out if we want to just do like a week deep dive before she starts, which is the 19th. So maybe the week before. So we got to figure out what to do. But we'll see. We're not 100% sure what's starting on Monday, or if we'll just start our deep dive on Donna Adelson. Maybe, I don't know. 2 weeks of prepping for Donna might be a little bit too much, but we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Adelson is a tall order indeed. Yep. I hear you. Ellen. I want to do at least like a solid 3 or 4 days with her. Because again, there's Charlie, there's Catherine Magbanawa, there's Rivera and Garcia. There's like so much. There's so much. There's just so much to think about with Donna. So we got to figure out how much. We have to first of all look at all the videos and then see how long they are, and then determine how many days we're going to do. So anyway, all that being said, hey, if there's a new trial come Monday, we'll jump on it. If it's going to be a 4 or 5 day trial, maybe we'll do that. So. We're always agile. We're always moving and grooving. If something pops up, we'll jump on it real quick. And if not, we always have Donna, and so on and so forth. So, Green Eyed Cat Adelson will be a future ego. He's on the list. Charlie is on the list. Green Eyed Cat Charlie Adelson is on our list for sure. So, all right, you guys. Charlie was a quick verdict. Yeah. All right, guys. Thank you for being with us. Thank you for hanging with us on a Friday when courts were dark. There really wasn't much happening. I know a lot of content creators were kind of figuring out what to do. Some people were revisiting the Ollies, and don't forget we have a sentencing for the Ollies. I think on the 19th. I think 18th, 19th. No, it's a Monday, the 18th. Yeah, we have Ollie sentencing. Mr. Ollie's sentencing is on the 18th, so we'll cover that as well, because Donna starts on the 19th, so we'll be able to cover the sentencing for Ollie. So anyway, have a great night. Thank you so much for joining us, you guys. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. Thank you to Aaron for doing all the background work that you guys don't see, but you enjoy. Thank you to our mods. We have a great, fantastic group with us, and they do a lot to keep chat safe, and everybody's courteous and kind to each other. And of course, Superball. We always have to thank Superball. Yes, I know. Tell me all about it. Do you want to say hello to everybody? Say hello. Hi.